Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Hillis.
Here.
Commission Vice President Melgar. Here. Commissioner Fong. Here. Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Koppel.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And Commissioner Richards.
Here.
First on your agenda, Commissioners, is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1, case number 2016-000378 CUA at 1600 Jackson Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to October 4th, 2018. Item 2, case number 2018-004644 CUA at 619 Divisadero Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to October 11th, 2018. Item 3, case number 2018-010759 PCA, the Mission Alcoholic Beverage Special Use District in Mission Street Neighborhood Commercial Transit District Planning Code Amendment is proposed for continuance to October 11th, 2018. Item 4, case number 2018-007507 MAP at 1650 through 1680 Mission Street. Zoning map amendment is proposed for continuance to October 25th, 2018. Items 5A and B for case numbers 2013.1037C and V at 650 Divisadero Street. Conditional use authorization and rear yard modification are proposed for continuance to November 8th, 2018. Item 6, case number 2018-002007, CUA 318 Main Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to November 29th, 2018. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards.
All right, thank you, Jonas. Is there any public comment on the items being proposed for continuance? Great, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Richards.
So I have a question on item number 2. I know we've heard this 2 weeks ago. We had a motion of intent to disapprove. It's not on consent, wondering why it was put on a continuance calendar to be heard again.
Glass Planning Department staff. That's 619 Divisadero Street.
Correct.
Yeah. So there's a motion of intent to disapprove. We are planning, however, to bring the case to a full calendar item for the next hearing. I'm going to have both an approval motion and a disapproval motion prepared, depending on how the commission decides to move forward.
So is this a standard practice where if we hear something and we make a motion, the project sponsor gets a second chance at a second hearing?
Well, anybody, yeah. I mean, if we have a motion to disapprove, we'll have a hearing on the motion to disapprove. That's always the case. Sometimes we put it on consent. I think
Right.
I mean, the project sponsor indicated they would pull it off consent. So I think that was the reason not to have it on consent. One of the reasons we asked for it to be continued was I realized we had a heavy calendar today. So we asked a couple projects, including the other project on Diviz, to continue so we could clear some room on the calendar because we knew we had Mission Street and Central Soma back. So that was some of the calendar reconfiguration. But you're right, we can either have it on, we could have it on consent. I think the issue would probably be people would want it pulled off consent. So we just kind of took that step in advance. Commissioner Richards.
Okay, since nobody else is pushing the roll, I'll make a motion to continue items 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to the date specified.
And so you want to hear item 2 now?
I do.
Right, there's no second. Is there an alternative motion?
I'm sorry, I was listening to you. I second that, yeah.
Okay.
Absent-minded.
On that motion, then, Commissioners, to continue items 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Commissioner Fong?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Koppel?
No.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar? No. And Commission President Hillis?
No.
Motion fails 2 to 5. Commissioners with Commissioners Fong, Johnson, Koppel, Melgar, and Hillis voting against.
Commissioner Richards.
Make a motion to approve all items 1 through 6 to the date specified.
To continue, though.
To continue them.
Yeah.
Second.
Very good. On that motion, then, to continue items as proposed, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar? And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0.
Just note that item 5B is a rear yard modification under the purview of the zoning administrator, so also continue that to the date specified.
Thank you, Mr. Zoning Administrator. Commissioners, that'll place us under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the public, the Commission, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. I do have one speaker card requesting the removal of item 8 off of consent, and so we will take that up at the beginning of the regular calendar.
Okay.
Very
So
good.
So we'll just have item 7. Is there any public comment on item 7, or would anybody like to remove item 7 from the consent calendar? Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioners? We have a motion for that consent item. Commissioner Cobble?
Move to approve items 7 and 8.
Just 7. 8's
Oh,
going to come
sorry.
off consent.
Sorry, item 7.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to approve item 7 under your consent calendar, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
We're not approving item 7, we're approving item 8. 7 is off consent.
No, 8 has been pulled off of consent.
8, I thought Post was off consent.
Nobody
only-
requested it, but somebody did request that 8 on Terraval be pulled off consent, a member of the public, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So on the motion to approve item 7 under your consent calendar, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards? Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. And as previously stated, item 8 will be considered at the beginning of the regular calendar. Placing us under Commission matters, item 9, consideration of adoption draft minutes for the September 6th, 2018 joint hearing, as well as the regular hearing and the regular hearing for September 13th, 2018. I have no speaker cards.
Any public comment on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to adopt the minutes for September 6th and September 13th, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0, placing us on item 10, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Richards?
We've been gone 2 weeks, and I have a big file that I want to talk about, but I'll spare everybody. I'll spread it out till next week as well. I'm only going to talk about 2 items today. First one is we've had several instances where we've had what I would consider fraudulent behavior before this commission. One on Funston, where the structural engineer did not build the building to plans, and we actually had asked the building to be pared back to the plans, and I've asked the zoning administrator where we are on that. We had 214 States where the structural engineer had stamped plans where there was a garage that didn't exist but showed one on the plans. And then this past week, the city attorney, on Friday, city accuses ex-building official of construction code cheating. Mr. Rodrigo Santos is being pursued by the city on 3 specific projects, none of which we heard here. But I think the interesting thing is, even given the fact that this individual accusedly did these things, apparently justice does catch up with you. And the thing that really strikes me was a quote from the city attorney who said, this person put humans in harm's way, both the workers and the people that would be occupying the structures. And I really look for a good resolution to the case and let justice be served. And my second item is, on Sunday, headline in the Chronicle, politics, prices, real estate could drive job boom away. And it talked about tech companies, despite the fact that technology allows people to actually work in multiple locations without having to be under the same roof, now taking a look at what we generally call support staff, people that aren't making, $200,000 a year doing coding, moving into Indianapolis, Austin, St. Louis, New York, et cetera. And I think I mentioned this a few months ago. A lot of the issues that I've heard, and Ro Khanna talked about this when he was a congressman when he went to West Virginia, is the resentment on the coastal cities, especially here in California, on the winner-take-all attitude of getting all the jobs and getting everybody here, and let's drive up the housing prices, the cost of living, and let's have overcrowding, while the rest of the U.S. is left behind. So actually, the supply and demand actually might not be a bad thing. The demand for the workers here, because of the lack of supply of some of the amenities that they need at a good price, is actually pushing the supply of the workers out into other areas. It probably makes sense. So I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Well, there was one slight bright spot in the national news over the last week. It was the introduction of the American Housing and Economic Mobility Act. It was introduced by Senator Warren, and the Atlantic described it as a bill that does more for housing, or does as much for housing as the Fair Housing Act bill did. It does a combination of things. The first is that it provides down payment assistance to low to moderate income folks. The second thing that it does is puts around 400 and, sorry, lost the number there. It puts millions and millions of dollars into creating affordable housing, both in cities and in rural areas. And the articles that have covered this have talked about housing not only being an issue in the cities, but all over the country, and becoming kind of the top issue of the next presidential race that we will have. So really excited to see this bill, and hoping that, we might have a glimmer of hope of getting some funding from the federal government in a way that can really help us with the housing crisis.
Thank you.
Seeing nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to Department Matters, item 11, Director's Announcements.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Not on, Jim. There it goes. I wanted to call your attention to a couple of memos from Teresa Ojeda. In your packet today, one is the current pipeline, and one is the 7th Housing Balance Report. I think it's of interest, certainly to us, that we are almost close to 70,000 units in our pipeline. And just to remind you all what the pipeline is, it's everything from that comes in the door with an application to projects that are under construction until they receive an occupancy permit. So it's anywhere from application to completion of the project. 7,100 of those are under construction. Another 6,500 have had their building permits approved, and another 5,000 have filed for permits. But there is an increasing number, as you know, of projects that are approved that are not moving forward into the permit process. It appears to be about 20-some thousand of those. And we have almost 21,000 that we're reviewing in the department right now. So those numbers are very high, but they're also slowing down a bit. The new applications are slowing down in light of particularly construction costs, I think, and some other factors. But just wanted to call that to your attention. And I'm going to turn it over to Zoning Administrator Sanchez, who has an announcement today as well.
Thank you, Commissioners. One minor announcement today, and that is I would like to let you know that I'll be resigning as my position as Zoning Administrator this fall. It's been a privilege to serve as zoning administrator for the past 8 years. There's a tremendous responsibility in this position, which has only increased over the years. I don't know how all those planning code amendments got through with those additional responsibilities, but they did. I've taken this responsibility incredibly seriously, and I've done my utmost best to fairly and consistently apply the planning code and enforce the planning code. I feel tremendously lucky to have had this opportunity, having been the first one in my family to go to college and starting at the planning department as an intern at the PIC, the information counter, and over the years having had the opportunity to work with tremendous staff in the department to ultimately have this opportunity. I'd like to thank Director Ram. He's been a tremendous role model for me in this position, and I think without his leadership, I couldn't have done this job in the way that I felt was appropriate. So just a tremendous thanks to him. Also to the staff in the Zoning Compliance Division, the entire enforcement team, past staff, Dan Sider, who was Assistant ZA, Corey Teague, who's been an incredible Assistant ZA and has filled in over the past few years. Tina Tam, who's our current enforcement team manager, who does an incredible job, and I have the utmost amount of respect for her in her position. and previously, of course, Chris Haw. I think the enforcement team has only improved over the years. I think that they have a tremendous amount of respect, and I respect them. Yeah, and last but not least, Eva Ater-Taylor, who, as my assistant, has taken better care of me than I've taken better care of myself over the years. She's been incredible, and without her, I never could have made it the 8 years. Again, just thank you, and thank you to the Commission for all your support over the years. And I will be remaining in the department, just working a reduced schedule and probably focusing on certain items like the Board of Appeals, but thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Scott. I mean, I've worked with you, back when I was on the Board of Appeals and then here. I mean, you're invaluable to us as we kind of muddle through some of the issues we face here, especially when there's variances involved. But I know I've sought your advice on issues even beyond kind of ZA-related issues, so appreciate your work here. I'm glad you're staying with the department, but thank you for everything here.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to general public comment. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public. Excuse me, I apologize. Item 12, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals. There was no Historic Preservation Commission meeting yesterday.
Thank you, Jonas. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs. I have 2 weeks of board report for you. So last week is pretty simple. The Land Use Committee continued all the items related to the Indian Basin Special Use District to this week. At the full board, fees for certain permits and transportation analysis ordinance sponsored by the mayor passed its second read. And the health services, requiring CU for health services on Ocean Avenue in CT passed its first read. Lastly, last week, the board considered Supervisor Kim's ordinance that would allow affordable housing in Sally districts. The ordinance was amended, then duplicated. The original ordinance passed its first read, and the duplicated file was re-referred back to planning. The amendments added by Supervisor Kim to the duplicated file were not considered by this commission and was considered substantive enough by the City Attorney's Office to require re-referral. So in addition to allowing the demolition of accessory buildings used for parking lots, the amendment would also allow 800 square foot building on lots larger than 15,000 square feet to be demolished to construct affordable housing. Staff believes that the overall intent and spirit of the ordinance is the same. Only 100% affordable housing would be able to be constructed, and viable PDR spaces in the Sally district would still be protected. Therefore, staff is not planning on bringing this ordinance back to you for another hearing unless you hear from you otherwise today. At the Land Use Committee hearing this week, the historic designations associated with the Central Soma Plan and the India Basin related ordinances were all continued to October 1st. And then at the full board, Supervisor Yee's Health Services on the Ground Floor ordinance passed its second read. The original Sally legislation also passed its second read. Next on the agenda was the appeal for the EIR for Central Soma. As I'm sure you're aware, Central Soma Plan is a comprehensive plan for all the areas surrounding much of the southern portion of the Central Subway Transit Line. The plan would the plan would change allowable land uses and zoning controls, increase heights on many parcels within the plan area, propose substantial changes to the street network to accommodate multiple modes of travel, and would provide additional recreational resources. The plan is projected to provide approximately 8,500 housing units and 32,000 jobs. The appeals were brought by 5 different groups, including Central Soma Neighbors, SF Blue, South of Market Community Action Network, One Vassar LLC, and the Yerba Buena Neighborhood Consortium. The issues brought up by the various appellants include that the planning department did not adequately analyze vehicle miles traveled and traffic impacts in the environmental impact report, that the EIR did not evaluate all feasible air quality mitigation measures, that the planning department did not adequately study the effects of gentrification and displacement, that the planning department should have studied an increased housing alternative, and that the EIR did not adequately evaluate seismic safety impacts. Staff was able to respond to each of these issues by either showing that the plan did address such concerns or that the issues were not required to be analyzed by CEQA. During public comment, there were 34 speakers in favor of at least one of the appeals and only 8 speakers in favor of denying the appeals. Supervisors raised questions regarding the air quality analysis and how metering new development could reduce air quality impacts. Supervisors also raised concerns regarding the stability of soils, the overall effect of the transportation network companies, or TNCs, on VMT, and the lack of available data to explicitly analyze the effects of TNCs have on VMT. Other concerns were raised regarding the merit of the plan, specifically the amount of housing versus office uses projected under the plan, and whether the plan met the infrastructure needs of a growing Central Soma population, specifically with relation to schools. In the end, though, the board felt that the ER was adequate and voted 10-0 with Supervisor Yee absent to uphold the ER and to deny the appeals. And last, the India Basin Mixed Use Project was continued to October 2nd. And that's all I have for you.
Mr. Starr, I would like to ask if you perhaps could have an informal meeting with those commissioners who are interested to see the changes in the SALI as they are proposed, just as of recent. I'm personally concerned that buildings which are 15,000 square feet could house small printing outfits, and what comes to mind for those of us who have been on the commission for a long time is indeed Mr. Miko, who so valiantly fought for preserving SALI and leaving small PDR spaces as is. These are PDR spaces which operate in facilities that are of lower rent, with lots of competition for higher or better use, in this particular case, affordable housing, displacing those people. So if we could perhaps spend an afternoon just briefly talking about what buildings in particular would be affected, because I'm sure you have a map where you can pretty much show which buildings would be affected, what sites would become available, and what is in those buildings.
I believe it would be just one building, and I'm sorry if it wasn't clear. It's lots over 15,000 square feet and buildings with 800 square feet could be demolished.
Okay, so it is not small PDR space which would be affected by it?
No, it is very small, what we consider accessory ancillary buildings that would be demolished.
It's mostly vacant lots.
That part I understand. Now we're talking about particular buildings which would be taken down in order to make room for affordable housing. So I want to make sure that those are not buildings that we are protective of, because they are the DNA of the SALI itself.
I think perhaps you did misstate it. 1,000 square foot buildings, not 15,000 square foot lots. That might have been the confusion. So it's only buildings of up to 800 square feet, very tiny buildings.
So it's like a shed almost.
Exactly. But why don't we just like send you a summary of the legislation so you, at least you understand
I would
of the changes.
I would appreciate seeing it.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
And my understanding that there are 2 lots over 15,000 square feet in the SALI district, but only one has a building of 800 square feet on it.
Okay, if you send it to us,
Sure.
I'm definitely will support it, as long as it doesn't do the things I'm asking.
And the Board of Appeals did meet last night. One item that I would think would be of interest to the Commission was the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a building permit application for 1015 to 1033 Van Ness Avenue. This permit sought to legalize the reduction of number of residential care units in the facility. This had been previously approved and authorized by the redevelopment agency. It was actually a competitive contract that the appellant had won. As part of that, they had to provide 112 residential care units, 20 dementia beds, and 25 affordable units. They have provided, over the history of the building, as far as we can tell, they've never provided the affordable units. In 2007, they began to illegally merge units in the property to make a dwelling unit for what was stated to be the assistant director, who last night the appellant admitted was her son. And on a site visit that we had performed on Tuesday, actually at the request of the appellant, they invited the commissioners and agencies to visit the site. On the site visit, I noticed that the assistant director's license, the state license, actually expired a year ago. But we reported all of this information to the Board of Appeals last night. They ultimately decided to uphold the Commission's denial of the permit. As you may be aware, there's active litigation. The city did sue the property owner earlier this year, and that continues to move forward, and we will continue with the enforcement actions on the property as well. Thank you.
Very good, then, Commissioners. Now we are on general public comment, and at this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I did have several speaker cards.
Yeah, Francisco Jerry Dratler.
So commissioners, coincidentally, when your zoning czar first came on board, I said a few words to you, and you've done well. And I watch you a lot. You're very diligent. And I think that comes from what you said today, that you're proud, that your family taught you some values, and we appreciate it, the people of San Francisco. I represent the first people of San Francisco, the Mohawk Ohlone. And from time to time, I come over here to just state to the planners that you all have to pay attention to empathy and compassion. When we look at our city and we see so many seniors living in tents, and then we see the acts of Salesforce, the congestion on our streets, hot spots everywhere, much of the land which is landfill prone to liquefaction and severe flooding. And then we have the example of the Millennium Building. And some of us cannot answer this question straight because we haven't done due diligence. So in the old days, when I think only one commissioner is left from the old days, when we would come here and fight about all the issues in the Bayview Hunters Point, where depleted uranium was tested, where large animals that took part in the Bikini atomic experiments were brought to Hunters Point and buried all over the place. None of us know that history, but I write about them. So recently, when some employees from Tetra Tech were caught cheating the manifest and they are now in jail, everybody has awoken from their slumber. At this planning department, we would give Lennar, Urban at that time, now 5 Points Holdings LLP, a pass. Commissioners, on this Ohlone land, we cannot put people on contaminated land. We are not the purveyors of death. We are not the purveyors of death. We are the purveyors of life. The recent conference on the environment, again and again focus on health. And I know you, Director John Rahim, and I appreciate what you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dratler. All right, go ahead.
Oh, my name is Jerry Dratler. The Largent House, designed by Richard Neutra at 49 Hopkins Avenue, is an important part of San Francisco's architectural heritage, and the property is owned by 49 Hopkins LLC, a corporation. Tim Brown's statement 2 weeks ago that Ross Johnson owns 49 Hopkins Avenue is false. You have a copy of the property deed, and his name is not on it. 49 Hopkins LLC acquired the grant deed to the property on January 17th, 2017. On that same day, the LLC entered an agreement with a second LLC, Tab Notes, who loaned the first LLC $350,000, or 20% of the purchase price. It appears that Tab Notes provided the down payment or equity for the purchase of Largent House. When 49 Hopkins LLC borrowed the $350,000, it executed a deed of trust, which you have. 49 Hopkins agreed to keep the property in good condition and repair and not remove or demolish any building. In the event the borrower fails to perform under the agreement, the lender can declare the $350,000 due and payable and cause the property to be sold or require the borrower to restore the house. Did Tab Notes declare 49 Hopkins LLC in default when it destroyed Largent House? And if not, why not? The only person who can answer this question is Tim Brown, the Chief Executive Officer of Tab Notes LLC. Tab Notes filed a Form 12 with the State of California listing Timothy Brown as the Chief Executive Officer. It's on the overhead, and you have a copy. The address on the form is 77 Monterey Boulevard, the address of Brown and Company Real Estate Group. Tim Brown owns Brown and Company. Public information on 49 Hopkins LLC is brief. The legal address is 775 Monterey Boulevard, the address of Brown and Company Real Estate Group. The legal representative is Mark Brown, a broker associate at Brown and Company. In conclusion, we don't know who controls the Largent House today. We do know that the answer to this question resides at 775 Monterey Boulevard, the office of Brown and Company Real Estate Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional general public comments?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Perlman. I'm here to talk about a code section that's kind of problematic to me and a lot of my fellow architects. It has to do with the what can be in a building above a height limit, Section 260, and what are exceptions to that. So typically, we have a maximum of 20% of the roof area that can be above the height limit. So on many buildings, that's a stair tower, an elevator, penthouse, something like that. So many of our projects nowadays, the only place that we can put our exterior, our outdoor space requirement is on the roof to meet the requirements, some of the bigger buildings. So that then requires the elevator coming up and 2 stair penthouses. The problem is that we're not allowed to put a vestibule to protect the elevator, because now you've got an elevator that's opening up on a high, on 7th, 8th, 9th story of a building, 10th story of a building, wind whipping in, and water and debris gets into the elevator shaft. But one of the things that's in Section 260 is A, mechanical equipment and appurtenances necessary to the operation or maintenance of the building or structure itself, it goes on and on, are excluded from the height limit, that can go above the height limit. So I just, what I found is on a number of projects that I'm doing, the planner says, no, that vestibule, you can't have the vestibule because that's not included in the text of Section 260. And what I've found, and I've talked to a number of other architects, one architect told me in particular that they couldn't get a warranty on their elevator because there wasn't protection. And I know a lot of people have concerns about these additional spaces on the roof because maybe they'll become a sunroom or something on the roof. But I think it could be fairly simple to add into the code that this is not only allowed, but it would have to meet, it'd have to be a minimum, maybe 50 square feet, something like that, so it can meet ADA requirements for getting in and out of the elevator and onto the roof deck. And there is a subsection here that talks about in the Eastern Neighborhood Mixed-Use District, which of course is almost a third of the city, enclosed utility sheds of not more than 100 square feet exclusively for the storage of landscaping and gardening equipment for adjacent rooftop landscaping with a maximum of 8 feet above otherwise applicable height limits. It seems like if we can have a shed for landscaping, we certainly could provide a way to protect the elevator, which of course is probably the most expensive piece of mechanical equipment in a building. So I would just ask that, that be investigated and maybe there's a way to provide some code refinement to allow that kind of vestibule at a rooftop elevator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Weber. I'm here to discuss the CU for the Lombardi Sports Site at Jackson and Polk. to open a Formula Retail Whole Foods related market in the now vacant building. I and many others are opposing it, and I would like to identify what I believe to be two key reasons to deny the CU. First and briefly, there's a Whole Foods market at Franklin, California, a very short drive from Polk Street and from the western flanks of Russian Hill. In addition, according to the Whole Foods website, there's free delivery service offered for Amazon Plus members for orders of over $35. This doesn't even address the traffic problems identified with the Polk Street store, which would be more than likely offering delivery services as well. Secondly, as you know, through the efforts of many in San Francisco and elsewhere, State Senate Bill 827, sponsored by Weiner and Ting, was barely defeated. That bill did two things. It unilaterally upzoned land use around transit-centric locations, which would have included Polk Street, by the way, and removed major land use decisions from local governments. The principal sponsor believed that the state needed to take over that function because the locals were not doing the job. A new version of 827 is likely to emerge again in early 2019, along with another round of other housing bills. So here sits a site at a perfect location to build with no loss of existing housing and on a transit-centric location, multifamily housing, which could house in whole or in part seniors or low to middle income families in a neighborhood which is multifamily buildings abound, so it would fit right in. On October 4, you will be advised that housing on that location is not before the Commission. While that may be technically true, please consider that individual local land decisions cannot be made in individual silos, not with local housing needs being as prominent a topic at the state level as it is. Granting the CU would have significant consequences far beyond just a new market in the neighborhood. It could also contribute to San Francisco losing control over land use decisions, and it may even be Exhibit A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Ms. Rom?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ozzie Rome with Noe Neighborhood Council. Next week, the case of 1600 Jackson will be before you, so I'm just continuing on the comments that my colleague, Mr. Weber, made, and this is going to be for the second time. The case was continued precisely because the developer was supposed to come up with a solution that included housing, but that hasn't happened. And you'll be hearing the unfounded claim of it doesn't pencil out for the second time next week. But a few months ago, something interesting happened and bore a hole in that claim. The property at 2030 Polk Street, that is only a block away from 1600 Jackson, filed for preliminary project assessment with the Planning Department. Overhead, please. As you can see in the overhead, the site was, you don't see it on the overhead, but the site was purchased for $13 million, which is twice as much as 1600 Jackson was purchased for. Nevertheless, this particular project is attempting to build 43 units, as you can see on the overhead. This is not about profits, it's about convenience. So long as the developer has the option of renting to Whole Foods and Amazon, they'll avoid building what needs to be built here. Every Thursday, you hear the same usual suspects about our housing crisis. They call for upzoning this and that neighborhood. They dismiss the impact on tenants. Here we have a site that doesn't involve any tenant displacement. It doesn't require any upzoning, and it's a perfect site for housing ground floor retail as well as housing atop. This is the right place, and this is the right time to build here. So please, don't fall for this bogus claim of it doesn't pencil out. Reject the CU and required housing here. Incidentally, next week there will be another project before you, and that's going to be in my neighborhood of Noe Valley. Real Foods, same story. We are against a conditional use authorization for just stores. This is not what we need. If we are going to be spending money on building retail solutions, it does have to come with housing. We either have the same mantra of densification for everyone, or we're going to have select developers or select projects that will have to comply with that. So if this is the policy of the planning department, please do require developers to do this and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Hochtel. I've lived in Dogpatch for over 30 years, and I'm a longtime member of the Dogpatch Neighborhood Association. Throughout the years, I have witnessed the transformation of this once low-income neighborhood with a mix of industrial houses and modest residential buildings to high-density luxury apartments, condos with a vibrant commercial strip that is mostly made up of restaurants and bars. To this day, we don't have a major grocery store in our neighborhood. To shop at the nearest Whole Foods, I have to go to the Potrero Hill store on 17th, which is not walkable, or the one on 4th Street, which is 2 miles away. And we consider ourselves lucky compared to other neighborhoods in District 10, such as Bayview and Hunters Point, that don't have a major grocery store, currently don't have a major grocery store. Now, compare that to the case of the proposed Whole Foods at 1600 Jackson that will be before you next week. Here's an opportunity to use the soft site to build 62 units, give a few to below market rate housing, and make good on our densification mantra. But no, we're not doing that because the developer claims it doesn't pencil out, and the affluent neighbors want their second Whole Foods in an area that is rich with numerous grocery stores, large and small. But it does pencil out. The proof in the pudding is a nearby project mentioned by Ms. Rome that was initiated just a couple weeks ago. If we give in to unfounded claims of developers, we're giving up city planning. It always pencils out to build high-density luxury units in Dogpatch, and now at nearby Bayview and Hunters Point, because the option of renting an existing building to a major grocery store is never on the table. But not in Russian Hill and not in Pacific Heights. If we need more housing, let's not squander the opportunity of building on a soft site where there's no displacement and no upzoning involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional general public comment? Mr. Paul?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. First of all, I would like to just throw something out there for my own self-interest, being somewhat hearing impaired, not strictly from last night's Metallica concert, but from concerts like that in the distant past. So please do try to use the microphones when you address the commission hearing. It makes it a lot easier for me to follow what's going on. Secondly, I'd like to thank Mr. Sanchez for his excellent work in these years. It's an incredibly difficult job, and it's been a pleasure to work with him, and I've found his delicacy and elegance as he works with incredibly complex issues and very disparate personalities really impressive, and it's set a tone for the department that should remain. On to other things. I want to continue my updates to you on the cannabis issues. This, if I go to the overhead, this hit the internet last Friday, I think. And there's been a lot of buzz. Okay, Haight Street now has a cannabis store. Big question is, why has the city selected an applicant to move forward as an Upper Haight recreational cannabis dispensary without any public input on the question? There are many districts in the city where there are conflicting applicants for the same retail location. You do incredibly important work here, Commissioners, and I really honor the time you put in. As I look through the calendar, today's hearing, it's hard for me to find something that will affect as many people in their daily lives as directly as
a wrong choice for a cannabis retailer in a busy neighborhood commercial district like the Haight, like North Beach, like parts of the Mission, like parts of the Sunset. This stuff needs to be handled delicately, not by a algorithm based strictly on who pressed a button quickest to the Office of Cannabis submitting an application. Some people in the Upper Haight contacted me about this, and I quickly put together a petition for them, which states the following. We are the neighbors of the 1600 block of Haight Street. And we request a public hearing to consider the granting of a new adult-use cannabis retail permit. Reports in the media have stated the selection of retailer unknown to us has already taken place without input from the community. This is unacceptable. We know our neighborhood, and we will not have such an important decision made by and for those who know nothing about Haight Street or our local concerns. Please allow our community to be heard before it's too late. So they got this on Tuesday. They got 75 signatures, and they're getting more. I'll submit this through the commission secretary when it's ready. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Paul. Any additional general public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Richards?
Just to comment on the last speaker's issues, the zoning administrator, we would hear a dispensary going into a neighborhood commercial district as a CU, correct?
Generally, I believe it is a conditional use authorization, and it might be helpful to, prior to having any hearings on the matter, to have the Office of Cannabis give a presentation as to how they make their decisions and refer those items.
Can we?
And we that's already in the works to do an informational hearing to talk about the process and what's coming before us and how prior to the first action we take on recreational cannabis. All right, we can move to the regular calendar.
Very good, Commissioners. We will take up item 8 that was pulled off of consent for case number 2018-007452 CUA. At 2401 Taravel Street, this is a conditional use authorization.
Commissioners, before we start, I want to introduce you to another planner you have not met yet. Gabriela Pantoa had joined the department in November of 2016 as part of the Flex team with a focus on reviewing and processing ADU legalization projects. And she has since transitioned into the Southwest team. Prior to joining the department, Gabriela worked with the city of Berkeley, where she reviewed and processed land use entitlements and building permits and managed that department's housing data. She has a bachelor's in political science and geography from UC Berkeley. So we welcome you to the commission.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, President Hillis and Commissioners. Gabriela Pantoja, Department staff. The case before you is a request for a conditional use authorization for the conversion of an existing single-family dwelling unit into a child care facility, doing business as Casa de Bambini, for up to 24 children at an existing 2-story, approximately 2,525 square foot residential building located at 2401 Taravel Street. The project includes minor interior and exterior alterations of the existing building originally constructed in 1924 to accommodate a child care facility. The project site is a 3,250 square foot property located on the south side of Taravel Street between 34th and 35th Avenues, not 34th and 35th Streets as indicated erroneously on your notice and agenda, and is located within the Taravel Street Neighborhood Commercial District, NCD zoning district, and 40X Height and Bolt district. The immediate surrounding neighborhood of the project site is 2 to 3 story residential and mixed-use developments, with mixed-use developments consisting of commercial tenant spaces located at the ground floor and residential units located at the remainder of the floors. The neighborhood includes a mix of land use uses, including residential, personal service, retail, restaurants, and institutional uses. The item before you is required by Planning Code Section 317 for the conversion of an existing dwelling unit. The proposed childcare facility Casa de Bambini, is committed to providing a carefully planned, stimulating environment which will help children develop with themselves the fundamental habits, attitudes, skills, and ideas which are essential for a lifetime of creating, thinking, and learning. The proposed child care facility will operate between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. and will serve children between the ages of 2 and 6 years old. Designated drop-off and pickup windows will be assigned to each child to alleviate traffic congestion during their proposed drop-off and pickup hours. The project sponsor has expressed intent to apply for a passenger loading zone curb designation along 34th Avenue. The project sponsor has received 25 letters in support of the project, including a letter of support from District Supervisor 4 Katie Tang and California Assembly Member Mark Berman. The project sponsor has also provided documentation indicating the interest of the proposed childcare facility for residents of the immediate area and other San Francisco residents. Approximately 75 signatures and contact info were provided. The department did receive one letter in opposition of the project from the West Side Equals Best Side Community Group with a concern regarding the loss of a dwelling unit. The property is currently owned by the proposed child care facility operators, and the home is currently vacant. The home has been vacant for more than 2 years, and an eviction history review by the rent board found no evictions. The project complies with the criteria for the conversion of a dwelling unit per Planning Code Section 317. The department recommends approval with conditions and believes the project is necessary and desirable for the following reasons. The department finds the project on balance and consistent with objectives and policies of the general plan and meets all applicable requirements of the Planning Code. The project will convert an existing single-family dwelling unit into a child care facility and provide a service that is in dire need in the immediate neighborhood and in the city. The proposed project will not displace an existing residential tenants or remove rent-controlled or affordable housing from the city's housing stock. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Project sponsor? Welcome. How are you?
The clerk?
Yes. Yep, and you've got 5 minutes if you want to
Okay.
present here.
Hello.
We do.
My name is Sandra Balsaretti, and I am the director of Casa de Bambini School. We are seeking your approval for our project at 2401 Taraval Street. A little bit of background. We have a Montessori program in Palo Alto, and we had another Montessori program in Menlo Park. Previous to purchasing this building, we unfortunately received a rent increase of 600% at our Menlo Park location after only being open for 3 years. And we had the displacement of 38 families at that time. So immediately, my husband and I realized that possibly remaining on a lease would cause the same effect. And we decided to look for something also closer to home. A little background on our family. This is a family-owned business. We are by no means wealthy. In fact, when we bought our little house about 20 years ago in the city, up the road from Taraval, we paid a little bit over $400,000, and that was the largest number that I ever seen on paper. The acquisition of this building was a really big deal to us, but we felt we needed to really have a permanent home in order to do this well. And we also realized that children really thrive in small environments, especially between the ages of 2 to 5. So with that in mind, we acquired the property. We made no changes. It's really not a remodel at all. It's a conversion. We kept everything that we needed to keep for a dwelling in the future. My husband and I were teen parents. We had our first child when I was 16, and he was 17. So we see education as a life-saving raft. And, you know, it made a big impact in our life. And we wanted to bring that to San Francisco. We have 2 teachers that have commuted to our Palo Alto campus for many, many years. I do the commute every day, so I'm on the road about 3 hours a day. This is a great opportunity for the neighborhood, for education, and also the fact that life has taught me that things can be unpredictable. So we went above and beyond in maintaining the dwelling opportunity. We have growing children. This is a new market. We don't know what's going to happen. So for us, it was very important to maintain that second story as a livable space. In fact, we kept all the character. We did a voluntary seismic retrofit, and a lot of the original panels had to be removed around the fireplace where beautiful bookcases were built in. And our carpenter thought that we were a little bit crazy when we said that he had to take it a little bit at a time and put it back. And we did the same thing with the beautiful built-in sideboard in the dining room. Everybody knows that licensing really appreciates a lot of square footage, and we were willing to sacrifice that with the idea that that may return to being a home either for us or our children, or depending on how things go in San Francisco. And lastly, I just wanted to say that the neighborhood has been very welcoming to us. As we had canvassed and got to know our neighbors, a lot of the businesses got excited, and we have a karate place right across the street. We offer foreign languages in our program, and physical education, and music, so we're trying to find the same elements. And just lastly, while we are a for-profit organization, as you know, just because you're a nonprofit doesn't mean you're not profitable, and vice versa. We are very much tuition dependent. We don't do any fundraising. We think that families have a hard time enough raising the money to pay tuition. But through that path, it allows us to give substantial scholarships to people in need in the community. And we have done that in every city that we've been. We are not familiar where we can have a high impact in San Francisco, but I can promise you that we will. We've done so with the Job Train, which is an amazing organization in Menlo Park, and we offer to them 10% of our enrollment for children in need that they could identify through the organization. We've done the same with our Palo Alto campus, and presently we do have families on mini scholarships and full scholarships. We provided a service, a man family, an opportunity to enroll their children. They had 3 children for up to the 3 years that the courses go through. We are Montessori school, so it's 3 to 6. And we had one of their children for 2 years. That was about a $50,000 investment in that child's education, and we had the other child for about 6 months. Unfortunately, they live on the other side of the bay, and they couldn't come to school. Otherwise, we would have continued giving them the scholarship. That
Great.
means I have to say bye-bye, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it does.
Thank
We
you
may
very
have
much.
questions for you, though. Thank you, Ms. Balzaretti. I've got one public comment speaker, M. Morvan, and if others would like to speak, please line up on the screen side of the room.
Hello. Sorry, I just learned a few hours ago that I would be the one talking today, so it's going to be a little bit disorganized. First, I want to start saying I'm a Sunset resident and a dad of 2. My younger daughter is still in preschool, so I definitely get it. I definitely need that. I definitely know that we need a preschool slots. So I'm here on behalf of West Side, Best Side, and we know it was on the consent agenda, so it likely be approved, but we wanted to come today to be able to say we told you so when the trend we started describing 2 weeks ago has actually become a trend. We should be giving the same consideration to home removal than the consideration you're giving to home addition. Here, you have a decision that's likely that will be based on the need for family amenities in a neighborhood that's family friendly. But when you have businesses, private businesses competing and outbidding families, there won't be a lot of families remaining in the Sunset. Again, there is 40 vacancies, storefront vacancy on Taraval, 150 in the Sunset. And you have other local players who know the Sunset. For example, Storybook, they're 2 blocks away on Taraval. It used to be a repair shop for TVs. They will be able to serve 40 kids. It was not a dwelling unit. You have Hug on Noriega. They will also be able to serve 40 kids. It used to be the Surfrider Foundation, then San Fran Psycho, the clothes store. So what they did, they took vacant commercial space on commercial corridor and turned them into a preschool. That's what you should be doing. But once again, here today we're not talking about permitting childcare or preschool. It's already permitted. On the ground floor, they are licensed to serve the children. And they don't need the upper floor to operate. So today you're going to be voting on allowing office space to replace a family-sized home on an NCD zone property in the middle of the worst housing shortage that we have, in the middle of virtually building no new housing in the Sunset. So this kind of behavior of outbidding people who want to live here, keep it vacant, and then remove the home is going to become a trend. We're telling you, we're seeing that on other places. And one home that's removed on the Sunset Block is pretty significant. On the Sunset Block, you only have 45 homes. So, yeah, please give the same consideration for removal than adding, especially when you have outside players. How would you feel about a project from Palo Alto-based company that with letter of support from Redwood City, CEOs, Santa Clara? We're not against more childcare, just not here, just not in place of housing, and just not when it likely create a trend that wouldn't matter if the Sunset was building enough homes. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioners. Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for the project sponsor, please. Can you come to the mic? So the
Yes.
speaker in opposition to the loss of the dwelling unit had
Yes.
mentioned that other child care centers are in true commercial spaces. You know, you're in a commercial district, but you're a bona fide residence, and you're allowed to serve 14 children on the ground floor, but maintain the residence above. When you bought this house, did you consider buying a vacant storefront or a vacant commercial building with maybe a rental unit above?
Sure. We would love to find a commercial space that provides the type of outdoor space that often licensing asks for and the type of exits. We did look at another fully commercial property in another part of San Francisco. And we tried to work with the city, brought the fire department to check the issue with double exits and appropriate dimensions and safety for the children was our main concern. And then this, this property was presented to us by the realtor and discussed the zoning, and that's what made us think, besides the fact that we are familiar with that area, we live right up the road. So we are not, in fact, a Palo Alto company. We are a San Francisco company.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melgar.
Okay, so I support this project. Let me add that, yes, we have a housing shortage. We also have an acute shortage of preschool and childcare space. In fact, in San Francisco today, we have one childcare slot for every 15 kids who need them. One for every 15. And for some populations like Latinos and African Americans, that shortage is even higher. So I am fully in support of, having this project. I also am in support of being creative of where we use childcare spaces because San Francisco is a city that is all built out. and the specific requirements over which we have no control on the local level because they are state requirements that have exits, open space, all sorts of physical requirements make it nearly impossible to find adequate spaces for childcare. So I'm fully in supportive. The Sunset is a neighborhood that has some of the largest concentration of children, and it is woefully underserved. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I'm in full support. I echo Commissioner Melgar's feelings. In addition to that, I think it needs to be noted that the applicant stated that this building will be able to return to residential, and I think that says, enough for me. I move to approve.
Second. Seeing nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, item 13, case number 2018-007507 GPA-2 for the Market in Octavia Plan Amendment for 1650 through 1680 Mission Street. This is a general plan amendment. This is for your initiation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs. The item before you is the initiation of a general plan amendment to add 1650 to 1680 Mission Street to map 1 of the Octavia Market Octavia Plan and to zone them or show them as zoned as the C3G. Previously, on October 23rd of this year, you also initiated a general plan amendment for map 1 of the downtown plan for the same project. These general plan amendments are in response to a zoning map change introduced by San Francisco Real Estate Division to rezone 1650 to 1680 Mission Street to C3G. The purpose of the Real Estate Division's proposed ordinance is to align the zoning with the existing and historical uses of the property. The properties have long been used for office space and are currently used as city offices. However, title recently transferred from the city to a private owner for all the properties except for 1650 Mission, which is still owned and occupied by city departments. The purpose of the proposed general plan amendment is to ensure that the Real Estate Division's proposed rezoning is consistent with the general plan. Commissioners, what's before you is only the initiation of the general plan amendment and does not constitute an action on the proposed general plan amendment or the zoning map amendment. The department is recommending that the Commission approve the resolution to initiate the general plan amendment for consideration on or after October 25th, 2018. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Starr. That's it's planning staff initiated, right? So we'll go to public comment on this item if there is any. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioners? Commissioner Koppel?
Move to initiate.
Second.
And also schedule a hearing on or after October 25th.
Yeah.
Very good. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places us on items 14A and B for case numbers 2018-008654 GPA and MAP at 175 Golden Gate Avenue. This is a general plan amendment and zoning map amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Audrey Beckus, Planning Department staff. Before you today are 2 proposed ordinances that would make changes to the property at 175 Golden Gate Avenue. The proposed zoning map amendment ordinance was introduced by Supervisor Kim on June 12th. The ordinance would rezone the subject property at 175 Golden Gate Avenue from RC4, which is residential commercial high density, to C3G, which is downtown general commercial, so that it may participate in the city's transfer of development rights program. The proposed general plan ordinance was initiated by this body on August 23rd. The ordinance would expand map 1 of the downtown area plan to include the property at 175 Golden Gate Avenue. The purpose of the proposed change is to allow 175 Golden Gate Avenue to be eligible to sell their TDR credits. 175 Golden Gate Avenue is located in the Tenderloin District in a neighborhood made up mostly of mid-rise apartment buildings and converted industrial buildings. It's home to many charitable organizations and religious institutions, such as the St. Boniface Church, which adjoins the subject property. The majority of the Tenderloin is zoned RC4. However, some of the blocks along the neighborhood's eastern edge around 175 Golden Gate Avenue are zoned C3G, including the church. Today, 175 Golden Gate Avenue is home to the De Marillac Academy, which is an independent Catholic school with related youth and family programs. As some background, in 2014, the Board of Supervisors approved an ordinance amending the zoning map, rezoning 133 through 135 Golden Gate Avenue, which is the St. Boniface Church and Rectory, from RC4 to C3G, and amending Map 1 of the downtown area plan to include that property in order to provide for eligibility to sell their TDR rights. On September 5th, 2018, the Historic Preservation Commission heard this item and approved the proposed change of designation for 175 Golden Gate Avenue to a Category 3 or contributory building. Shannon Ferguson, who is our preservation planner who took the case before the HPC, is also here today to answer any questions you may have related to the HPC's decision. The department recommends that the commission approve the proposed map, planning code, and general plan amendments. Based on the department's review, this case meets all of the proposed criteria used for when evaluating a new TDR opportunity. That concludes staff's presentation, and again, Shannon Ferguson and I are both available for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Butkus. Sorry. We'll open this up for public comment, if there is any. Oh, we do have one speaker card, yeah. Sorry. Zulma Teller.
Larry Badner, representing the project sponsor. I'm not going to make a presentation. If you have any questions, we're available.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Teller?
Hello to all of you. Thank you so much, commissioners, for everything you have done for our son. I represent St. Boniface Church, and I'm just here because, of course, we find out about this notice, on the wall. And then, even though the 175 is referred with the name of the Merilac Academy, we just want to make sure the correction, about naming St. Boniface Church as the beneficiary for the TDRs, right? The monies of the TDRs. And also, I'm here representing our, corporate attorney. I'm part of the Finance Council. I'm a member of the Finance Council, and I work hand to hand with him. So we just want to make sure, we're here. And also, if you can take note, our mailing address is 133 Golden Gate Avenue, because we had no clue about this until we find out this post on our wall. And what else? And then, of course, we work for the homeless and also for the children in Tenderloin. So we're very happy thank you, for what you guys are doing for our son, and then rezoning our, this particular building, because the church, our property runs from 133 to 175, and Ms. Audrey is correct, only the 175 needs to be, rezoned to C3G, from RC4 to C3G. So that's all. I just want to make those corrections. I'm not opposed to this. We're actually very happy for what is happening to our church. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioners? Commissioner Melgar.
I make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Thank you.
On that motion, Commissioners, to approve the amendments, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, item 15 for case number 2014.0376 CUA 2918 Mission Street, conditional use authorization.
There are sweet pieces to this motion. Mr. Hills?
Yes.
There were sweet pieces to this motion. Do they all include A, B, and C?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, President Hillis and members of the Commission. Linda Agello Hoagland, Planning Department staff. The project before you is a conditional use authorization to allow new construction over 25,000 gross square feet in the Eastern Neighborhoods Mixed Use District, and for merger of lots resulting in a frontage greater than 100 feet. On November 30th, 2017, the Planning Commission approved the project via Planning Commission Motion Number 20066. On January 2nd, 2018, an appeal of the environmental document was filed citing that the project did not qualify for a community plan exemption. At their June 19, 2018 meeting, the Board of Supervisors unanimously voted to uphold the appeal, reversing the determination that the project did not require additional environmental review and directing staff to conduct a more detailed analysis of potential shadow impacts on Zaida T. Rodriguez Early Education School. The CPE has been updated to include a shadow analysis and is back before the Commission today, along with the project entitlements for your consideration. Since the November 2017 approval, Planning Commission section or Planning Code section 121.7 was revised to require conditional use authorization for merger of lots which would result in a frontage larger than 100 feet in the Mission Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District. Because the project will result in a frontage of 120 feet, the CUA has been added to the entitlements. However, the project itself has not changed from the November 30th, 2017 approval. This project consists of merging of 3 lots into a single 11,653 square foot lot, demolition of a single-story commercial building, and construction of an 8-story, 84-foot, 8-inch tall mixed-use building. The project includes 75 residential units, 6,724 square feet of ground floor commercial, 76 Class 1 bicycle spaces, and 14 Class 2 bicycle spaces. The project includes 8 on-site affordable units, which will be available for rental. Pursuant to California Government Code sections 65915 through 65918, the project sponsor has elected to utilize the state density bonus law. Under the state density bonus law, a housing development that includes affordable housing is entitled additional density, concessions, and incentives, and waivers from development standards that might otherwise preclude the construction of the project. The findings per section 206.6 of the Planning Code have been included in the revised motion, which I handed out at the beginning of the presentation. In accordance with the Planning Department's policies regarding projects seeking to proceed under state law, the project sponsor has provided the department with a 55-unit base project that would include affordable housing to very low-income households. Because low-income households income and because the project sponsor is providing 7 units of affordable housing to very low-income households and 1 unit to low income, a 35% density bonus is allowed. As such, the project seeks waivers from the following development standards: rear yard, dwelling unit exposure, bulk, and bulk, height and bulk. The subject property is currently a commercial building occupied by a self-serve laundromat and associated surface parking lot. It is owned and operated by the project sponsor. Therefore, no residential uses or existing tenants will be displaced. In addition to the prior public correspondence received and reviewed by the Commission at the public hearing on November 30th, 2017, the Department has received an additional 3 emails and 1 letter in opposition to the project. All correspondents cited that the building is too large and not appropriate for the neighborhood. Staff recommends approval of this conditional use authorization request, as noted in the executive summary. The project is generally consistent with the applicable requirements of the Planning Code. It is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan. It is located in a zoning district where residential and ground floor retail uses are principally permitted. The project is consistent with and respects the varied neighborhood character and provides an appropriate massing and scale for the adjacent context. The project complies with the First Source hiring program. It will produce a new mixed-use development with ground floor retail and significant site updates, including landscaping and open space. The project is consistent with and respects the existing neighborhood character and provides an appropriate massing for a mid-block site. The project will add 75 new dwelling units to the city's housing stock, including 18 studios, 27 one-bedroom, and 32 bedroom units. The project provides 0 on-site parking, which supports the city's transit first policy. It'll add on-site affordable housing and will designate 14.5% of the total number of the base project dwelling units as part of the inclusionary affordable housing program, and it will fully utilize the Eastern Neighborhoods Area Plan controls and will pay the appropriate development impact fees. To discuss the community plan evaluation, the shadow impacts, I'd like to introduce Julie Moore from our Environmental Planning Division. I'm also available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoagland. Ms. Moore?
Julie Moore. Good afternoon, President Hillis, members of the Commission. I'm Julie Moore from Environmental Planning, and I'm joined by Chris Kern, Principal Planner. As Linda mentioned, I'll address the additional environmental review that we performed for the project. In response to the board's direction, the Planning Department updated the CPE to include additional analysis of the shadow effects of the proposed project on the Zaida T. Rodriguez Early Education School. The remainder of the CPE has not been changed. Because the board found the environmental analysis of the project to be adequate in all other respects, the Commission's consideration of the revised CPE is limited to whether the additional shadow analysis is adequate. We evaluated the shadow effects on the schoolyards according to the well-established quantitative methodologies used for shadow analysis on city parks subject to Planning Code Section 295, although schoolyards are not subject to Section 295. Under these procedures, quantification of shadow effect is expressed as a percentage of the theoretical annual available sunlight. I'll summarize the findings on the two schoolyards. To orient you, I have a map right here. If you could put on the overhead. Let's see.
Upside down.
You can see the project site on the right. So there's two schoolyards. The main schoolyard is to the south of the proposed project, and it has the large yellow schoolyard there. That's the pre-kindergarten yard, and the one across the alleyway the school that's on Bartlett Street has a schoolyard that faces the project site there across the alley. So for the pre-kindergarten yard to the south, the shadow study showed that the proposed project would increase shadow by 0.2% of the theoretical annual available sunlight. During school hours, project-related shadow would cover approximately 5% of the yard in the early morning and leave the play yard by 9:10 a.m., which would overlap for the first 10 minutes of the morning recess period. Shadow would reach the pre-kindergarten yard again in the late afternoon, as early as 4:45, and most of the late afternoon shade would occur after the pre-kindergarten school's 5:30 p.m. closing time. For the transitional kindergarten to the yard to the west, the project would increase shadow by approximately 17% on an annual basis. Net new shadow would fall on the yard year-round in the early morning and would leave the yard by 11:30 a.m. from late February through mid-November and by about 10:20 during the remainder of the year. The area of net new shadow would vary by season and by time of day, from as low as 2% of the schoolyard to as much as 97% of the schoolyard. The transitional kindergarten has two classrooms that operate from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the school year calendar. There's no morning or after-school care. Use of the yard is limited to morning and lunch recesses, which occur between 9 to 10 a.m. and afternoon. Because net new project shadow would be completely gone from the yard by 11:30 a.m. at all times of the year, there would be no new shadow during the lunch recess, or half the time it is used each day. The greatest amount of shadow would occur around the summer solstice, when school is not in session. Focusing further on the morning recess hour, during roughly half the year, spring and early fall, there'd be an average total shadow coverage on the yard of approximately 78%. And during the other half of the schoolyard, late fall and winter, shadow coverage would average about 29% on the schoolyard during the morning recess. In summary, during the 2 hours per day that the yard is used by students for recreation, shadow coverage exceeding 2/3 of the yard on average would occur approximately 1/4 of the time, particularly at the earliest hour of morning recess in the late fall and early spring. Project shadows would disappear after approximately 10:20 a.m. in the winter months and 11:30 a.m. for the remainder of the year. It should be noted that during the morning recess hour, roughly 1/4 of the transitional yard is currently shaded by a gazebo overhang structure on the east side of the school building, a shade structure over the sandbox, and a stand of trees that border the northern and southern edges of the yard. Therefore, the actual amount of net new shadow would be considerably less than calculated in the shadow study. And I have a few photos from a site visit. There you can see the sandbox with the cover and the shade of the trees on the south end of the site. And here's on the northern edge of the property, again shading at between the 9 and 10 o'clock a.m. hour that's existing on the schoolyard. So, shadow from the project, while noticeable during the current morning recess times at certain times of the year, would not substantially affect the use of the schoolyards and would not exceed levels commonly experienced or expected in a dense urban environment. For the above reasons, the proposed project would not result in significant impacts related to shadow that were not identified in the Eastern Neighborhoods Program EIR. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Project sponsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Loper, Ruben Junius and Rose on behalf of RRTI. I want to start by thanking Planning Department staff for its tireless work processing the 2918 Mission Street project through approvals into November 2017, and then defending its CEQA clearance document earlier this year in front of the Board of Supervisors. In particular, special thanks to Linda, Rich Sucre, Julie Moore, Chris Kern, and others. As some of you may know, the Board of Supervisors' actions regarding that project are the subject of ongoing litigation between RRTI and the city. And unfortunately, until it is resolved, I cannot offer any further comment and refer you to the letter that was sent by RRTI's litigation counsel on Tuesday. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll open this item up for public comment. I don't have any speaker cards, so if you'd like to speak, please line up on the screen side of the room. And you can approach in any order. Ms. Giovanopoulos.
Good afternoon, Commission President Hillis and fellow commissioners. I'm Anastasia Giovanopoulos. I frequently pass by this laundromat. Overhead, please. Near 25th and Mission Street. Robert Tillman is an investor, and he's interested in getting his project entitled. He says that once he gets the entitlement, he'll sell it. So he's not interested, he's not capable of putting money into the project to get it built, and he doesn't have the expertise. So let's take that into consideration as far as rushing the project through. This is what he is, an investor. Second, he didn't like the shadow study, and I don't like the results of the shadow study. As an educator, and I hold a master's degree in early childhood education, and I'm a preschool director, a former preschool director. I see the importance of the children having that sunlight in the morning hours. You see that the percentage that's going to be covered in the morning hours when those preschool kids are out there is significant. You can't make light of that. And the pictures that you saw of the trees in that photo, the trees have no leaves on them. I've passed by there, and they're cut way back, just to the stumps. So you can't say that there's an overhang of trees and, covering that place. So if indeed the project does get approved, I'd say you need to have more family housing on that site, and you should listen to the needs of the community, the needs of the child care, and the children especially. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Gus Hernandez. I emailed you earlier today when I found out that this was on the agenda. And my question is, where is the base density calculation for this project? 2918 Mission is a state analyzed density bonus project. The Planning Code, Section 206.5, gives specific instructions on how to demonstrate that you qualify for a height bonus under the Analyzed State Density Bonus Program. 206.5 says, if the applicant demonstrates that it qualifies for a height waiver through the following formula. Step 1, calculate base density and bonus density limits. The Planning Code continues with the definition of how to calculate base density. I'll read specifically from the Planning Code, Section 206.2 definitions. Base density is lot area divided by the maximum lot area per unit permitted under existing density regulations. For example, 1 unit per 200, 400, 600, 800, or 1,000 square feet. Again, I will ask, where is the calculation for base density for this project? It wasn't included in the application. My guess is that the project sponsor worked backwards. They proposed the building that they wanted to build, and then they worked backwards to figure out what the base density would be in order to get to that number. I know this because we have a very similar project on Divisadero 1355 Fulton, which I've mentioned here before, a 9-story building in our 65-foot height limit corridor. We have a prescriptive planning code that defines how to calculate base density. Why should any project be exempt from following the planning code to determine the actual density bonus? If any project can use the state density bonus, then the planning code must be amended to provide a way to calculate that bonus density limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Sorensen.
Hi, Marie Sorensen with Calle 24. I haven't been here for the Tillman in a while, and it still fries me that he fights all development in Sausalito because he doesn't want his views blocked. Well, I just think it's wrong. But really, would you send your kids to this is essentially a preschool that their recess is in a moldy, dank yard that's probably going to be cold because of the shadows? The new shadow study has found that the proposed project will cast a shadow up on 63 to 67% of the playground, up from the current 3.83 to 8%. The consequences of inadequate sunlight for children, for small children in particular, adequate sunlight is essential for the development of bone structures. Lunch doesn't cut it. Kids get rickets. Children who spend more time in the sun are less likely to need glasses for nearsightedness due to physical changes in the eye influenced by outdoor light exposure. Not enough sunlight early in the day affects sleep patterns and the student's ability to learn. Why can't there be a setback or some other change in the project to mitigate the damage, the lack of sunlight that will be inflicted on the playground? In the end, it'll be kids zero, Tillman millions. The children always lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Annalisa Escobedo. I'm with Calle 24. One of the biggest issues to come of this entitlement process is the loss of local controls and community input that the Destiny bonus has created. Like any community, it needs input into the entitlement process to ensure that projects are affordable, equitable, contextual, and provide community benefit. This project does not, but it hurts us, and it hurts the community.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Larissa Pedroncelli with United to Save the Mission. And I wanted to speak on a couple of things. First, the use of the density bonus to circumvent the Mission Area Plan Objective 2.1 that states that those to develop market rate housing would be able to do so only under the following requirements. Number one, that they provide a high percentage of units affordable to very low, moderate income households on site through super inclusionary requirements beyond the city's inclusionary program. And the use of the density bonus in this project has not brought us additional affordable housing, but rather now makes the percentage 10.7%, which is the lowest to date in the Mission. On a project that has 75 units, only 8 units will be affordable. And I know that Gus spoke to Planning Code Section 206.5, that we haven't seen the calculation for the base density bonus. And so we'd like to see this reviewed before the project could move forward. And we feel that when you add this amount of density, the whole idea is you can amortize more affordable housing, and that's why the MAP 2.1 objective has asked for that. And then the second thing is the circumventing of the restriction of lot mergers. And the whole idea behind the lot mergers is so that we have variation in our architecture and we don't just have one large massing. And this large massing and this frontage has also allowed the project sponsor to just do 2 commercial units that are very large in size, one over 3,000 square feet and one over 4,000 square feet, which typically are not attainable to our Mission businesses. And they really should be broken up into at least 4 spaces. The only people that could afford that size of space are going to be somebody that has a lot of venture capital behind them or some other capital behind them. They're not going to be available to our local businesses. So we're very concerned about the massing of this building, how it looks, and the circumventing the lot mergers and then also the affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, I want to speak here on behalf of the children. If you study the demographics of San Francisco, a population 830,000. And if you review all the documents from the San Francisco Unified School District, which really comes under the state, and then you go into our charter schools, and then you go into our child care, you will see that this city hasn't done justice to our children. So when these so-called representatives come with the backing of the district supervisor, Hillary Rowan, they back a project without representing the children. So what happens in a planning commission like this, you all go to a place of rubber stamping because you do not hear qualified, meaningful expertise that can represent the children. A couple of the people commenting today have brought to your attention about sunlight. But we don't know the operators if they could accommodate, say, an atrium, or go to Europe and check and see how children are accommodated indoors because of the lengthy months they have of winter. We don't look at that. We just look at the drab schools that we built, including Willie Brown Middle School, which is a joke. A lot of money went into that school, and it doesn't do justice. So I don't know these projects, where they come from. And I see them here at the planning. Most of the time I'm at home, I'm watching it and doing my analysis. But we need the expertise of the people who are zeroed in on education, sound education. You'll be surprised if we don't care for our children, if we don't care for our infants, from being infants to 5 years, 5 to 10, then, you know, they're not doing due justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm not sure how much you guys got into the shadow study, how much you were able to look at it, but I don't think the environmental planner really kind of portrayed the numbers as they should be. The entire transitional kindergarten playground is going to be in shadow for most of the year until 11:30 a.m. That drops back a little bit when you go toward the winter solstice. The school's only open till 2 p.m. That's half the school day. So I think that's a pretty significant thing. We're allowing a triple lot merger, whereas if the southernmost lot wasn't merged and built, you could actually have a lot more sun hitting that schoolyard. That's where a lot of the sun's being blocked from for part of the year. It's hard to believe the planning code will allow massive shadow increases on an entire school playground for over half the school day, when in other parts of the planning code, we regulate things like the sun plane on alleys so that sun actually has to come down a 45-degree angle. Buildings are shaped so that the sunlight hits the sidewalk for pedestrians. I think this community deserves a better project overall. The density bonus invoked in this case is a straight kick in the face to the vulnerable community being displaced and priced out at an alarming rate. This project is out of scale in a district where changes made to planning codes stress promoting diversity of structures and the multiplicity of land ownership. This is a true example where local control is very important. I think all you guys know that, you feel that. Only local jurisdiction can properly oversee that projects move in a direction that actually benefits the community. This project represents the lowest possible benchmark of community-minded development with the affordability. There's been no community negotiation with this project sponsor. It's kind of an unfortunate thing. So just wanted to bring those things to your attention. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Arguello with Calle 24. There's 3 things in this project that we want to address, and some of the folks have been talking about that. First is the shadow study. There is significant impact in that school, particularly in the back, in the southern part of the building. 63%, even in their documents of the shadow study, says there's an increase of 63% from sunrise to 11:30 a.m. And you got to remember that program only goes till 2 p.m. every day, so they're losing a significant amount of sunlight. The second thing, of course, is the state density bonus that has really taken away any kind of input from the community whatsoever, whether it's in design, whether it's affordability, whether it's the artwork. Even the artwork that's on the building does not represent the community at all. It is across the street from the Latino Cultural District. We will have impacts into the district. Just because it's across the street doesn't mean that we're not going to be affected. We would definitely be affected. The third part is the calculation of the state density bonus. It's not in the package. How was it calculated? How do we know it's the right amount? Could he have put all those additional units within its past existing height? How do we know that he needs an extra 2 stories? And I think we need to really look into that. I think the city attorney needs to look into that. There is no calculation because we're NC2. We were NC3 in the past, where it had a base percentage allowed. So I think we really need to look at that and make sure that we really dot our I's, cross our T's before this goes over, because there's many other buildings like this coming into the area. And we need to have some kind of say into what's coming into our neighborhoods, into our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and open it up to commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Melgar.
Okay, I wasn't going to say anything, but I feel compelled to say that I'm perplexed by the language in the shadow analysis and the presentation. I don't see how you can call a 63% increase in the shadow insignificant. That's unbelievable. I also want to point out that the Zaida Rodriguez program is a year-round program. So during the summer equinox, the kids are in fact there. It is a year-round program. And it is open only till 2, so this is a significant impact on this playground. I also want to add the context of where this is, because it is in a zone, in an area of the city that has been deemed by the Recreation and Parks Department as an equity zone, meaning that there are not enough public open spaces for kids to play. There's a few around the city where the Department of Recreation and Parks has put as its focus to increase, open space for kids. And the Public Health Department also has identified this particular zone as an area where kids suffer from the highest rates of obesity in the city. And it's because there are not enough safe spaces for kids to play. And the ages of 0 to 5 are crucial ages for kids to develop skills around play, sports, ways to move their bodies to then prevent chronic disease, obesity, and all sorts of problems for the rest of their lives. So I'm, disappointed in the language, and I do not support this project.
Commissioner Richards.
So in the last couple of weeks, we experienced the fall equinox, and my deck and my backyard have been covered in moisture and condensation that has occurred starting around sunset. And as I look, and I go out in the morning, and the only thing that gets rid of it is sunshine. So as I look at the shadow study and I actually see my experience personally the last few weeks, I look and I think, wow, the school playground is going to be moist in the fall, in the winter, and the spring, because that's just how it is. And if the sun doesn't start hitting it early on, it's going to be dank and damp. And what are the kids going to want to do? They're going to want to go out and play in the moisture. I mean, not even my dog's going to go out and lay on the deck when it's wet. So, I honestly think several of the public commenters, as well as Commissioner Melgar, made a really good point. I really think this is going to have an effect on the health of the children at the school. As for the gazebo, the trees, the Gene Friend Rec Center is being redone. Gazebos come and go with new plans for the parks and for the schoolyards. Trees die, leaves fall off, they get pruned. We see that in my park in DuBose Park. Half the trees aren't there anymore that were huge. But buildings stand for 100 years, and I also do not support this project.
Thank you. Anyone else on this? I mean, I'll offer some comments. One, I think we've obviously heard this numerous times, so has the Board of Supervisors. I think it's a bit unfortunate that the project sponsor is invoking the state density bonus. I mean, the biggest factor to me in that is the reduction in amount of affordable housing. So we go from a level that could be up to 25% to 11% in, the city's crafted its rules to try to maximize the amount of inclusionary housing. Unfortunately, the way the state density bonus is written, it can kind of end around our codes to get a lower percentage. I think we've tried to fix some of that by having fees apply to the density bonus units. But Mr. Sucre, you're telling me that rule wouldn't apply. They're still grandfathered in from the prior rules.
Correct. Based on our understanding of the way the legislation is written, this application came in prior to the adoption of the legislation, and the legislation includes some grandfathering for basically that portion.
Okay. And so the state density bonus puts us in a bit of a bind. I mean, it's tough for us to do anything to this project, to change it or deny it. I think, we'll play this out in a lawsuit. But I also think this is a good site for housing. It's a dense urban neighborhood. I don't think the building is out of scale or out of character. Would it be better 2 stories? Smaller, probably. I mean, it would fit in better, but there are taller, larger buildings there. It's a transit-rich neighborhood. I'd love to see it have more affordable housing, but it doesn't because of the state density bonus. I think passing rules that say we can't shadow, I mean, this is in essence not a public play area or a private one, is kind of what's led to the state density bonus, in that we can throw up all kinds of issues about shadowing alleys. Every project we approve has an impact on its neighbor and its neighbor's light and air by virtue of projects going up. I think it's a particularly acute here, given that it's a child care center, but we don't have the tools or the law to actually stop that from happening. I think we've got to move on. I'm supportive of the project. Again, I bemoan the fact that it can't have more affordable housing, but this is where we are. So I'd like to see a project in housing move forward here. Commissioner Moore.
I did not support the project in November. The project really has not changed, and the comments I made in November hold today. I am not supportive of it, but I would be very curious to understand why there is no base density calculation, because I think that is mandatory. We have seen it in other projects, and why is that missing here?
Commissioners, our apologies. We did include the base density calculation in the last version, and I might have Ms. Aiello Hoagland come up, but it is part of the record, and it was cleared through our consultation with our housing staff. So it is something that's been accessible previously, and it was an oversight on our part in including it in this version of the packet. But in the prior version that you guys looked at back in November of 2017, the base calculation has been part of the record, and it has been clear in terms of what we used to create the maximum for the state density bonus calc.
Commissioner Melgar.
I just wanted to state, Commissioner Hillis, for the record, that it is not a private preschool. It is a public preschool. It is property of the San Francisco Unified School District. And even though it is not a public park under the jurisdiction of Recreation and Parks Department, it is a property of the San Francisco Unified School District and eligible for the Open Play Arts project. Thank
you for the clarification, but also not publicly accessible. Like I can't bring my kids there to go play there.
Not right now, but if it is part of the Open Play Arts, it could be. Yes.
Commissioner Richards.
I'm making my decision based on the new information with the shadow study and the impact on the children. Just to comment on the density bonus law, it's not a law that was created last year or the year before. It was a law created in 1979 to induce affordable housing development by giving back to developers. It's interesting how nobody's talking about, and it's overriding our local inclusionary in this sense, and I think the city for actually now charging impact fees on the density portion itself. I can't wait to see projects come forward that actually have to pay their fair share, which this one is absolutely not doing. But the question I do have for staff is, are they paying the impact fees other than the affordable housing on the density bonus piece, the units that are not in the base project?
Correct. All of the other development impact fees would apply to the project as proposed. Since that's the way
on the additional square footage.
Correct, on the total square footage, from what I understand. But I might defer to Ms. Hoagland to just confirm that item.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to recollect. I've already calculated all the fees, and I would have to look. I don't recall exactly my calculations. It's been several months.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unusual for me to think, and again, I'm making my decision based on the additional shadow analysis, that they'd get a pass on the affordable housing impact fees, but they'd have to pay everything else. And just interesting enough, Housing Accountability Act was a 1979 or 1980 law, and they're tightening it up to reflect today's standards of communities are putting up obstacles to housing, yet nobody's talking about, let's go ahead and change the density bonus law to reflect reality today because we have higher inclusionary fees. So I'm going to call a big hypocrisy on the Sacramento abuse that we're experiencing these days.
All right, Commissioners, is there a motion or further comment? Commissioner Richards.
Move to disapprove.
Second.
On that motion, Commissioners, and it would have to be a motion of intent, I believe.
Intent to disapprove.
On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye. Excuse me, aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
No.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
No.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-3 with Commissioners Fong, Koppel, and Hillis voting against. We should continue this matter then to a date specific in order to allow for a motion to be drafted.
We do it in 2 weeks?
Sure.
So October 11th.
Sure.
If we could just quickly get a motion to continue.
Do we need a motion to do that?
We have to formally
Okay.
continue.
Motion
I
to
should have-
continue to October 11th.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
That's just what I was saying.
Commissioner Richards? Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
No.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Hillis voting against. Commissioners, that'll place us on items 16A and B for case numbers 2017-016476, CUA and OFA. This is a conditional use authorization and office allocation.
Good afternoon, President Hillis and members of the Planning Commission. Nick Foster with department staff. Before you are two requests. One is for a conditional use authorization to establish a general office use at the ground and basement level, and also an office allocation from the office development annual limit, the small cap in particular, authorizing up to 38,791 square feet of the general office use. Project site is located at 420 Taylor Street, located at the northeast corner of Taylor and O'Farrell Streets. The site is situated within the C3G zoning district in a 225S height and bulk district, approximately 3 blocks southeast of Union Square. The site is currently developed with a 4-story over basement building constructed in 1940. The proposed project would convert approximately 35,000 square feet of existing public parking garage at the basement and ground floors into new general office use, with a small area dedicated to retail sales and service use at the ground floor. The project proposes interior and exterior tenant improvements, including construction of a new, approximately 5,000 square foot mezzanine floor. The project would also infill 3 existing garage door openings with new glazed storefront systems and eliminate 3 existing curb cuts, 2 of which are located along Farrell Street and which are actually also listed as transit preferential streets under the city's general plan. The project also proposes no off-street vehicular parking and would add Class 1 and 2 bike parking spaces and showers and lockers in the amounts as required by code. As the subject property is listed as an Article 11, Category 5 contributory building within the Kearney Market Mason Sutter Conservation District, a minor permit to alter was also required to perform the proposed scope of work. On September 4th, 2018, the department approved the minor permit to alter, as the proposed scope of work was found to be consistent with the intent and requirements outlined in the Historic Preservation Commission Motion Number 0289. To date, the department has received only 1 letter of support regarding the proposed project. That's in your case packets. The department finds the project is, on balance, consistent with the objectives and policies of the city's general plan. The department also finds the project to be necessary, desirable, and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The project would create additional office in a building already containing office uses, bolstering employment in an area well served by transit. Further, the project will activate the subject building's 2 street frontages by replacing garage entrances with a new storefront and building entrances, as well as the introduction of a 925 square foot ground floor retail space. The elimination of the 3 garage entrances and adjacent curb cuts will help reduce vehicle pedestrian conflicts, thereby improving pedestrian safety along both street frontages. Based on those findings in the case report, the department recommends approval with conditions. That concludes my presentation. Of course, project sponsor is here for you as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Project sponsor.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. John Kevlin here with Ruben Junius and Rose on behalf of the project sponsor.
So the project before you today proposes to eliminate a public parking garage at the ground floor and basement levels of 420 Taylor to be replaced by new office and some retail space. As Mr. Foster said, the building is historic design in the modern style. So the benefits of this project are clear. We're eliminating a 185-space public parking garage and the removal of 3 highly used curb cuts. So this is going to be a real improvement on the pedestrian experience of this block. There should not be a concern with the loss of public parking spaces. There's at least 2,300 other public parking spaces in garages within 3 blocks of this site. So there's still significant amounts of public parking. The ground floor openings are going to be enclosed with transparent frontage. We explored expanding the amount of glazing to kind of further improve the street frontage. There was concern due to the historic character of the building about doing that, and then as we got further into structural analysis, there were also significant feasibility concerns with being able to do that. So that's why the project before you has just the transparency in the current openings where the garage entries are. The ground floor will be activated by a new retail use. It's small enough for neighborhood serving use, consistent with this existing neighborhood. Now, we're technically in Union Square, but it's really on the edge of Union Square and the Tenderloin. It's not in the C3R district where there's been a lot of discussion at this commission and elsewhere about retail policies on the ground floor. It's in a C3G district. So this is not a place where you would expect to see large retail tenants. And in fact, we did spend quite a bit of time and effort and cost in trying to market the space to a retail tenant. I've got here, and I'll put on the screen. This is a very nice flyer put together by JLL, a very well-respected retail brokerage firm, which shows the potential for both the ground floor and the basement to be retail use. So and anything in between, and there was absolutely no interest whatsoever in the space as retail. So just wanted to show to the commission that the project sponsor really has made a real attempt at trying to make this a real retail space, because we do understand the desire to improve the pedestrian experience and the issues with office on the ground floor. And of course, we're just a couple of blocks away from 6x6. We know the issues there. And in fact, 6x6 is a great location compared to this, right? That's right on Market Street. We're now kind of deep in, non-retail, territory. So I'll leave it at that. Between the infeasibility of the increased transparency and the complete lack of demand for larger retail space here, the project proposes a configuration that significantly improves the pedestrian experience along the building frontage, and a program that is actually practical and can work in this space. So we have a letter of support from the adjacent Clift Hotel, and with that, we thank you and respectfully request your support.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioners. Commissioner Moore.
I think it's an interesting adaptation of a building that is in itself a period piece, but not particularly impressive, at least to me. But I think by opening it up in the way it is, I think it's a good move, and I am in full support of it. It preserves the lobby, it preserves the important parts of the building expression. That is what we're looking for, so I think it's a very positive move.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
I guess in the past 4+ years I've been on the commission, this is the first garage to conversion to anything productive. So I think this is actually going to be a bellwether. So I expect more of these to come. Very well put together presentation. Great project. Absolutely supported.
Commissioner Fong.
Okay, yes. Support of this change was a TV station long ago and a garage adaptation, and probably we're going to see more garage adaptations. So support of it and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. Seeing nothing further, there's a motion to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. The motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on items 17A and B for case numbers 2017-006454.
Jonas, before we go to that, I've got a request recusal for, we're at 858 Stanton, right?
We're at 858 Stanton,
Okay.
but
Yeah, I have a property interest on that block, so I'm going to request recusal from this item.
very good.
Commissioner Richards?
Move to recuse President Hillis.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On the recusal of Commissioner Hillis, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioner Hillis, you are hereby recused. Items 17A and B for case numbers 2017-006454 SHD and VAR at 858 Stanyan. This is for your shadow determination, and the zoning administrator will consider request for variance.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Laura Aiello, Planning Staff. The project before you today is a shadow determination for a proposed 4-story vertical addition to a 1-story commercial building located within an NC1 neighborhood commercial zoning district and a 50-foot height district. Under Planning Code Section 295, a building permit application for a project exceeding a height of 40 feet cannot be approved if there is any shadow impact on a property under the jurisdiction of the Rec and Park Department, unless Planning Commission, in consultation with Rec and Park, makes a determination that the shadow impact will not be significant or adverse. The existing nonconforming building encroaches into the required rear yard and covers the entire lot. The building is not considered a historic resource. The maximum dwelling unit density for this site is 3 dwelling units based on the lot size and adjacent zoning districts. The project will add 3 family-sized dwelling units to the city's existing housing stock and preserve the existing ground floor retail space. The proposed addition will result in a 5-story building measuring 50 feet high at the flat roof. The existing ground floor commercial storefront will be modified and 3 residential units added above. Each dwelling unit will have decks to provide private open space, 1 parking space, and 1 bicycle parking space located in the garage, which is accessed on Frederick Street. An environmental evaluation application was reviewed by the Planning Department and resulted in a CEQA categorical exemption determination for the building permit. On June 21st, 2018, the Recreation and Park Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the Planning Commission recommending to the Planning Commission that the proposed project will not have a significant adverse impact on the use of Golden Gate Park for the following reasons. 1, all new shadow cast by the project would occur in an area currently used as a parking lot. 2, all new shadow would occur in the morning, with all shadows gone no later than 10 a.m. And 3, the duration of the proposed project-generated new shadow would vary throughout the year, with new shadow being present for a maximum of 127 minutes and on average 104 minutes. The only other planning entitlement required for this project are variances from the rear yard and active uses requirements on the ground floor. The zoning administrator will review this request immediately following the shadow determination. The department received 10 public comments in support of the project and 3 opposed to the project based on height and massing. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the shadow findings made by the Rec and Park Commission. The new shadow resulting from the project would not affect any recreational uses and would fall on a surface parking lot. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions should you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a project sponsor?
Should I also include my presentation about the variance in this presentation? Thank you. Okay. Okay. If I could get the overhead. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Perlman for Elevation Architects. I'm representing the project owner for this project. So 858, oh, can we, sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. 858 Stanyan is an addition of 3 family-sized residential units to this one-story commercial building located at the northeast corner of Stanyan and Frederick Streets. This is a small neighborhood commercial district centered around just this intersection. These images show you the before on the left and the proposed on the right. The commercial space at the ground floor is being redesigned to provide 4 times the transparency that is existing on the old American Cyclery building, and is designed to be a modern interpretation of traditional storefront design. The design includes 3 family-sized residential units, 2 with 3 bedrooms and 1 with 4 bedrooms over 4 floors. The building is in scale with the neighborhood. This corner includes buildings between 3 and 5 stories, and these images show kind of the profile of the new building in that area. The one-story building is actually the one that's significantly out of scale with the neighborhood. So we're here today to talk about the shadow. It's an interesting process to go through a year of time where the shadow basically is amounts to 1/40,000% on Golden Gate Park, and the shadow is located on the parking lot for Kezar Stadium and Kezar Pavilion. So we think that, as the Rec and Park Commission acknowledged, that this is an incredibly minimal amount of shadow. This is from the report about the shadow. Between 7:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. on October 25th is the maximum shadow, and it is off the site by that time. So it is really kind of a de minimis amount of shadow, again, on a parking lot. So the variances are there are 2 variances. One is that Section 134 requires that rear yard shall be provided at grade level for this NC1 district. This is kind of unique because all the other NC districts have the rear yard can be at the first level of residential use. So that's a little bit unique. Again, the existing building is 1 story and covers the entire site. So the literal enforcement of this code section would require us to it would essentially require us to tear down 27.5 feet of the existing building. So this variance provides for, would allow for including, there's an existing 2-car parking garage that's there, so we're expanding that to add just 1 additional car and the 3 bicycle parking spaces. There's no material change to the existing neighborhood because this building's been here for 110 years. So from the neighbor's point of view, there's really no difference as to where that yard is actually located, as well as the fact that there is no impact to the mid-block open space because this area where the yard would be is not at all connected to the mid-block open space. So the variance is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the code. It allows for 3 additional residential units. It allows for the required parking, and it allows for a graded expansion of the transparency at the ground floor of this building. The second variance is about street grade parking be set back 25 feet from any facade facing the street. And this is a particularly interesting one because the lot is only 25 feet wide on Frederick Street. So the literal enforcement of this would basically mean we're putting parking in the next yard. So again, the same advantages that by granting the variance, this project will provide some needed family scale housing in a family scale neighborhood. So thanks very much. I hope you'll support the project.
Thank you. I have a one speaker card, Mr. John Newland. If anyone else wants to speak on this item, please line up on the left side of the room. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Newland.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing me. My name is John Newland. I've been a resident of the neighborhood since 1971. I, both as a resident, community member, and a member of the San Francisco Police Department. I started my career at Park Station when it was bombed, killing the sergeant on duty, and I was there when the old horse stables at the station were converted to a community room. So we've come a long way, and I spent, towards the end of my career, I was 4 years as commanding officer of Park Station, and I have seen improvements in the community and the neighborhood through projects like this, and I wholeheartedly support this in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Hi. I'm Sheena. I live in the neighborhood right across the Panhandle. I've lived there for several years. I pass this corner quite often, actually, on my bike, and I've had a chance to look into this project, and I think it's exactly what the city needs. We're in a dire need for family housing, and I think it'd be a great addition to the block, so I hope you guys would approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheena. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tess Wellborn, and I live a few blocks from the project. I have both my own comments to make and to relay the comments of Kristen Evans, President of the Haight-Ashbury Merchants Association. The material with this application included a statement that the Haight-Ashbury Merchant Association had attended a meeting about this project, and that is not true. And furthermore, they advocate, I have the letter for you, they advocate that much more than 3 units be built. Merchants have a great deal of trouble getting staff because they have to commute from the East Bay. On my own recognizance, I feel that it's very important to take another look at this project because it's 3 units. This is a huge, an average size San Francisco lot. It could have 10 units on it. There should be at least 6. The planning department has gone out of its way on other projects, at least I heard about at the Lucky Penny, to say, more units, more units. So why not on this one? The only thing I can think of why you would be accepting this is because of the arcane old rule of 1 unit per 800 square feet of lot size. This is a perfect lot on a corner to put in more units. And I, as a neighbor, and strongly encourage that at least 6 to 9 units be put in on this lot. And you have the ability to give some encouragement to the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walborn. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So this project is in my neighborhood. I live on Stanton Street, not far from the project, and I frequently pass by this building and this block, and I'm just excited to see a new use and more housing in the neighborhood in general. One thing that I would like to clarify before I say my final comments, there was this issue brought up of whether more units can be put on this lot, and I just love the staff to address that comment. As I understand it, the lot is zoned for 3 units, which is why 3 units are there, but please clarify.
Commissioner Johnson, Laura Ayala again, staff. The property zoning, and even when we look at the adjacent zoning districts to see if more units could be added as a benefit because of adjacent zoning, unfortunately does not add any more units to the potential maximum dwelling count of 3. Unless the project sponsor elected to enter the Home SF program, there's no other way to add more units to this site. ADUs are not possible either.
Thank you so much. So generally speaking, I am in full support of this project and would love to hear what other commissioners have to say. Commissioner Moore.
I have been also thinking about the density that is being brought to the slot, and my question is as to whether or not, and I'm not speaking against this project, as to whether or not this commission is prepared to start really talking about changes in policy regarding density per lot, if indeed bringing sufficient units to a lot like this is the issue. I believe that the NC1 800 square foot per unit is somewhat, per lot size is a little bit backwards looking when we are being pressured to bring units and sufficient density to sites like this. There is obviously here the issue where this project is trying to get something, an allocation for shadow, and given the constraints in the NC1 zoning, it cannot really give back in any form or shape, nor can it do an ADU. So there are basically two major missed opportunities. The project on its own is a fine project. I do, though, question that as to whether or not in this area the dwelling unit size, 2,700, 2,000, and 1,700 square feet, is indeed the right mix given what we really need. If you would take 6,400 square feet of residential space, which is in this unit, in these three units, and divide it up a little differently, I think you could do well. I also question, although we are not judging on that, as to whether or not the roof deck on top of the building right next to Golden Gate Park is really the right answer. Those are all questions that kind of are not in front of us, unfortunately, because we have been relegated to simply vote on the shadow, and the variance issue is with zoning Administrator Sanchez across the room. I have questions. I encourage this commission to really push that we spend time with citywide planning and everybody else in the department to look at these questions and start to really make some inroads of how we can look differently at these types of opportunity sites.
Thank you, Commissioner Richards.
So I'm in full support of this project, but I think the policy question that Commissioner Moore raises is a good one, and I'd like to propose we add that to the action item list for this commission to consider around densification, especially in these kinds of more, I would say, fringe commercial areas. The other interesting thing is the only absolute number we have to work on unit size is the average unit size in the city is 1,600 square feet. That's what staff tells us. That's the only thing we have. And we're up here week in, week out. When Commissioner Antonini was on the commission, we had 8,000 square feet of family unit, 5,000 square feet of family unit. I have no idea anymore. I just know that 2,700 is less than 3,000, and that seems reasonable given the way we're supersizing everything. But I'm in full support of this project, and I think that we need to look at both unit size and density moving forward.
Before I turn it over to Commissioner Johnson, I would just say I wholeheartedly support that. I've asked a couple times if we can get a report on the ongoing work of the department of what is a family unit. What is the definition of family housing? And it is both size, but also amenities and all sorts of other things. I think it would behoove us to make some progress there. But Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to say to my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Moore, Richards, and Mulgar, thank you for those thoughtful comments to really help us think about the complexity not only of the project in front of us, but also the policy implications. And I would absolutely agree. My heart always hurts when I feel like there could be more housing that we don't get because we're not able to get creative. So I want to echo my support for all of the recommendations you've made. And with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt the shadow findings and to approve the requested variance.
It's just the shadow,
findings
that are in front of you, Commissioner. The zoning administrator will act on the variance.
So move to adopt the shadow findings.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. If there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been seconded to adopt shadow findings. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission Chair Melgar?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Closed public hearing, inclined to grant the requested rear yard modification and variance, and I would note for Commissioner Johnson that we'll be accepting applications next week. Thank you.
Very good.
It's not gone yet.
Commissioners, it'll place us on items 18 and 19A through D for case numbers 2015-010013 E and V. At 30 Otis Street, certification of the final environmental impact report. Please note that the public hearing on the draft EIR is closed. The public comment period for the draft EIR ended on July 27, 2018. Public comment will be received at this time. However, they may not be included in the final EIR. Case number 2015-010013 ENV, DNX, SHD, and VAR at 30 Otis Street. Adoption of CEQA findings, downtown project authorization, shadow determination, variance, rear yard modification, and elevator height exemption waiver will be considered by the zoning administrator.
Oh, President Hillis isn't here. Well, good afternoon, members of Commission. I'm Julie Moore, the Environmental Planning Section of the Planning Department. The item before you is the certification of the final Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the 30 Otis Street project. A copy of the draft EIR certification motion is before you. The draft EIR was published on June 13th, 2018, and a public hearing on the draft EIR was held on July 19th, 2018. The public comment period closed July 27th, and the comments and responses document was published and distributed on September 27th, 2018. Since publication of the draft EIR, the proposed project has been modified slightly. The revised project would have the same height and building footprint as the draft EIR project, and therefore the environmental effects would generally result in the same impacts that were identified in the draft EIR for all environmental topics. The revised project would not avoid the significant and unavoidable historic resources impact, the project level and cumulative construction-related transportation impacts, and the cumulative wind impact. Therefore, the Commission would need to adopt a statement of overriding considerations pursuant to CEQA should the Commission choose to approve the sponsor's revised project. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the motion before you that certifies that the contents of the report are adequate and accurate, and that the procedures through which the final EIR was prepared comply with the provisions of CEQA, the CEQA guidelines, and Chapter 31 of the Administrative Code. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
And good afternoon, President Hills, Commissioners. Andrew Perry, Planning Department staff. The 30 Otis Street project before you is located on the west side of the intersection of Otis and 12th Streets at South Van Ness Avenue. The project site is comprised of 5 contiguous parcels, and in addition to being bounded by Otis and 12th Streets at the front of the property, the site also has frontage along Chase Court and Calusa Place at the rear. In total, the site has a lot area of roughly 36,000 square feet. The project site is located within the downtown plan area and the Market and Octavia plan area, and also within that portion of Market Octavia known as the Hub. The proposed 30 Otis Street project would demolish the 5 existing commercial structures and construct a new 398,365 gross square foot mixed-use building. The second floor and above would be residential with 416 proposed units, roughly 50% studios, 25% 1 and 2 bedrooms each. Additionally, the project would contain 2,200 square feet of ground floor commercial retail space and approximately 16,000 square feet of arts activity space. This latter space is intended for the City Ballet School and is comprised of rehearsal studios in addition to a theater and performance space. The City Ballet School currently operates at the project site, and the project sponsor has worked with the organization to find a temporary home during the construction phase of this project. The project would contain 2 basement garage levels, accessed via single entry along 12th Street, and would provide 95 residential parking spaces, a ratio of 0.23, and 3 car share spaces. The project would provide 224 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces, predominantly located at the second floor level. However, due to existing site topography, this is actually grade level for the rear of the site, thus providing a convenient and safe dedicated access route for bicycles. The project would also provide a bicycle workshop room and additional storage space for large bicycles and other bulky items. The building massing is characterized by a 85-foot tall 9-story podium across the entire site and a 250-foot tall 26-story tower at the intersection of Otis and 12th Streets. The project would provide private open space in the form of terraces and balconies for 107 of the units, and an additional roughly 19,000 square feet of common usable open space throughout the building, predominantly on the roof of the podium and including areas on the roof of the tower. In total, the project would provide slightly over 31,000 square feet of usable open space within the property lines itself. Additionally, Commissioners, the project intends to enter into an in-kind agreement with the city for the expansion of the sidewalk along the west side of 12th Street to create an approximately 7,200 square foot public plaza at the corner of 12th Street and South Van Ness Avenue. This plaza will also fulfill the project's public art requirement. The in-kind agreement and additional details regarding the public art will come before this commission for approval at a future hearing date. The items that are before the commission today and the actions that must occur for the project to proceed are as follows. First, as Julie mentioned, certification of the final EIR. Second, adoption of CEQA findings associated with the project, including findings regarding significant and unavoidable impacts, adoption of a statement of overriding considerations, and adoption of a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. Third, approval of a downtown project authorization with exceptions to requirements for reduction of ground level wind currents and lot coverage. Compliance with criteria for these exceptions is described in the case report, but in short, the department feels that the requested exceptions are warranted and meet the criteria established in the code. Lastly, the project requires adoption of shadow findings, finding that consistent with the recommendation from the general manager of the Recreation and Park Department that the net new shadow cast by the project on the future 11th and Natoma Park will be insignificant to the use of said park. Additionally, for consideration by the zoning administrator, the project seeks variances from planning code requirements pertaining to awning projections, ground floor ceiling height, and exposure. A rear yard modification for the portion of the project site zoned NCT 3, and a height exemption for the elevator penthouse structures. Commissioners, in your packet, you will find a letter of support for the project from the City Ballet School. Outside of the comments received during the draft DIR comment period, staff has not received any other letters or comments from the public, either in support or in opposition. In conclusion, Commissioners, the department finds that the project is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan and those of the downtown and Market Octavia plan areas. Specifically, the project adds more than 400 units in proximity to downtown and robust public transportation options. The project sponsor has elected to meet the inclusionary affordable housing requirement through payment of a fee set at a rate of 30%. The estimated fee payment at this time would exceed $32 million. The project would also pay an additional roughly $3.5 and $3.7 million in affordable housing fees through the Market at Octavia affordable housing requirement and the Van Ness and Market residential SUD affordable housing requirement, respectively. The project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood character and the changes envisioned for the area under the Market Octavia and hub plans. Lastly, the project incorporates a number of streetscape improvements, most notably the creation of the new public plaza, as was envisioned by Market Octavia. The department therefore recommends approval of the project and its associated entitlements. That concludes my presentation, but I am available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perry. Project sponsor. Hi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jessie Stewart with Align Real Estate. We're proposing a 416-unit mixed-use project at 30 Otis Street. We've been working on this project since spring of 2015, working closely with planning staff on the design and meeting with neighbors about the project and its benefits. The project's design and benefits have been well received by the neighbors, with 147 total supporters, including 46 letters and 101 signatures of support. A major benefit of the project is the creation of a permanent home for the City Ballet School. The City Ballet School provides classic Russian ballet training for youth and adults ranging from 4 to 90 years old. The City Ballet School Youth Foundation exposes city residents and children to the arts through free tickets to performances and tuition assistance. The City Ballet School has been located on the project site since 2001. As part of the project, Align is proud to be building out over 15,000 square feet of new space for the City Ballet School, including studios and a 227-person theater for performances. Align has worked with City Ballet School to secure a temporary location for the school over the next few years, paying to build out the temporary space, covering relocation expenses, and they will also have discounted rent when relocated back to 30 Otis. As a part of the project, we will have an in-kind agreement with the city. We will design and construct a new 7,200 square foot plaza at the corner of 12th and South Van Ness. We have engaged Frida Escobedo to design the prominent plaza and public art. Frida is a world-renowned architect and artist from Mexico that was most recently awarded the prestigious Serpentine Pavilion in 2018. We look forward to presenting the design later this year to the Commission. 30 Otis will provide 416 much-needed units, is below the 0.25 parking ratio allowed in this transit-rich area. We will pay over $40 million of impact fees to the city, provide a permanent home to the City Ballet School and Foundation, plus provide a large plaza through an in-kind agreement. The project will also generate over 300 union construction jobs. Now I'd like to introduce you to Bob Baum with Gould Evans to walk you through the project's design. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, are we live here on the?
You want the computer? Yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bob Baum. I am the lead architect for Gould Evans. We begin with context, situating new threads within the urban fabric. The hub is undergoing a transformation. We need to look at facts on the ground, but also to the city's vision for a new pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. For us, the hub is familiar territory. Our studio has been located on Brady Street since 2000. We know the challenges of the area, but also see its potentials. We intend to remain here for many years to come. We designed the current home of City Ballet. We are their neighbors and friends. We have seen the positive impact of an involved art organization on a local community. We're thrilled to be designing their new home, this time as an integral component of the new 30 Otis community. City Ballet will be a significant part of the neighborhood, entered from the plaza, connected to the building lobby and adjacent retail. These connections will be part of an overall network of intersections featuring other pedestrian-active interior spaces and a south-facing outdoor space adjacent to the new bike lane and bus island. There's complexity incorporating a major cultural facility within a high-rise structure. We've been careful to adhere to important urban design goals. Active spaces inhabit all of the important street frontages. The corner, extending the mass and detail of the tower from street to sky, is featured within a 9-story podium which continues the urban street wall around the site. This corner emphasis provides focus to a new urban plaza which will anchor the intersection of two major streets and become an exciting new pedestrian space in the heart of the hub. Particular emphasis has been given to wind mitigation. Projecting slabs, concrete columns with recessed glass at the lobby level, and the fourth-floor canopy all help to mitigate wind impacts. As mandated by the zoning, the tower is located at the corner with the 9-story podium extending to its west and north, stepping down from new taller buildings to the smaller existing structures. Facade treatments reinforce this modulation of scale. The northern edge of the site faces Chase Court. Here the building mass steps down further. Courts and terraces provide scale reduction and allow sunlight to penetrate. The adjacent project, previously approved, features a 65-foot-tall building across Chase Court. It will be a short stroll from the rear entrance of 30 Otis to the new Brady Park. The building will connect to this adjacent network of alleys at a reduced, finer-grained scale. Returning to the corner where the building faces one of the largest intersections in the city, the emphasis on the height of the tower strongly reinforces its role as an anchor, with sufficient visual weight to draw the eye upward to the sky and at the same time to connect to an important urban space at the street. The configuration at street level provides enhanced pedestrian interest along active street and plaza frontages. The ballet school takes advantage of the grade change. Chase Court is 13 feet above Otis Street to maintain privacy for young students while featuring a public plaza entry lobby for theater patrons. As mentioned previously, Frida Escobedo is working on the plaza design. This slide demonstrates, though, the potential for this plaza, with the prominent entry for City Ballet and its integration with other active spaces. The canopy, 4 floors up, reinforces the corner statement of the massing, provides a sense of urban scale, and helps to mitigate the wind impacts. The view from Mission Street features a composition of elements, emphasizing the scale of the corner, announcing the importance of the urban space created at that corner, and at the same time integrating 9-story elements which connect it to adjacent buildings. Along Otis Street, active spaces will enliven and contribute to a pedestrian environment already activated by the new bike lane and bus island. The variety of facade treatments, extension of the canopy, and streetscape improvements will enhance the sense that this is a space where people live and enjoy neighborhood amenities. It's exciting to think that right here in the middle of our city, we can create something new, but still distinctly a San Francisco neighborhood. The material palette reinforces the massing approach. The corner curtain wall makes the connection from street to sky. The punch window expression of the podium dwelling units strengthens the residential nature of the building. Exposed concrete slabs break down the scale, provide wind mitigation and solar shading, and integrate private open spaces. The color scheme is a mix of sophisticated neutrals, mostly light-colored like our city. The contrast between the sculpture of the projecting slabs and the flatness of the curtain wall will provide visual interest, a play of light and shadow which will catch the eye, and at the same time integrate within this exciting new neighborhood in the center of San Francisco. Thank you. Please let us know if there are any questions.
All right, thank you very much. So we will open this item up for public comment. I've got a number of speaker cards. If your name's called, just line up on the screen side of the room and in approach in any order. Ken Pastel, Katia Pastel, Celeste Cisneros, Tiana Shaken White, Naomi Cohen, Richmond Salvador, Cecilia Hagan, Blair Mendez. And if your name's been called, you can come up. You ready? Welcome.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, I'm Celeste Cisneros. I'm 14 years old, and I've been at City Ballet School for 2 years. The school is full of positivity and amazing work ethic from all the students and teachers. Not only have I learned from the best teachers, but I've also acquired many great friends here. I love the whole community of City Ballet School, and this new building will only benefit us more. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Celeste. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Tiana Chacon White, and I'm a scholarship recipient and ballet student at City Ballet School. City Ballet has been a home to me since I was 5 years old. The experience of growing up in the arts has been a unique one for me. I've had the privilege of learning from some of the best teachers and professionals in the ballet world. Training alone is not what makes City Ballet so unique. Rather, it is the dedication and discipline that we learn, in turn, that makes us passionate dancers. The love for ballet that I have is in great part due to the principles that I've learned from, exceptional teachers, and students that I have the privilege to dance among. Ballet has taught me to be the confident and resilient person I am today. From the classroom to performances, City Ballet develops talented dancers ready to take on the stage and the world. This new building will only make the arts stronger. It will provide us students with an opportunity to train in a state-of-the-art facility and performing arts center where we can continue to pursue our talents. It is truly my hope that this new building come to completion as planned, because it will mean new great opportunities for current students and provide an opportunity for generations to follow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Katia. Katia Patzel. I've been at City Ballet School since 6 to 17 years old and currently working there in administration. And so looking back at all the memories, they've all been at the studios. Obviously, we're there all day dancing. And now we've seen a couple ballet schools lose their homes, lose their locations, so it's super important to us to have that place where we can create those memories, continue to, give kids the opportunity to pursue their dreams, and being partners with Align is just incredible, and the design is amazing, super excited to have all new studios and a theater, so it really means a lot to everyone at this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Hi, welcome. You can pull that down too. All right, there you go.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Hagen, and I am 12 years old. I have been doing ballet since I was 3. When I was 9, I was given the opportunity to train at City Ballet. Initially, my parents were hesitant because we live in Yuba City, but they knew that City Ballet was the best choice for me to pursue a professional ballet career. So they committed to drive 2.5 hours one way every day so I could attend classes. Ballet has always been one of my top priorities and passion, and City Ballet has helped that passion, as well as my dance ability, to grow. I love ballet for its beauty and grace, and how it allows me to express my emotions. City Ballet provides me with the best teachers and training. Thank you for your time, and I really hope this new building is a success.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hagan. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Richmond Salvador. I'm 13 years old. I have been dancing at City Ballet for 3 years, and City Ballet has given me the opportunity to pursue my dream of becoming a dancer. I think that ballet doesn't only make you a great dancer, but it makes you a better person in general. Since I spend so much time at ballet, I think a new building would be a great environment for me to spend my time at. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Blair Mendes, and I'm a sophomore at International High School and a student in the pre-professional division at City Ballet. I started as a student at City Ballet when I was 7 years old in the lowest level. Last year, I was invited to join the pre-professional division, and now I spend more waking hours at ballet than I do either at home or school. City Ballet has had a major influence in my life. It did not just provide training in one of the most challenging art forms that is equal parts artistry and athleticism, but it's taught me discipline, self-regulation, tenacity, resilience, and humility. City Ballet has not just trained me to be a classical ballet dancer, but it has provided lifelong skills. It is likely that I will have graduated and hopefully be dancing in a professional ballet company when the new studio opens. So I'm here today on behalf of all the young boys and girls in San Francisco who aren't old enough to speak to you, but who I hope will benefit as much as I have from this incredible training that City Ballet provides. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mendez. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Lays. I'm a local San Francisco resident and a local business owner here in San Francisco. Support the project. I wanted to make 3 kind of key points. I'm really happy with the project in terms of the transit-oriented development. As a local neighbor, I really support additional density, especially near transportation. Also applaud the team for working with the local community. It's great to see these types of partnerships come together where a developer can work with a local group such as City Ballet to find a win-win situation and support the arts in its longevity. And thirdly, I'm really happy about the new plaza. I think these in-kind agreements that are being structured that give back to the community in terms of open space available for all San Francisco residents should be applauded, and I look forward to seeing more of those in our projects in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Naomi Cohen, and this is my first year at City Ballet School. Ballet and dance in general has been a huge positive influence in my life. It has taught me so much and has allowed me to grow, not just as a dancer, but as a person in general. Although I have not been at City Ballet School for very long, I have gained so much from studying there, as I'm sure anyone at the school can agree with, which is why I think it is so important for the school's mission to continue so future students can have the same opportunity and experience as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lisa Condrich. I am 15 and have been studying ballet for nearly 10 years.
City Ballet School has had such a positive influence on me and fostered in me a passion for the arts and the ability to overcome difficulties, skills I will carry throughout my life, not just in ballet. However, what makes City Ballet truly special is the wonderful community it represents. It has become a second home for me and many of my peers and predecessors, and by being able to continue at 30 Otis Street, can provide the same sense of belonging to future generations of young dancers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Nicole Townsend. I am 17 years old, and this is my 4th year at City Ballet School. Family and ballet have been the two constant pieces of my life. I take comfort in knowing that no matter where I am, I will always be at home in a ballet studio. I love ballet so much.
We'll just pull them, yeah.
I love ballet so much that my parents drive me from San Jose to San Francisco 6 days a week, and it takes 1.5 hours through traffic, but it's worth every minute. This new building will provide a safe place for future generations of dancers with state-of-the-art equipment. Thank you so much for your help.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Isabella Mills, and when I was 13 years old, I moved away from my home in Seattle, Washington, to San Francisco with my dad, just so I could dance at City Ballet. Ever since, I have learned skills in the studio that have not just affected me as a dancer, but also as a person. I have also gained friendships and relationships that I will hold on to for the rest of my life. I am now 15 years old, and I can say that City Ballet will be home for the rest of my life.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Amara Weber, and I'm 17 years old. My love for ballet has been encouraged by the special history that ballet has in my family. Both my great-grandma and my mom were professional ballerinas, and so City Ballet School has given me the opportunity to carry on this family heritage by training me towards becoming a professional dancer myself. Additionally, City Ballet Foundation has come alongside my family with financial support, making it possible for me to continue pursuing my love of dancing for these past 8 years. Because of San Francisco's rich history of ballet, I'm excited to see how this building will provide a place for City Ballet and the Foundation to continue making excellent dance training accessible to many future generations. I urge your approval of this building plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Patzel. I'm the Administrative Director for City Ballet, and I think you've gotten a little bit of a taste of the passion that these kids have. This is an incredible opportunity for the arts, and I just feel fortunate to be in partnership with this group that so supports the arts. They've paid for a home for us to be in, and as you heard before, there are some of our contemporaries that have left the city because it's just not viable to be here. It's very, very difficult in this economic environment. We have a unique opportunity to support the arts and make this a very real thing. Most of these kids traveled to Russia with us earlier and studied there for a week at the Bolshoi Academy. I mean, these are the types of opportunities that they're given, and I'm passionate about it, and we want to support the art form, and this building will be a huge part of that. So I thank you all for your time and listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please, Mr. Werschel. And if anybody else would like to speak, please line up on the screen side of the room.
Hi, I'm Jim Werschel, and obviously supporting the arts is something I believe in very, very much as well. Having the arts district expand any way it can to provide more opportunities for especially our young artists is something I think we can all get very behind. I think that we have an opportunity here to be as creative as possible as well. When we looked at the building for the housing for the Conservatory of Music on Van Asset number 200, they did the most amazing design where not only did they provide housing and practice space, but they engaged the street beautifully to really make sure that the arts were reaching the public and engaging the sidewalk and enlivening everything in the environment. So the issue here isn't, do we want housing at 30 Otis? Of course we do. It isn't, do we want strong support for the ballet school? Of course we do. It's really, how do we deal with this in terms of most creatively creating the environment that really is outward looking and provides the greatest benefit. We all know that many of the retail spaces in secondary or tertiary locations often go begging. In fact, very often they go begging in very prominent locations. We've looked at NEMA that was built 10 years ago, still not having their primary space rented, much to everybody's frustration. So having, you know, a real ground level presence in the tone of what was accomplished with the Conservatory of Music's groundbreaking, excellent design is something that possibly can be incorporated into the thinking here to make this very worthy project even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on 30 Otis? Did you want to speak? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Aurora. I have been dancing at City Ballet for 4 years. I spend almost every day at the studio, between classes and rehearsals, and the community that is there, with the teachers and students alike, is truly unique. Ballet is the thing that gets me out of bed in the morning, the thing that brings me joy, the thing that inspires me and makes me smile. When I entered the old studio at 32 Otis Street, I felt transformed and ready to take on any challenge Galena had for me. I look forward to all of the experiences and opportunity that this new studio will bring. I know that this project will be a great addition to the city of San Francisco and the rising arts community in the neighborhood. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and for your support of City Ballet.
Thank you, Aurora. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you for everybody who turned out today, and we'll open it up to commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Moore.
This is a lovely project. It's exciting to hear that this is kind of becoming a cornerstone in the Arts District, and I think it couldn't be better to package housing with ballet. Obviously, there's a question about affordability. There is no on-site. That is a concern for the Commission. I just have to say it. We say it each time. I believe that this particular part of the city needs affordable housing on site. That is at least my own thinking about how this is transforming. The second thing is I would like to ask Mr. Baum, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the microphone. I'd like to ask a couple of questions about why the ballet school isn't becoming kind of the theme of the building, and that perhaps goes hand in hand with bringing up Mr. Carbonero's solution on the conservatory, where really that particular function becomes the themes you address into your face. In this particular case, I feel that the ballet school is a little bit relegated to the back door. It is a little bit too close to the garage entry and loading dock. And is there a possibility, and again, I know you talked about changing grade here, to bring the ballet school further to the intersection, further really visibly as a lantern to the intersection as a theme of the building?
It's a multi-part question, I guess. So not to go too much around, but just first on the location of the loading dock and auto entry, we actually worked for quite a bit with the department and MTA on that, and although it seemed at first we had many options, they became limited pretty quickly. And on Chase Court there, you know, the neighbors really didn't want that intensity of vehicles. The streets are so narrow, the alleys are so narrow, there's really not room for it back there. And then on Otis, which was really we thought would be the ideal location for it because of the interaction with the bike lane and the bus island, that really became something we couldn't do. So we configured those auto entries, the vehicle entries, as carefully as we could, and seemed to work well from a traffic pattern flow over there. So just to put that aside for a moment, that's why they're there. The ballet school, it's a balance from because as you've seen, there are a lot of young children as well as teenage and young adult. So there is some sense that the studios themselves had some need for some privacy. So with the location, what we tried to do was to create something where the plaza and the entry at the plaza would be a really dramatic thing. And the plaza design is not yet in front of you, and I think you'll see that it will become something very special. And the location of the ballet school at the northern end of the plaza, where the plaza is much larger and wider, it really gives us a much better chance to create, sort of queuing space out there, maybe some informal performance space out there, adjacent to the ballet entrance. We haven't completely finished with some of the signage things, and I think we can give the ballet school more prominence there. And then I should also point out that the area of the plaza, which is closer to the corner, it gets narrower, and we did what's located there is a kind of a bar cafe space that actually will be that the Align is working on and is committed to either work with someone or actually operate it themselves to make sure that that's an active space. I mean, it's a very, very important for the project that have that kind of presence there. So all in all, putting all those things together, it was felt that that this was the right solution, given all those concerns. Having said that, I think there's some willingness to look a little bit more at perhaps maybe trying to get a little bit more presence of the ballet school on the Otis Street side, but that's. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. One thing I left off also is that on 12th Street was also felt to be the best place for the children to be dropped off. So, and with a direct line of sight into the entry to the theater and ballet school. So the site is actually pretty complicated, and I think we tried our best to put all those elements together and attend to all those different constraints and requirements.
My questions still remain the same. I believe that particularly also dropping housing entrance to the ballet school is not in line with the taller floor heights of the residential lobby next door. I would like to see the ballet school be a little bit more readable on the street. I mean, 12th Street is reinventing itself through building and major projects coming down 12th Street. At this moment, it's kind of the nowhere place, nowhere on the most difficult intersection. I go to planning a lot, and I stand at this corner, one exasperated to cross the street because it takes about 7 minutes to go from one side of the street to the other. At least it seems that way. And to bring really an exclamation mark, such a ballet school, more visibility to the corner would be, I think, great. I question that there are 3 small retail spaces given the predicament we are in with retail these days, and you're flanking them with residential support space. I do not quite know what that is, because residential support space next to 3 pieces of smaller retail could potentially mean either a gym or something like that, which mostly is concealed or frosted glass, not looking into, and retail spaces in that particular part may be vacant for many years to come. So I'm kind of wondering as to whether or not bringing the ballet closer to the intersection, perhaps with a directly related retail space to it, may be an idea. I mean, there used to be on Post Street, I think, a store called Carpizio's many years ago. We all went there, we bought our leotards, we did everything we bought there. That has disappeared. So we don't even know where there's Lululemon, but that is quite a little bit different. So the whole kind of dreamy romance which come thinking about ballet and seeing young students going to school has a certain retail component attractiveness that could be perhaps captured in the lobby or together with an entrance to the school, so that there is an instant identity. So I'm just really trying to grapple of how the pieces could be a little bit more rearranged.
Yeah, and if I could just add a couple of your comments, certainly make sense. A couple of other little points that I may have left out. One is that we're envisioning the lobby and that corner space, the retail space, cafe, et cetera, and the lobby of the theater being connected so that parents perhaps, or when they're waiting, or even students, can actually mix between that whole frontage along facing the plaza. So we are thinking about that. The other thing is that in order to create the theater, in terms of the structure coming down from above, the logical place to put it was underneath the large courtyard, which faces the north, and so that sort of gravitates the theater entrance to the northern end of the plaza, because that's where you access the theaters, right? And so it's just, you know, it does complicate it a bit.
Well, I just want to make that comment and leave it standing in the room. The other thing I would like to see an answer to, and it may not be at this moment, we have the Honda block, which will sooner or later be developed in something larger. We all know that. I hope that this project, together with this project emerging at some point, looks at entrances to garage and loading in a coordinated fashion, because it would be really too bad if that opportunity in creating a new feeling for 12th Street as it transitions into South Van Ness would be just too much disjointed by those two strategies not being integrated.
If I may, Commissioners, I think it's important to mention that when we looked at this project in light of all the work that we're doing on the hub, we have in fact looked at that very issue. It's important that there's some very, very large projects that will be coming to this part of town. In fact, the one building, of course, is already under construction. And 12th Street is really the only logical place to get some of the loading and vehicular access, because you can't do it on Otis, you can't do it on Van Ness, you can't do it on Market. And so it leaves only 12th Street. Having said that, it's a wide street. So I think we can dramatically improve the street while allowing it to be a vehicular access and some of the back of house stuff that has to go there. I think Mr. Baum is right. The staff really struggled on this issue of where the best place is to put the loading on this project and the vehicular access, and it ended up that 12th was really the only logical solution, given the configuration and the desire, which didn't get a lot of discussion, of MTA to have a bus island there, which will be a new feature on that street, and a separated bike lane on Otis. So that will on Otis. On Otis. So that doesn't exist today. Otis is an unusually wide 6-lane street right now, and MTA wants to put a bus island and a bike lane there. So that further complicates Otis Street and makes it impossible to put any kind of vehicular entrance or anything on that street as well. So for all those reasons, but I do want to emphasize that we very much looked at this project in concert with everything else that we're planning in the hub.
If I could just, one other thing for information, as part of our in-kind agreement on the plaza, we are also improving the sidewalk on 12th Street that's in front of the 3 buildings that will remain all the way down to Stevenson. So it'll give us the opportunity to treat that, you know, the way that the vehicles go through there in a way that I would hope is, you know, has a sort of a little bit of a European flavor, so it's played down. And the other thing is that we're designing our garage so that with 10-foot clearance, so that most of the move-ins will take place actually in the garage, and so we don't have that loading dock doesn't have heavy use. So,
I have asked a lot of questions. I'm in strong support of the project. I like to see a couple more tweaks, particularly to the public nature of what I just described. But otherwise, it's a good project, and then I assume other commissioners will ask the question about affordable housing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. I actually was going to say that about 12th Street, having, being a mom who has dropped off daughters at that school. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank all of the students for coming today and participating in this project. It shows a lot of leadership and commitment to your school and your craft that you came and you are standing up here and doing that. So I want to thank you all for doing that. I support this project. I think it's great. I also have concerns about, not including affordable housing in the project. But as I have stated in prior meetings, I'm also worried about the Affordable Housing Fund and the lack of availability of funds for projects that are already entitled and that are not going forward because we don't have money. So it's at this particular time, this is okay with me. I will also point out that this is, across the street from 50 Otis, which is affordable housing that, we have built for veterans. So, I think on the balance, it's okay. I am really excited that this triangle between, 101 Market Street and Van Ness is being thought of as part of the city and developed to, a density that is what we need, providing different housing types. I hope that going forward, particularly in citing affordable housing, we make sure that there's a balance, overall in the entire area between market rate housing, affordable housing, very small units like what we approved a couple weeks ago at 42 Otis, and then larger family units. I just, I heard you that you're looking at it all in context, and I hope that that is the case. But I'm in full support of this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. So first, I also wanted to just thank all of the students that came out today for expressing your opinions on this important issue, what you want to see in your city, and also the power and importance of an arts education. I actually went to an arts high school, and it really benefited my life professionally and personally, and I'm so excited for your futures in this school and beyond. I also, at first glance, did have this question of affordable housing on site. And the more I thought about it and also talked to different stakeholders, I would agree that while, of course, I always want to have more affordable housing on site, I do think that the city will benefit from the funds of this particular development and what is being won as far as having a cultural resource, meaning the ballet school, and also the activation of this block, a block that's incredibly difficult to walk on, and the way that this project, I think, has worked with the department to really integrate the future of transit in this corridor, make me feel good about supporting this project. I would agree with some of the concerns that Commissioner Moore brought up just around centering the school as the important resource that it is, and it was helpful to hear some of the feedback from the project sponsor. Ultimately, I look forward to seeing more designs as they come in, but just want to thank again everybody who came out to speak and just express my support for this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Koppel.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'm also in support of the project today. I did want to thank all the public commenters for coming out and having maybe their first introduction to the San Francisco democratic public process, and your voices do matter. We heard you loud and clear. I think this project fits into the neighborhood extremely well, not only with the other larger hub projects slated for the future, but the Plumbers project right next door, and we are going to see changes in this adjacent neighborhood, but it is for the best. I was going to motion to approve. Jonas, can I motion for multiple items?
We should actually certify the environmental impact report first.
18
and
first,
take
and
up
then the
take up the
entitlements.
project entitlements.
I'd like to move to approve, or move to certify the final environmental impact report.
Second.
Do you want to make a motion for the second one, and we'll just take them up separately also?
Sure. Also like to make a motion to adopt the CEQA findings, approve the downtown project authorization, accept the shadow determination, and
That's it.
Okay. And do you want to add kind of a comment do you want to put something in the motion to strengthen the presence of the ballet, like just continue to work with staff, Commissioner Moore?
Yes, I do.
Can we add that, Commissioner Koppel?
Yes.
Okay.
Also second.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards?
Just one question. I fully support the project. Jesse, if you don't mind, coming and talking just briefly about the financial feasibility of the on-site versus the payment of in lieu, just so that I think it will illuminate for a lot of people. You actually looked at this and how it played out, and actually what it does for your ability to actually quickly break ground and hopefully get this thing going.
Yeah, thank you for your comments and your questions around this. So affordability is something that we don't take lightly. There's a city report done last year, part of the hub, and you can see here, if you put it on the projector, kind of hard to see, you have it in highlighted. It says 30 Otis here, and it was done last year. It says if it's a rental, it's 0 to 2% is allowed for on-site affordability with current economics. And this doesn't take into the factor of the subsidy for the ballet school, as well as there was another independent economic report done as part of the statement of overriding considerations done as the EIR. And the report findings here says the economic analysis findings indicate that the project as proposed is only slightly financially feasible. And so we currently have a partner in place. We're ready to break ground. We have a contractor on board, and we're parallel processing and ready to break ground. And so with we know it's not affordable housing, but we'll be paying $32 million, which is over $75,000 per unit, to the affordable housing fees, and we will be subsidizing the arts, which is one of the major principles of the hub and of the Market and Octavia plan.
And that 0 to 2% was 0 to 2%.
Of on-site affordable that would be allowed under current economic, and that was
would
done
be
a year
feasible.
ago, and construction costs have gone up since
That's way below where you'd have to be.
Yeah, yeah. So we don't really have the ability to do anything on site. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Jonas, we've got a motion and a second.
We certainly do. On that motion to certify the environmental impact report, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. The motion passes unanimously 7-0. On the motion to adopt CEQA findings, approve the downtown project authorization with conditions, and adopt shadow findings as amended to specify that the project sponsor continue working with staff on the ballet component. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
And lastly, closing the public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variance, rear yard modification, and elevator height exemption waiver. I'd also like to thank Planner Perry for his exceptionally diligent work on this project to get it across the line, and it is quite exemplary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Congratulations. Let's go to the, yeah.
Commissioners, that'll place us on items 20A and B for case numbers 2011.1356 T, Z, and U for the Central Soma Plan, Planning Code, Administrative Code, and Zoning Map Amendments, as well as 20B for case number 2018-004477 PCA for the Central Soma Housing Sustainability District, Planning Code, and Business and Tax Regulations Code Amendments. If those persons exiting the chamber could do so quietly, we would certainly appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Joshua Switsky with planning staff. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Pleasure to have you.
We are here we're back here with Central Soma before you today. This is your 16th hearing on Central Soma to date. The last time we were here before you, you were adopting the plan back in May, on May 10th. Since then, we have been at the Board of Supervisors for numerous hearings, at which the board has initiated several dozen amendments to the various ordinances that you acted on in May to adopt the plan. A few of those items, a few of those amendments were somewhat outside the scope of the things that you considered as part of adopting the plan, and so required re-referral back to the commission. And so we're here today for you to consider those amendments. Many of those amendments are relatively nominal, but nonetheless required re-referral, and some of them are more substantive. Lisa Chen from the staff will run through all the notable ones for you today for your consideration, as well as a number of other items that have come up since those hearings, also for your consideration. Before Lisa gets up, we have Supervisor Kim here to provide some remarks. And then after Supervisor Kim provides some remarks, Ted Egan from the Controller's Office, who's the city's chief economist, will present the findings from his office's economic impact report on the Central Soma Plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Kim.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kim, thank you for being here. Welcome.
Always happy to be before the Planning Commission. I don't think any commission sees me as much as this one. I did not make prepared comments because I already spoke to the commission in May in regards to the Central Soma Plan as a whole. As you now see, I've made 64 amendments to the Central Soma Plan at Land Use Committee in July, and we decided to re-refer these back to the Planning Commission for your consideration. As Josh Swiskey mentioned, many of them are nominal, some of them are more significant. We also wanted to submit an additional list of potential amendments that I may consider bringing before the Land Use Committee and the full board. As you know, in a very unusual procedural move, we did hear the CEQA determination appeal this past Tuesday. We had a very robust conversation at the Board of Supervisors. In my 8 years, I've never had an appeal come without the approval plan. But I have to say that I thought it was a good process. Many of the comments that we heard from members of the public related significantly more to the plan itself than to the actual environmental impact report. And so we now have that time over the next month to incorporate, I thought, many of the valid and significant responses that members of the public, particularly in the South of Market community, had. And so as you evaluate all of the amendments that Lisa Chen and Josh Swiskey very patiently and diligently put all together, and I just really have to give them my highest praise. We've spent a lot of time together, along with our city attorneys, over the last, 3 or 4 months, and it's been a lot to kind of hold all together and make sure that we aren't letting things fall through the cracks, because it's a big plan, it's an ambitious plan, it's a complicated plan. But a couple of things that I'll just note, and these were comments that I made on Tuesday, as we voted on the certification of the EIR, that I would love for the Planning Commission to think about as we move forward with the plan. You know, I heard a lot in terms of how we need to build significantly more housing. And by the way, I think it is unfair to put the jobs housing balance within any singular neighborhood. It has to be a citywide look. And Central Soma, and frankly, the vast majority of the district I represent, is one of the few places that we can build for jobs. And so I do think we will have a jobs housing imbalance in District 6, and certainly in the Central Soma plan. That doesn't mean that we can't build significantly more housing in this plan. And one of the comments that I made on Tuesday is, while I may not be here, I hope that the Planning Commission and the future Board of Supervisors, in all of its wisdom, really take a hard look at key sites that don't have housing as a part of its proposal. And the EIR does not prohibit key sites from building more housing as a part of its projects. I know that many of the project sponsors feel that they've moved significantly along, but I think just given the needs of the city, we need to build more housing and we need to build more affordable housing. And so I look to you, to the Commission, to put that directive before our key sites. One of the amendments that I did make at Land Use Committee was rezoning parcels that were not the key sites to prioritize residential. I think that this is incredibly important for our medium and small site parcels, that we really build housing wherever we can. In the larger scope and picture, of course, we do need to look to the rest of the city to build our residential housing needs and continue to look at how we build affordable. I think one of my frustrations over this past year is hearing more and more from developers that because of the cost of construction, that meeting their affordable housing obligation is becoming less and less tenable. And why that is frustrating for me is only because in the down cycle, developers can't build affordable housing because they can't get financing, and then in the upcycle, they can't build affordable housing because construction and labor costs are too high. We really have to think about how we can prioritize housing, affordable housing. They cannot be the losers in the down, in the boom and the bust. And so that, I think, deserves a longer conversation with the Commission and with the Board of Supervisors, Plan Department, and the Mayor's Office of Housing. I do hope that very soon we will be re-examining the Jobs Housing Linkage Fee Nexus study, which was last completed in 1997. I think that those fees are out of date. And certainly as we are creating more incentives as a city for developers to build office over housing, we should be considering those fees. And certainly as they build more jobs in our city, they should be helping to mitigate for how we house those workers, and particularly those that fill their lower and middle entry positions. The community has also brought up a lot of concerns about how to ensure that Central Soma is a family-friendly district and neighborhood. Many families live in the South of Market, Mission Bay, and the Tenderloin, and many members of the community, led by Somcan, one of the appellants, talked about the need to ensure that we mandate a school, child care centers, and more rec centers throughout the Central Soma plan, and insert into Popo Designs ways to incentivize or require family-friendly amenities, whether they're playground structures or others, through many of the office structures. I'd also like to examine mandating some type of on-site child care within offices, and of course working with SFUSD to identify a site for a school in the South of Market. Another appellant, Yerba Buena Consortium, brought up the need to make sure that as we continue to build and construct, that we are ensuring for the seismic safety of existing structures throughout the South of Market. Resiliency has become a huge conversation for cities across the globe over the last 3 years as we see tsunamis and floods and fires ravage rural and urban areas. I know earthquake is one of our critical considerations, and that's not necessarily related to climate change, but it's certainly something that we should be considering as we build on not the best soil and on top of water versus bedrock. This will not come before the Commission today, but our office is working with the community and would love input from the Planning Commissioners on how to develop a Citizens Advisory Committee process that will be strong and provide and ensure clear input from members of the community of how we spend down the benefits, impact fees, and community facility district fees of what we are promising to be the most beneficial plan in San Francisco's history in terms of benefits. We're talking about affordable housing, parks, transportation, regional transportation infrastructure, cultural preservation. This plan could be a landmark plan in terms of us as a city figuring out how we invest in multiple needs of our diverse communities. We have to be able to build without displacing existing residents. And hopefully we can have a strong citizen advisory committee that can help advising us in moving that forward. Those are just some of my comments in terms of what I'm thinking about as we move forward with the plan. I do just want to thank our community members who came out on Tuesday. I actually got a lot of great comments and ideas and suggestions about what we should be considering to ensure that this district is building more housing, more affordable housing, more family-friendly amenities and resources, as well as making sure that it's a green district. As this part of our city accepts a lot of the density and height and construction, we should be ensuring that they live in one of the greenest neighborhoods here in California. So thank you, commissioners, for all of your patience. I look forward to working with you and also look forward to hearing all of your feedback and comments on this plan as we move forward. And of course, want to thank Director John Ram, who has been shepherding this through for 8 or 9 years now, my entire time on the Board of Supervisors. Steve Wertheim, who was obviously critical in seeing this through up until May, and to the entire planning team, and of course our city attorney's team. We put a lot on your time, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your thoughtful comments and your leadership in this entire process. We appreciate it. So we want to continue. Mr. Egan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ted Egan from the Controller's Office. I have 11 copies, and there are 11 of you, so we know our numbers in the Controller's Office. What I'm passing before you is our full report that we issued in July, our economic impact report on this item. What I'm going to share with you in my presentation is sort of the highlights. I'm not going to reiterate the plan for this commission. But the economic impact information is, I think, new to you, and so I'll briefly go through that and leave plenty of time for your questions.
Thank you.
One of the important economic backgrounds for the plan, and certainly something that underlines some key assumptions for our analysis, is that real estate prices in San Francisco and the San Francisco market have greatly outpaced almost any other indicator of the city's economy in the past decade. And that is really a measure of unmet demand, not only for housing, which I think is on people's minds, but also for non-residential commercial real estate, the office real estate, and other kinds of non-commercial space that is a big part of this plan. The inherent economic benefits of accommodating that growth is a big part of the economic benefits of this plan. Moving on to page 4, we looked at essentially two big sources of economic impact in this plan. The first is the change in zoning that obviously allows a great deal of new development of both residential and non-residential, and also the substantial amount of community benefits spending, both upfront and over time, which, separate from how it affects the price of housing and the price of office space, injects a lot of new income into the city's economy as a source of economic growth. So those were the two main items that we were projecting and that were inputs into our analysis. A key input, and we appreciate the assistance of the planning department in helping us get to this number, was the actual amount of expected new development that we would see as a result of the rezoning. So the number that's important for our analysis is not the amount of development that will change from what's there now, but the amount of new development that will change from what is available under the current zoning to what is available under new zoning. And we further need to reduce that because not necessarily every parcel that gets some height increase will actually achieve new development. Some of the aspects of this plan, particularly urban design elements, make that unusually hard to estimate. And again, we're grateful for planning to help us come up with these estimates of about 5.8 million square feet of non-residential space, which includes office, retail, and replacement PDR and hotels, and about 5.4 million square feet of housing. And that allowed us to essentially model a phasing in over a 25-year period of the new jobs and a variety of sectors that would go into the non-residential space and the new residents that would go into the housing space, as well as the value of the community benefits. So we are modeling about 15,000 jobs. We get the office space to jobs number based on a citywide average of what the ratio of office space or non-residential space to jobs is, and the same thing with the population number. And the dollar value of the community benefits is something that's come out of planning's financial model. We use a tool called the RIMI model to basically do all of our economic impact analysis that allows us to handle multiple policy changes at the same time. In this case, the increased number of jobs, the increased population, and the increased spending. And run essentially a scenario of how would the world be different if those changes were made versus a baseline forecast. We would project as a result of this, and this is a citywide number, this is an impact that is not simply on the neighborhood, but incorporating all of the multiplier effects of all of the additional spending and jobs. And it gets to about 32,000 jobs over a 25-year period on average. Or I'm sorry, by the end of the 25-year period, a full build-in, we would expect about 32,000 more jobs in the city. We would expect about a $7.8 billion larger city economy in today's dollars. Both of those are about a 3% growth from a baseline forecast. It would also have impacts on earnings. And a big finding, I think, of our report is that the tilting of the plan's allocation of new space to employment has effects on wages that people might not have been considering at the time, but it is the essential economic benefit that flows to San Francisco workers when you essentially tilt the labor market in their direction by encouraging more employers to enter the labor market, locate in San Francisco, try to find people in a labor market with 2% unemployment, and that will inevitably lead to higher wages, particularly when the housing market is so constrained. So we are projecting a growth in average annual earnings for San Francisco workers of about $2,300 a year. That growth, the growth in jobs relative to housing would lead to higher housing prices, about 2% higher housing prices. But the growth in incomes would, on average, outweigh that. And so we are projecting that the average income in real terms, including the effect on housing prices, is slightly bigger than it would be without the plan, about 0.4% bigger. We also did a breakdown of the employment projections by industry. Again, this is a citywide total and not a Central SoMa area total. And we're showing the numbers here both in raw numbers and in percentage increases. One of the things that's interesting, it's not that surprising when you think about how much construction involved, that the biggest growth by industry would be in construction. And also you have major growth in relatively high wage industries like professional services, financial services, that are probably will be large tenants in the area and also will be are big parts of the city's economy now. But you'll also see growth more than 5% in industries like administrative services and retail trade. And so really across the board, you'll see growth in the city's economy, if not directly as a result of people locating in Central SoMa in new buildings, then employers finding other space to locate because Central SoMa has accommodated growth, and so there's more space elsewhere in the city, and also as well because of the multiplier effects that the job growth generates throughout the city. Just to speak again directly to this question of the balance between jobs and housing, we didn't try to model what would have been the perfect jobs housing balance, but I would just sort of say that from an economic point of view only, the jobs housing balance of a particular plan is not a critical number. If you have a lot of jobs and no housing, you'll have upward pressure on housing prices, but also upward pressure on wages. Provided, of course, and this is a key assumption underlying all of our analysis, that the projects remain feasible and that everything does get built as planned over the next 25 years, which is essentially an assumption that the city's economy over the next 25 years will have the same fundamental strength that it has now, and we're very comfortable making that assumption. But what that really means is office developers and their tenants of businesses are going to be willing to pay a lot of money just for the right to try and hire people in San Francisco. And as I say, that will create upward pressure on wages. And so the growth in real per capita incomes, notwithstanding the increase in housing prices, is, I think, a major conclusion of the report. And I guess that's the last of my summary slides, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Okay, we may have some, but we're going to take, Ms. Chen, do you want to talk about the amendments, and then we're going to have public comment, and then we may have questions.
If it would please the commission, if you would have questions for Ted Egan now before we go into the rest of the presentation, it might be.
I think though it's better. It's always better to wait till after, because public comment may generate additional questions. So if we can hold off on that, finish the presentation, take public comment, and then open it up to questions, that would be my preference.
All right. Okay.
All right.
That's what
Thank
we'll do.
you. You want that? Do you want that? Okay. We'll turn it on. Unfortunately, only Jonas can control that. All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Chen with the Planning Department. It's an honor to be here to present on the Central SoMa Plan. As was already noted, you did adopt this plan on May 10th of this year, and we're before you today to hear new and material modifications that were made at the Board of Supervisors subsequent to that adoption. So I won't be giving you a general overview of the plan since you have heard it on 15 prior occasions. Rather, today's presentation will focus on the Central Soma Plan adoption process and the proposed board amendments, recommendations from planning staff, and other issues for your consideration, including Planning Commission recommendations that were adopted on May 10th that are not currently in the legislation, as well as additional issues for your consideration. We also have some new recommendations and issues for consideration that were not listed in the case packet published on September 6th. I'm going to be submitting them now as part of the public record, and we'll describe them in further detail in the presentation. Also included is a one-page memo from our environmental planning team describing their environmental analysis of these recommendations. So we'll start with the board process and amendments. So subsequent to the adoption of the plan at Commission on May 10th, the plan has had 4 hearings at the board. The Rules Committee heard the plan on July 9th and forwarded it without amendments to the Land Use and Transportation Committee, which has heard the plan twice. On July 16th, the committee heard the plan and made 48 amendments introduced by Supervisor Kim, which actually included the majority of the recommendations that you adopted on May 10th. At the July 23rd hearing, Supervisor Kim introduced an additional 16 amendments, several of which were outside the scope of what was previously discussed at the commission, and thus the committee referred the plan back to you for consideration. Of course, a major milestone was on Tuesday night when the Board of Supervisors heard the CEQA appeal and voted unanimously to reject the 4 appeals and uphold certification of the EIR. The next slides describe the amendments that were introduced at the board that are considered new and material modifications to the plan and require your review. They include amendments to the Planning Code and Administrative Code, the zoning map, the implementation program, and the Housing Sustainability District. The general plan amendments and the CEQA findings have not been amended and are not before you today. To clarify, the entirety of these legislative components were referred back to Commission, and you may weigh in on any aspect of them. However, my presentation is more narrowly focused on the substantive amendments. The Planning Code and Admin Code amendments include the following new and material modifications. The production, distribution, and repair, or PDR requirements were amended to require project sponsors to inform PDR tenants about relocation assistance and other business services at OEWD with the intent of lessening the potential impacts of displacement when projects are being redeveloped. Further, if you recall, projects are required to create PDR space and can opt to provide 25% less space if they voluntarily offer it at lower rents. This incentive was amended to require that the lower rents be provided for the life of the project as opposed to 55 years. The proposed amendments also modified the special height exception for the One Vassar project to allow the project to receive the extra height for a residential use in addition to or instead of a hotel use. This would support our citywide goal of encouraging more housing production. Also included are some urban design exceptions for the proposed residential tower at 636 4th Street. The amendments would grant exceptions for the project if BMR units are provided on site, including reduced setbacks and tower separation, and the ability to build a slightly larger tower floor plate and exceed the maximum tower plan length. Finally, the amendments also include a number of exceptions for the 8 key development sites, which are tailored to the design needs and opportunities of each project. If you recall, the ordinance as introduced only had exceptions that were broadly available to all of the sites, and your recommendation was to develop more site-specific exceptions. As a reminder, all of these exceptions are contingent on the Commission's approval through the large project authorization process, and they are intended to ensure that these projects have flexibility, which will allow them to provide a high level of public benefits. For the zoning map, there is a proposed amendment that would increase the height of the site at the 598 Brannan Street development, also known as the Park Block, from 45 to 50x. This would facilitate building an additional story of affordable housing units in the 100% affordable building proposed at the site. In the public benefits package, there is a proposed amendment to create a $10 million PDR relocation fund within the Cultural Preservation and Community Services category, which would be funded by the Community Facilities District, or CFD tax. This proposed fund has yet to be fleshed out, but would leverage existing services provided by OEWD's PDR sector liaison and potentially provide financial support to PDR businesses that are being displaced by new development in the plan so that they can relocate within the plan area or city. There were two major amendments to the Housing Sustainability District, or HSD. The first was to strengthen the on-site requirement such that projects seeking to use the streamlining benefits of the HSD will need to provide the entirety of their inclusionary housing requirements on-site. In other words, they can no longer mix and match. The second was to strengthen the expiration requirement, or the use it or lose it clause. If you recall, the HSD establishes a 120-day ministerial review process. So under the proposed amendments, once a project has been approved, the sponsor would have 30 months to apply for a building or site permit. If they fail to do this, they would be able to seek a 6-month extension if they can demonstrate a good faith effort to begin construction. After 36 months, if they still have not sought a permit, the approval would be automatically revoked. The idea here is to incentivize housing projects to build as quickly as possible. I want to highlight a couple other amendments that were introduced at the board that are not considered new and material modifications, as they were within the scope of what you've previously discussed. Although they technically do not need to be referred back to commission, you of course may weigh in on them as part of the larger plan package. Perhaps the most substantial amendment that you've already heard mentioned by Supervisor Kim was to reclassify the zoning on select parcels in order to limit non-residential development and encourage greater housing production. Instead of being zoned to CMUO, these parcels would be zoned either MUR, or mixed-use residential, or MUG, which is mixed-use general, as shown in this map. This change would result in an estimated gain of 250 units, which would bring the total up to roughly 8,600 units. And taken with the other incremental changes that you've deliberated on and adopted, this represents a 21% increase above the 2016 proposal of 7,100 units. Another notable amendment would tighten the residential off-street parking limits to encourage non-auto travel. It would reduce the by-right parking ratio from 0.5 to 0.25 spaces per unit. Projects could still seek up to 0.5 spaces per unit with a conditional use, so this would be akin to how parking limits are set elsewhere in eastern neighborhoods. In addition to the proposed board amendments, planning staff have a number of recommendations for your consideration. Some of these are refinements to the board amendments, while others are new topics that have come up in the last few months. I'm only going to highlight the ones that are more substantive in nature, but the full list is in your packet. The first recommendation is related to the proposed amendment to rezone properties to MUR, which does not allow hotel uses. There are actually a few active hotel projects in the pipeline that have been in the pipeline for a few years that would be impacted by this proposal. So staff do recommend allowing hotel projects to proceed if they submitted a complete development application, such as an entitlement application or environmental evaluation, before January 1st of this year. Projects would, of course, still be used to conditional use authorization, which is required of hotels in all other zoning districts where they're allowed. Staff also recommend modifying the PDR design standards in the code. We recommend reducing the proposed 60% ground floor transparency requirement, which is equal to what we require for ground floor retail, and instead require 30% transparency for only longer facades, which are over 50 linear feet. At the meantime, there would be no transparency requirement for shorter facades. This is based on feedback from groups like SF Made and others that some PDR uses inherently require opaque facades in order to operate. We also recommend requiring a 17-foot floor-to-floor height for PDR uses, regardless of where they're located in a building. The current legislation only requires 17-foot heights for PDR located on the ground floor. So this amendment would result in PDR spaces that are more flexible and that can cater to different industrial business types. Oops, skipped. There was one more on that slide. We also recommend modifying the requirement that buildings source electricity from 100% greenhouse gas-free sources so that it better aligns with the Green Building Code, and this should improve oversight and administration of the policy. We are also recommending several additional key site exceptions that are crafted to each site as described in your case packet, specifically for the Flower Mart, Creamery, and Park Block sites. And with regards to the proposed special height exception for One Vassar, another of the key sites, we did include a recommendation that the extra height only be granted on the residential project if it provides an additional public benefit. In the recommendations, we indicated that one way to do so would be to provide on-site affordable units. Separately, in the issues for consideration, in Exhibit 9, we suggested another option, which would be to require higher affordability than what's obligated under Section 415, whether that's provided on-site or off-site or through a fee. And we'll be continuing to explore these options with the legislative sponsors. We also recommend slight reductions to the bulk requirements on Stillman Street. Stillman is a narrow street directly south of the freeway that abuts a large bus storage yard, and it actually lacks a sidewalk on that edge, as you can see in the image here. Given these conditions, it seems reasonable to reduce the alley sun controls and sun plane controls to allow for some additional building mass closer to the street, which is similar to controls we put in place for some of the other narrow streets in the plan. Lastly, we recommend modifying the language on 636 4th Street, which is the residential tower that is proposed to receive additional massing above and beyond the requirements elsewhere in the plan. We recommend specifying that the Commission shall make design recommendations to address the impacts of the increased building size and bulk. This is, of course, already within your purview, but this language would make this more explicit. There are a couple new recommendations in the handout that I just provided that were not included in the September 6th case packet. If you would like to add these recommendations, we ask that you add them to the draft resolution that was in the case packet that you have. The first is a correction to the key site exception for the Creamery project to correct a code reference. And the second would require that POPO's design and approval processes establish that the Commission shall consider the open space and recreational needs of diverse inhabitants of the area when making your determination. So that could be including but not limited to youth, families, seniors, workers, and residents. I'll note that the plan does already include an incentive for POPOs to provide amenities that would serve some of these groups, such as playgrounds, dog runs, and ball courts. I'm going to close the presentation by describing some other issues for your consideration. The next two slides are a reminder of recommendations that you actually adopted on May 10th that have not been integrated into the legislation as it's been currently amended. So within TDM grandfathering, you recommended that projects that submitted applications before September 4th, 2016 meet only 75% of the TDM requirements, as some sponsors had long assumed that they would receive the same grandfathering as projects elsewhere in the city and have designed their projects accordingly. For 505 Brandon Street, you had recommended that the project be added as a key site, which could facilitate build-out of the Bluxom Linear Park as a public benefit. And for 598 Brandon Street, which is the park block, the Commission recommended allowing a potential fee waiver that would allow land dedication of space for the park to count against various fees, including the TSF and the Central SOMA impact fee. In addition, the public benefits program you adopted included $20 million for the restoration of the Old Mint and $70 million for environmental sustainability and resilience. As you may have heard, at the July 23rd Land Use and Transportation Committee hearing, Supervisor Kim proposed reducing the funding for each category by $5 million to $15 million and $65 million, respectively, to create the proposed $10 million PDR relocation assistance fund I already mentioned. On August 1st, the Historic Preservation Commission deliberated on the matter at their hearing and subsequently issued a letter calling for retention of the $20 million in the original public benefits package that's been included in your case report. Also in your case packet in Exhibit 9, there's a list of additional policies for Commission consideration that are either not recommended by staff at this time or they are pending further discussion with legislative sponsors. I'm not going to go over that list, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I do want to highlight, however, in the handout that I just provided, there are some new issues for consideration that aren't in the case packet. So I'll describe them in more detail, and some of them were described by Supervisor Kim as well. So the first is a proposal to require new developments to provide green or living walls, subject to further exploration on feasibility. Next is a requirement that key sites provide on-site child care facilities. The list also includes a proposal to make cannabis retail uses subject to a conditional use authorization. There's also a potential proposal to prohibit market rate SRO and group housing uses. There's a proposal to add language about the public benefits package to specify that implementation of the plan is contingent on the development requirements that would fund said public benefits package. And finally, there's a proposal to allow a special height and setback exception at the 4th and Harrison Key site to allow the project to provide a minimum of 14-foot ground floor PDR space and to reduce the setbacks on Harrison and 4th Streets by reducing the apparent mass reduction required. Again, if you would like to recommend any of these or any of the other issues for consideration, you would need to add those to the draft resolution in the case packet. So this concludes staff presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just also add that the environmental staff has reviewed all of the amendments that have come out of the Board of Supervisors, as well as all of the issues for consideration and things that were provided to you today, and found that they do not introduce any new impacts beyond what was studied in the EIR that was certified, and that documentation has also been provided to you today.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll open this up for public comment. I've got a number of speaker cards. Francisco da Costa, Erica Martinovich, David Wu, Christy Wang, Carolyn Chase, and Peter Cohen and Fernando Marti. So if I've called your name, you can line up on the screen side of the room and speak in any order.
Can I have the overhead, please?
Sure. There it is.
Okay, thanks. So, Commissioners, I was at the hearing at the Board of Supervisors. We sat down for 6 hours, and only one of the things on the agenda was heard, the one that we are going to be discussing today. So what I see here is that the advocates who came and spoke there are not here. And what I see is that when presentations are given to you in a rosy manner, you'll just nod your head and agree. So I don't want to talk about the presentation in that manner. I have an overhead here where Ted came and he spoke something and he left. And I don't believe in economists, just one single opinion. Just like a doctor, I believe in the second, third, and the fourth opinion. What I want to state to you about the Filipinos, who are indigenous people and who I love, that oftentimes we Americans forget their service. For example, the Bataan March, actually the Bataan Death March, where the Filipinos were promised citizenship and not given. I fought for them, so I know what I'm talking about. If you look at the Filipino community from the 20s, the 30s till today, they have contributed a lot to our community and to San Francisco and got nothing. So when Ted talks about professional, scientific, finance, retail, whatever, he's just talking about a certain segment of the population. We, if we have our heart in the right place, we're going to do the right thing. And Anne Marie knows me very well. I've worked with her for many, many years. She's the type of person we need. I know John too, not too well, but I follow him. We need people whose heart is in the right place, not to live out Rich Hillis, who I know since the time he was in the assessor's office. But what I'm saying, good people have to come together to make good things happen. I'm going to go through this. I got only 20. I need at least 10 minutes. So what I'm going to say is that there's an influx from the Bayview coming into District 6, which has never been paid attention to. And what we need to do is we need to zero in on the leases, the rent-controlled leases that can be transferred to the new area. I need about half an hour, but my time is up. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, Christy Wong from Spur. Thank you for the opportunity to give some comments on the Central Soma Plan and the amendments that are you're being considered today. As you well know, Spur is a big supporter of the Central Soma Plan. It really is a key environmental strategy for the city and for the region in terms of placing or allowing the growth to happen in a place where residents and workers and our greenhouse gas emissions are going to be minimized if it's here rather than it's somewhere at the edge. The Central Soma Plan, as it's been put together, also has this amazing, incredible, unprecedented public benefits package. If the plan can be implemented, we'll see huge benefits to the overall city in terms of the affordable housing, improvements to our transportation system, protections of industrial uses, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and we will also see direct benefits to this neighborhood, which really needs it. The thing that I want to uplift today is the environmental sustainability and resilience part of the package. The improvements that are proposed as part of that $70 million portion of the package directly address many of those environmental and health concerns that were raised at the EIR hearing on Tuesday. The greening, the living roof requirements, stormwater management, water recycling, all of that contributes to having a greener, cleaner, healthier neighborhood for residents and workers who are living in a pretty challenged neighborhood from an environmental perspective today. So, you know, we really should be putting more money than the $70 million that was allocated towards environmental sustainability and resilience. So I urge you to at least maintain what has been scheduled, what has been allocated to go in this direction. Thank you for considering these priorities, and thank you for moving this plan forward.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Wu.
Hello, Commissioners. David Wu with the South of Market Community Action Network. The Central Soma Plan is part of the larger neighborhood fabric of the South of Market, and any new development or rezoning of its area has a ripple effect on the entire city, especially in terms of gentrification and displacement. Planning needs to revise and strengthen the controls of the Soma Youth and Family Special Use District, and those controls should be incorporated throughout the whole Central Soma Plan, not just the boundaries of the SUD that overlaps with the plan. These following controls must be included. Incorporate 4-bedroom units as a requirement into the plan. Restrictions on micro units and market rate SROs. Amend existing laws so no SRO building can be converted into tech co-ops. A strong community opportunity to purchase act. Aggressively land bank soft sites for future new 100% affordable housing developments, such as sites like the Caltrain rail yard. A new nexus study on the jobs housing linkage fee. A new nexus study on Prop K. Requiring a predefined POPO's designs. SOMCAN is already working with an architect that took ideas from community workshops that SOMCAN held with children, youth, and families from Betsy Carmichael, as well as with residents and workers in the area. Require living walls and living roofs in all new development, regardless of height and use type. A yearly housing balance study just for the South of Market to better understand proportions of market rate to affordable housing. Require a CU for all cannabis dispensaries. Require on-site childcare facilities in all large development projects. Require that developers and/or relevant city agencies work directly with Soma Pilipinas to incorporate design standards into new projects. Aggressively purchase existing rent-controlled buildings because with or without Central Soma, we need more funding to purchase these buildings. I'm sure there are strategies out there and hope this body can consider new strategies. We have also learned that there are 3 new hotel projects that are in the Central Soma Plan but are not being considered as key sites. Those are 816 Folsom Street, 399 5th Street, and 300 5th Street. All 3 sites are in the Youth and Family SUD, and since the purpose of the SUD includes expanding the stock of affordable housing, we urge you to not support these projects and instead consider these sites for affordable housing to address the huge jobs housing imbalance in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Erica Martinovich, and I'm with SOMCAN. Regarding the proposed set of amendments to the Central Soma Plan, the Housing Sustainability District allows the streamlining of housing production, but there is no additional affordability currently required. Because there is a threshold of 33% affordability overall in the plan, this should also be reflected in the Housing Sustainability District. We demand that at least 33% of dwelling units be required as affordable under the HSD. The exceptions being allowed to popos, 25% of indoor popos allowed to have ceiling heights of less than 20 feet and 10% of outdoor popos to be under a cantilever, highlight a larger issue of the reliance on this form of privatized open space in the plan. The issue with popos is that they are and will continue to be inaccessible and unfriendly to children, youth, and families. There are no controls in place to require that popos are actually designed and programmed to be community serving and actually function like true public open spaces. These exceptions further cement the reality that popos are not public open spaces and that the strategy for providing public open space under this plan is extremely inadequate. Lastly, PDR replacement requirements must be applied to all types of developments, regardless of use. For example, PDR replacement requirements must include residential developments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, evening, Commissioners. Corey Smith on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition, certainly in support of the amendments here and want to keep everything moving forward. It was really a conversation at Tuesday's board meeting, and Supervisor Kim started to reiterate it again today. The jobs housing balance within this one neighborhood is going to be off because all the trains in the region come to this one neighborhood. But we need to figure out where to make up the difference elsewhere. And presently it's illegal to build apartments in about 75% of the city. So until we figure out a way to actually allow us to build duplexes and fourplexes all over the 7x7, we're not going to realistically be able to offset the jobs that are going to be created within this region. So it's yes and. I hope we can do both at once. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Catherine Petrin. I'm an architectural historian. I'm here today just to comment on one single aspect of the plan. That is the amount of public dollars derived through the Central Soma plan for the long-anticipated rehabilitation of the Old Mint at 5th and Mission, a National Historic Landmark. As you know, the long-term vision for the building is being advanced in partnership between the California Historical Society and the city as building owner. Throughout the Central Soma approval process, department staff recommended a $20 million commitment, but associated with the pending amendments before you today is an implementation action that would reduce Old Mint funding from $20 to $15 million. At every opportunity, the public has requested more funding for the Mint, not less. Many members of this commission have also expressed the desire for a greater allocation, and on March 21st of this year, the Historic Preservation Commission voted unanimously in support of at least $50 million for the Mint through the Central Soma plan. The building has tremendous potential to be a community asset, but to realize that we must invest in the Mint, and so we would ask you to request to restore the funding to the level that you have previously approved, and perhaps even see this as an opportunity to request more funding for the Mint. It seems to me that there might be some flexibility in how funds for PDR are allocated, and I hope that you'll explore that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello. The first thing I would like to say is how lucky we are to live in this beautiful and unique place. I am very grateful to have lived in San Francisco for 40 years. Some of the treasures of the city are its historic buildings, which people travel from all over the world to see. One of the most impressive is the Old Mint building, a rare survivor from the 1906 earthquake. Tourism is our largest industry and provides employment for a great variety of people, from restaurant and hotel workers to drivers, retailers, and many more. The Old Mint, centrally located downtown, is a repository of some of the Gold Rush era history that so many travelers come here to observe, as well as a wonderful community resource for local events. The Old Mint is owned by the city, which has the responsibility to maintain it as a San Francisco landmark and as a national landmark. Benefits from the proper restoration and care of the building will radiate outward into the rest of the area and the city. Please consider restoring the original funding request of $20 million to preserve this active resource for the current and future generations of San Franciscans and its visitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Jim Warshau, and I'm speaking on behalf of San Francisco Victorian Alliance. At the Land Use Committee, where the proposal to reduce $5 million from the Old Mint funding, there were about 40 speakers, and 30 of them were speaking in defense of the funding for the Old Mint. I have a brief summary of many of the talking points that were raised, and I'd like to just briefly go over them. First, as was mentioned, this is a nationally recognized endangered landmark, the only one in San Francisco to twice be recognized. It's a city-owned property, and stewardship is therefore a city obligation. California Historical Association has taken on the restoration and operation plan, and the $20 million is a minimum good faith that the city should show as their commitment. They have probably a $100 million project here. How do you go to your funders if the city isn't showing strong support for this? It's nearly impossible. Our own HPC advised that a $50 million commitment would be appropriate for this amazing resource. As was just mentioned, tourism is one of the largest sources of income. It's still our biggest income producer, and this should be a tremendous asset for tourism. CHS has sponsored many free public events to educate our kids, to do history days, to encourage neighborhood groups to have a way to get their historic preservation efforts out to a broader audience. So our Old Mint is clearly not just another old building. It is a very, very important part of the fabric of our community. You know, I don't want this being a thing of, you know, PDR isn't important. Of course it is. But 20 million down to 15 when we're looking for 10 million of that is really heavy-handed given the magnitude of this. The last thing I'd really like you to think about, you know, is really, you know, just in terms of urbanism. Every time we look at cities and we look at the treasures that they have, they're usually the old buildings that have been lovingly restored and integrated into new adaptive reuses so that they revitalize and give heart to new communities. And especially when a community is changing so dramatically, these refuges that give you a link to the past and are revitalized to invite in the full public, the residents, the family-friendly spaces that were called for here. These are the places that need our support, so please look very heavily at maintaining the $20 million minimum support that we should have for this amazing asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Commissioners. Peter Cohen with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. My colleague, Fernando Marti, who's here again, came to the Commission a couple of weeks ago at your continuance and submitted some materials, and we sent them to you electronically as well. So this is one of the handouts as a cheat sheet. Stepping back, I mean, the Central SoMa plan, you know, we've argued, and it's one of those coulda, shoulda, woulda things that started so many years ago. A jobs housing fit analysis would have been a great thing to do from the beginning to really inform how much housing we're going to need to support the job growth. And that's one of the critiques that you've been hearing from, frankly, a wide political spectrum. We are where we are at this point, and it seems the staff has argued they've done as much affordable housing as they can squeeze out of this turnip in so many ways. We're presenting to you an opportunity to get a little more bump of affordable housing to try to drive that overall affordability up a bit. Jobs housing fit analysis easily supports a 50 to 55% affordability across the whole income spectrum. You're at about 38. Your housing sustainability district legislation, it's a sort of an overlay to the district, is a value conveyance. That's what that is for the development that will take advantage of it. Our suggestion is that you see this as an opportunity to have an affordable housing benefit built into that housing sustainability district as a value capture mechanism. We proposed in this little handout gave you looking at a 5% inclusionary bump. You have an opportunity here to get moderate and middle income housing too, which is the part of your plan that you've heard a lot about is most lacking. The legislation that really created the housing sustainability district concept is freshly minted. It was AB 73 last year. It hasn't been used anywhere in the state. So as usual, San Francisco is road testing all these new crazy ideas. We have the opportunity here to have a model legislation that's applied. The primary benefit is labor. There's a labor standard for developments that take advantage of this. But with a 120-day by right automatic approval, there's also a both and. You can have the labor standard and an affordable housing benefit. And we're arguing that you should really think about doing that. So whether it's a 5% bump or a 10% bump, or you can do some analysis, leaving that alone and not having any additional affordable housing, especially for the workers who are going to build this stuff, would be a lost opportunity. So that's our pitch to you, and trying to get towards that jobs housing fit that we would all really like to see in this plan. It's a small incremental step, but it is a step forward. And I think my colleague Fernando will add more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Again, Annalisa Escobedo from Calle 24. And to add, I'm also the chair of for Calle 24's Cultural Arts and Assets. I'm here to ask to restore the funding back to the old mint. Actually, an increase would be best. The San Francisco U.S. Old Mint is a San Francisco National Historical Landmark, and it's an unused community asset. In this time of gentrification, it's not just about housing. It's also important to restore the cultural heritage and viability in community spaces in the city. This is a space that needs help, needs investment, and needs to be revitalized for SOMA, the city, just Northern California, and for the people here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marti.
Thank you, Commissioners. Fernando Marti with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. Just going to add a couple of points to what my colleague Peter said earlier. I wonder how many times you have heard developers come before you and talk about how long it takes them to get their projects entitled. You've got staff here who can probably tell you sometimes 2 years it takes to go through an entitlement process. 160-foot building might take that long. What the HSD that you are looking at today would guarantee is that those projects come in at 120 days. What you often hear from developers is how much money it costs them, how much time is money, and how much those 2 years cost a development project. What we are asking is that you recapture some of that and actually create additional affordability for those developers who choose to go down the HSD route. Not all of them have to do that. That is a choice that they make. And so what we are suggesting is to have an additional 5% inclusionary, added affordability, added labor standards in return for those millions of dollars that developers can get back by guaranteeing 120 days of entitlement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Ms. Hester?
It's been a long day thus far. This project, this Central SOMA plan, has been going on for a long time as well. Big planning studies take a long time, and circumstances change while the study is going on. I know it's very different from when the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan was planned, starting in 2002 and 2008, similar for Market Octavia, and Western SOMA Plan and Central SOMA Plan. And things have happened about transportation and dumping the demand for housing from Silicon Valley into San Francisco while all these studies were going on. Uber and Lyft swarmed the streets. The Board of Supervisors was really hearing on Tuesday testimony about the needed changes in the plan to balance out the housing implications for residents and particularly for families that exist in the South of the Market. There is a hearing at the at the Board of Supervisors on Monday. I would ask you to give the Board of Supervisors enough time, keep your hearing open, to let them speak on Monday. And the amendments that you're doing today and the amendments that have been thrown in by your staff today, and the things that the I get the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors confused at times. The thing that the Board of Supervisors are struggling with, and really struggling with housing issues, they deserve an opportunity to be folded into your deliberations. I've been dealing with housing in this area for a long time, and the situation isn't static at all. This area had very scattered housing development when I started dealing with it in the 70s because it was an M zone. Now it's no longer an M zone that housing is not prohibited. I ask you, one, to keep this hearing open, let the Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee go through on Monday, and we got to really be addressing the additional housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Caroline Chase with Cobblentz, Patch, Duffy, and Bass. I'm here on behalf of the project sponsor for the One Vassar project. Just want to say that we appreciate the proposed amendments, in particular those that allow for future flexibility on key development sites. That will in turn allow for superior projects that will provide even more community benefits. One comment as a result of the presentation today, One Vassar would encourage the Planning Commission to maintain flexibility regarding projects that would increase the housing supply in the city. We heard two different proposals from staff today, and we would just ask that the mechanism by which inclusionary housing is provided not be pinned down specifically at this time, to allow for some flexibility, in part because the concept of providing residential units on the hotel site at One Vassar is a relatively new concept, and that's something that the project sponsor would like to continue to discuss with the city. And I would just like to clarify that the height exception is in the existing legislation. It is specific to a hotel project, so the only change that has been made recently is to allow that same height exception if a residential project is proposed in addition to that hotel project or instead of. And again, towards the goal of providing as much housing in the city as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and open it to commissioners' questions and comments. Commissioner Richards.
Yes, process question. How do we want to handle these groups of things? We have things that we talked about that weren't recommended, whether we want to recommend them again. We have the amendments that Supervisor Kim made. We have planning staff recommendations. We have other recommendations. I mean, there must be 100 things, 70 things here that are kind of swimming around, probably which 30 are probably really, important to talk about. How do you want to go through this? Do you want to do it? We've done it as
Well, I think we have a staff recommendation, so I'd key off that and make
Okay.
changes you'd like to see off the staff recommendation, if any, and see if we can kind of coalesce and agree on
Okay.
potential changes, beyond or different than
Got
what
it.
the staff is recommending.
Thank you. So the one thing I'd like to talk about, I'm looking at the presentation using that as my basis to start with, is the old Mint and the public benefits package. The other one I'd like to talk about is the suggestion on some value recapture on the streamlining of the approvals in the HSD. There's quite a bit here, but most of them I'm actually okay with. Bulk requirements on Stillman Street, I want to at least explore what that's all about. And then there's a lot of items that staff did not recommend I'd like to talk about as well, and I think we should probably talk about those separately because there's several in here.
But I think now's the time.
Okay.
If you want to add them.
Okay, so I'd like to add the new items for consideration: the green living walls requirement, the child care, and I'm not saying I'm fixated on, and I want to talk about this, the key sites exceptions. With
Commissioner Richards, could you reference a page? You're
Sure,
talking from?
page
It's easy
20.
for us to follow.
On the staff.
All on page
presentation.
20, all on page 21. I'd like to add to the discussion, explore new ways to potentially raise money for community stabilization to acquire new rent control buildings that are on the market through the enforcement of live work loft issue we've been talking about for about a year and a half. I'd like to talk about recommending updating the job housing linkage fee at some point. It may not be a part of this plan, but last one was done in 1997 at 250 square foot for employee. Having worked at Salesforce as a VP in an 8x10 cube, I know that I didn't have 250 square feet. I think that's an outdated measure to use. I also strongly recommend that we do move this forward with whatever deliberations we have, but also instruct staffs to start taking a look at an addendum to the EIR or a supplemental EIR in parallel as this thing gets approved to see if and how we can add additional housing, whether it's upzoning additional sites or requiring key projects to have some component of housing on them. I'm not stuck on one of those, but I did watch the hearing on Tuesday from home, all 4.5 or 5 hours of it, and it was clear that's where the board was centering on, especially Supervisor Kim, Supervisor Ronan. I think Supervisor Mendelman also stuck up for that. I like the idea of land banking sites. I like the idea of the BMR price for PDR, to be understood what that actually is. On the old Mint, I wanted to talk about having the California Historical Society create a business plan for the old Mint, which includes a self-sustaining model where affordable nonprofit, cultural commons area, and maybe explore some possibility that PDR space can be incorporated in it so that you can actually have a real discussion around what the trade-offs are on obtaining additional money for the Mint is. And there are other items like the child care facilities and open up a high school. I mean, the list just goes on and on, but that's at the top of my mind, and that's a lot.
All right, I think at some point we got to fashion that into, some of the things you're looking for. We've got to be more specific into a recommendation. Well, let's hear from other commissioners. Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, just a couple of comments to kind of follow up with what you were talking about. We could try and re-engineer this whole plan and try and figure out a lot of different ways to do things. I had an interesting conversation actually with Supervisor Kim months and months ago, and she kind of enlightened me in the fact that we're in such a huge homeless crisis because of the lack of support we're getting from the federal government. Back decades and decades ago, the federal government used to handle and subsidize a lot of housing projects to address the specific issue of homelessness, and we all know that that is not the case now. So it's a tough burden for us to put on ourselves. We're always looking at below market rate housing, affordable housing, middle income housing. We're always trying to promote affordable housing when we can, always, at all times. But what I don't want to do is hold up this plan any longer and insert things that will make us have to kind of take steps backwards when we've heard this enough, and there are so many substantive amendments already that I think are going to handle a lot of the problems. I did want to acknowledge Supervisor Kim for her addressing us today, all the planning and environmental staff involved. This is a long process, and Steve Wertheim's gone, but we're still talking about him, right? I also wanted to acknowledge Assemblyman David Hsu for his leadership in crafting Assembly Bill 73, and I think it's very fitting that this Housing Sustainability District and his Assembly Bill will be implemented for the first time, not only in California, but in San Francisco, but also in his actual Assembly District. So I think that's something to not forget, and thank him for leading the way and giving us the tools to give people what they want, streamlined housing. How many years have we been hearing that people want streamlined housing? Well, here it is. Here it is. And so hopefully that you can't come back afterwards after we give you the streamlined housing and say, oh, we want more also. So I do also like the fact that Supervisor Kim even admitted that, hey, Central Soma plan is not going to solve the entire city's problems. It really isn't. We just approved a 416-unit housing project just outside of Central Soma, and there's way more to come in the hub with upwards of another 12,000 units. I don't have exact numbers, but still that's right adjacent to Central Soma plan, and it will be addressing housing very specifically. Again, this is one of the only remaining parts of the city that is zoned for office and commercial development. I think it's extremely appropriate here with the Transbay Terminal, the Central Subway, and Caltrain all having terminuses near Central Soma. This is the ideal spot for this area plan. I very much so want to go with the staff's recommendations for the most part and keep this plan moving forward, not needing any other environmental impact report work. I did hear some comments from the wholesalers that may be locating themselves in the future Flower Mart, and maybe had a question or two for project sponsor or anyone here representing Flower Mart.
Hello, Commissioners. Dan Fratton with Rubin, Junius, and Rose. I'm here on behalf of Kilroy.
So I know some people who work in the flower market, and they were kind of mentioning to me that there's still some issues with parking and transparency, and that they're actually looking for maybe a couple exceptions to what may be in the books for as of right now, but that will make this a better PDR space.
Yeah, that's right. There are actually a couple of staff recommended changes in the package in front of you that would allow for future exceptions to be made through the development agreement. As you know, the flower market is a unique wholesale use that requires parking for its customers to come and load up. Currently, the zoning only allows for approximately 50 parking spaces for the flower market, and they need about 150. So the zoning package in front of you would allow a site-specific exception that would allow additional accessory parking in the flower market basement that would be limited to the flower market customers.
Gotcha. And then was there an issue with the transparency? Or because I know many times PDR spaces actually can't or don't want transparent windows because of whatever processes they're using inside.
If you've been to the flower market, you'll know that it's an inward-facing use where the customers come in and there are vendor stalls that basically line the outside perimeter of the wholesale space. Then customers come in and circulate around to the different vendor spaces that face inward and pick up their goods. At the flower market site, we've really had to strike a balance in the design between allowing the flower market to function and also providing for that inward-facing layout. And so we will be coming back to you with an informational presentation later on the flower market that it's better to see these things visually so that you can understand. But what we've done in the design is to create a lot of openness for the flower market vendors along the project's open space, but there is necessarily a trade-off in doing that that requires us to put some refrigeration units and other things on an outward-facing wall on Fifth Street. That's a very limited portion of the project's frontage overall, and it will be something that's carefully designed so it provides visual interest along the street. Again, and that's just an exception that's being built into the zoning so that you have the ability to approve it in the future. It's not an approval of anything at this time.
Thank you. I also wanted to commend the addition of the green living walls as a recommendation and the requirement for the greenhouse gases in the efforts of decarbonization and just being more environmentally friendly. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I echo the sentiment summarized by Commissioner Koppel to everybody who has participated. The best thing is that this is a reiterative plan rather than a static plan, something we had hoped for all along in the creation of the plan, something which can rise to the challenge of being questioned and shaped and be creatively resolved. I see a lot of really very strong things. Thank you to staff for having really dug deep and listening and working with everybody. I am very much in support of many of the comments made by Commissioners Richards and Koppel. I like to pick a few. The original commitment to the Mint, my position on that is I would like to stay with the same $20 million is a small amount for what is really ahead to preserve the building as a very important piece anchoring the historic part of downtown with the newer emerging districts going south and southeast. The last point you were picking up on, Commissioner Koppel, is green living walls has always been in a very dense neighborhood a great idea as we are seeing more green walls really working well in the city now. I think it's becoming a more and more acceptable tool. It's not just the exception at Drew School, but it's becoming the norm. And I love that idea because it will help us in many, many ways. There are vertical open spaces to associate nature in a different way when you're living in a dense environment. The one point I like to add is I support the Popo idea. However, I like to raise the issue for people to discuss as to whether or not there needs to be a further protection and expansion of Prop K considerations. As we're building more open spaces, we need to also protect them, particularly when we're trying to create a green district. And we do not have any guarantees that the building next door, which is going to come up 3 or 4 years later, is not going to cast a very fat shadow right over what this open space was supposed to do. I like to have that built in the three-dimensional thinking of all major open spaces, including Popos, as they are in that dense environment, extremely important to have sunlight. There are interestingly specific recommendations for key sites where architectural issues have been discussed and programmatic issues have been forming already somewhat specific projects. I don't have all of them in front of me. I've talked about a number of them and feel strongly that in the majority of cases we should support them. However, it is very difficult early on in a major project to know if what we're discussing now will ultimately realize itself 10, 15 years from now. So how you support the idea versus specifics is always a big balance question. Ultimately, the devil is in the detail, and when the rubber hits the road, we would like to see what we're talking about today. However, we do not know what's going to happen. And then there are the general considerations, many of which are very, very important. Finding a better handle to add more affordability, looking at keeping the balance of the existing approved EIR, potentially thinking about taller office buildings, also providing housing as a backup strategy to increase housing while decreasing office is something which we already talked about when we had the competition for the Transbay Tower. That was originally supposed to be a mixed-use building, and I like to see that as a benefit, I think a positive challenge for urbanity, that rather than creating an overabundance of tall offices, I'd like to see a more balanced mix of office and housing, perhaps even in the same buildings, if that is a consideration we can inject. There are many, many green positive check marks on this document and everything I've read before, but I'm not quite sure if we're going to go down the list and say yes, yes, no, no, I do not know. So I was going to stop and let somebody else talk.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. This has been a long process, and I would, for starters, like to thank staff, Josh Sawitsky and Lisa Chen and Steve Wertheim for all the work they put into it. I would also like to thank Supervisor Jane Kim for her leadership. This was a really, really heavy lift. And in particular, I would like to thank April Veneracion for all of the years that she put into this and her great skill and expertise. And even though she's not there anymore, I think she shaped a lot of this. And above all, I would like to thank SOMCAM and Todco. I think this is a much better plan because of the advocacy and hard work and organizing that went into it. Is it perfect? No. But I think that I am ready to move this forward today. There are two things that I do want to have, state that I would like to see in it, and one is the value recapture on the expedited process. And, I would just to Supervisor, not yet, to Commissioner Koppel's comment. This is an elective process. We're not forcing anyone to do it. They're choosing willingly, and it's a plain business decision. They get this, and they're willing to give up that. So I think it's a really good idea. It's responsible, it's equitable, it's fair. And then the second thing is that I also would really like to have the funding restored to the original $20 million for the Mint. I think it is, our legacy as a city, and preserving it and actually making it better for subsequent generations is the right thing to do, and it's also economically a smart strategy to preserve that and attract uses in that building that will sort of be an engine of tourism for this area. So with that, I'm ready to move it forward.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Can I just ask staff on one? I agree with Commissioner Melgar, especially on the Mint. I'd love to see the $10 million that's kind of being allocated to the PDR fund or recommended for the PDR fund go to the Mint, and actually that would be $5 million more to the Mint. I'm not quite sure how the PDR kind of preservation or that fund would work, or who would be eligible. It tends to be private businesses that would get it. So I think the Mint is the city's obligation, so we'd like to see funding restored back to that. But on the kind of recapture, has there been any analysis as to what the value of that would be? Because that's my kind of trouble with that. It's hard to predict. I don't think we've done kind of the rigorous analysis. It's one of these where I think things should be approved quicker anyway. It's almost like we've made the process longer and somehow are now saying, well, it's a value to you because we're going to do it quicker. We should be doing it quicker. I think that should be our general stance, especially when we have a plan like this that's been approved and vetted in years-long community process. We should commit to doing things quicker. So have we done any analysis of what the value recapture would be if someone took advantage of AB 73?
Commissioners, Joshua Sawitsky with staff. The short answer to that is no, we have not done it in the context of AB 73, and we haven't seen others produce such an analysis. There was some analysis done during the TSF process, because that also theoretically shortened entitlement times by shortening the environmental review time by making transportation analysis simpler. And they did find some marginal bump to value, but not substantial enough to be able to fund much out of it. It was a minor bump. And that analysis looked at about a 6 to 12 month expedition of the process, and this would be that or less. The average seat, most of the projects in Central Soma will be eligible for a community plan exemption, the CPE, which I understand is about a 6 to 9 month process, typically maybe 12 months on the outside. And so shortening it to 3 months would cut about 6 to 9 months off that process potentially. And so it would be around the same potential gain that TSF looked at. But we have not seen, and that analysis was done several years ago, not using current costs and all that. We do know that based on our updated analysis over the past year on construction costs and everything, that feasibility is at the margins in the current year, just based on the dramatic escalation of construction costs over the last few years since this plan's been underway. And I think it shows, it bears in the market and in our current analysis that a lot of prototypes are at the margins of feasibility or just not feasible. We're looking at a lot of rental prototypes that are just not feasible even under today's conditions on the current program. And so I think, we'd have to do some analysis, and we haven't seen any yet. One other thing I should mention is that we have been in a lot of conversations with the state, with HCD, about the implementation of the HSD, and they're excited that San Francisco is out in front and leading in implementing it. And we've asked them the question about, because this is on the table, what would you think if additional affordability requirements were put on projects that sought to use the HSD? And they said they were not, they wouldn't look very kindly at sort of their gut reaction on that. They haven't ruled on anything. We haven't, there's not a formal submittal yet by the city, but they were a bit skeptical that putting additional burdens on HSD projects was what they thought in the spirit of the law. That said, they have not issued their rules and regulations on the program yet. I think to some extent they're busy. They were kind of looking at San Francisco to put the application in, and we'll see. So it would take that under consideration.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, if I could add just a little bit more to the staff response. As you think about these issues that would affect the feasibility of projects, it would be helpful for staff if you provided guidance on, if you'd like to add fees, if there are other things that could help us maintain feasibility. And then the other point in response to the question about public benefits and adding funding for the Mint, it's also helpful to think about where that money would be coming from, because a big part of the difficulty with the public benefits is that there are many community groups advocating for them to be spent across a range of options. So unless you're adding more funding, it would be informative if more money needed to be added to the Mint, if you would also recommend where that should come from.
Yeah, I mean, my take would be it would come out of that $10 million PDR relocation fund instead of using it for that, to use it for the Mint. And on the HSD, I'm just nervous, like home SF. I mean, we went through a lot of kind of throwing out numbers that ended up not working. We're still tweaking those, but these things sound good, but we end up not getting the housing, or people don't take advantage of the program. So without that analysis, I'd be nervous to do anything to bump up, affordability and anticipate there's an increase because we're not increasing heights, we're not increasing density as a result of that. We're just saying we could potentially do it quicker.
But if I may, Commissioners, on that point, I just want to emphasize that based on the executive directive and based on the fact that this plan will presumably be approved in the next couple of months, with a freshly minted EIR, if I can use that word, the actual process of approving these plans is actually not years long. It's likely much less than a year under normal circumstances. So the actual time savings is is important, but it's not as significant as it would be if this plan was not in place.
Right. And I think the mayor's pushing us and others to do things even quicker, which I would support. Commissioner Richards.
So I just want to say I sat with Supervisor Kim on Friday, and she said, I really value the input that the Planning Commission gives me because she's kind of this is in her district. If you look at, and we're an advisory role, so we're not stopping anything. We're just saying, hey, we think you should look at this, and then she runs with it, whether she gets support on the board or not. So I really want to just move this out here today. I don't want to slow this down. I don't want to continue this, but I want to take what I heard on the Tuesday EIR appeal and actually do an acid test on this commission and say, hey, do we, and she threw another one out to us. I don't know if we caught it. She said, what do you think about the CAC? What's the process? So she's asking for us to give her feedback on that. But the key issues that I have, and I'm going to make a motion to move this forward with all the items that are up to page the other considerations, which would be page 18. So these are staff recommended, supervisor recommended. Let's get those out of here. What I'd like to do is also add these to it. I heard these on Tuesday. Have the department explore an addendum or a supplemental EIR.
Could we talk about that, if you don't mind? Because I think it's come up a lot. I get it. I think we get that everyone wants to have a better jobs housing balance, and I think everyone recognizes that you can't have the balance within a small neighborhood. And,
of course,
and we get that, and I realize that you all sort of understand that. The thing about the EIR, a supplemental EIR or an addendum or whatever it is, has to be done on something, and that something has to be defined. So we'd have to define how many housing units, where are they going to go, how are we going to achieve them, which means a community process to get there. We can't just do an EIR for nothing, right? And so we'd have to go through a process to define where and how many and how tall and everything else that would, just like we were doing a new plan. So I would, if the commission really wants us to do that, we can figure out how it would take to do that. But that's not something, we can't just do an EIR on nothing.
Question, Director, I completely understand. I heard Commissioner Kim say on Tuesday that she wanted every key site to have a residential component. Would that be something that you could sink your teeth
Sure,
into?
we could. I think Josh maybe can understand that. Most of them do, but some of them don't.
Yeah,
So
actually, all of the key sites have a residential component except for the Flower Mart at this point. But on the notion of the plan as it is, it's important to note that the housing units that are estimated for the plan and what the EIR analyzes is a best guess estimate of what the zoning that is in front of that would be adopted would produce. It is not in and of itself a cap on the approval of a certain number of units in the plan area. So if some projects could go, some sites could go commercial, some could go residential. It's sort of the best guess that anyone could do at the time. And so it is possible that we could get more than 8,700 units in the plan area if some sites that we thought might go commercial go residential. And so it is possible for individual sites to build more housing than we thought, or for one of the key sites to add more housing within the zoning that is being approved. But to go beyond what what the zoning would allow on, today would, as Director Ram stated, would require a whole, a new planning effort.
I'll let the supervisor deal with that. I'll drop that off my list. Seriously, I mean, honestly, if it's that complicated. The Old Mint adding the funding, there's $400 million in transportation money that's unprogrammed. I'd recommend that we take $5 million out of the $400 million, rather $5 million out of the $10 million, and catch somebody else's hair on fire because we cut their program 50%. So I would look that we would take it out of the biggest pool of money. Director, you have comments on that?
No, I think just to clarify, I think the transportation proposal is $500 million for transit. Is that right?
So it'd be 1% of the.
It'd be if you took $5 million out of that. Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah.
That's correct. The amount for transportation is $500 million. Of that, $160 million is coming from the CFD, so that would be the component that you're shifting around. I would also just note that that was envisioned as funding for regional transportation primarily. So.
Okay, I would recommend that we take the $5 million out of that, which is 1%. I think, Director, you had a conversation around this. That's something that I think we might be able to sell. The living walls, I think we had support for.
The only thing on that issue, I mean, I think we can certainly explore options.
Explore options around living walls.
Because we don't know how much and where. And remember, we have already have a code requirement in place for, what do we call it, the Better Roof Ordinance. But that's only for buildings below a certain size because the nature of the roofs are more accessible. For high rises, it's a little more harder to do that. But anyway, if the option is simply to explore that, I think we can certainly explore that.
The other one is explore the feasibility of a path to legalization of the live-work lofts and potential fees that we could recapture for buying small sites and rent-controlled buildings. It's explore. It's not do.
And that would be broader than Central Soma.
Yeah, it would be right
everywhere.
Right.
Not everywhere, but
just direct be that a part of it, because there could be more funding for stabilization. And anybody else have any other ones they wanted to add? So that I make a motion with those 1, 2, 3 things. All those plus
Can you
these three
repeat-
things.
recommendation.
Can you repeat
Staff-
that again?
The
The staff-
supervisor's recommendation, the staff recommendation,
Which is all incorporated, I mean, this, yeah.
everything, all the way up to page 20. The Old Mint, restore the funding having it come out of the transportation, 500 million. Explore living walls, and explore the feasibility of a path to legalization, especially now that we're rezoning thing MUO, which could, or I'm sorry, MUR for lofts that actually were commercial, that they're actually being used as dwelling units. So explore that to fund community stabilization for acquiring sites, those three items.
All right, you're on the roster, Commissioner Moore, so let's,
Do I hear a second?
I mean, I'll second it to get the conversation.
Great.
Commissioner Fong.
I understand everything you are proposing, and sometimes I think our roles feel different here as commissioners, and I step back for a second. And I think have been some brilliant minds, both on the government side as well as on the private sector side, to get to someplace in the middle after 17 meetings and how many years. Based on that, I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to tinker with it at meeting 17, and those detailed questions I think should come up at meeting 7. This is a big plan. I think you make big strokes. I think this is a big enough plan that it outlives 2-3 cycles of San Francisco. Just because we approve something, I'm a strong believer in market forces. I don't think everything's going to be built as soon as it gets approved, and probably over 2 or 3 cycles again that you see this build out, and the market will tell you. I mean, here we have some projects that are entitled to not being built right now, so that doesn't mean that once we approve this, it goes. I'm supportive of the Mint in particular, of the one add-ons. I'm not sure exactly where that money should come from. I'll leave that to people to tell us where that's best coming from. But overall supportive of staff's recommendations and at this time.
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, well, I think a lot of great comments have been said here. I am going to try to limit repeating what other folks have said, just both about the merits of this project and also what we're hoping for going forward. I also just want to thank, again, all of the staff who have tirelessly tried to keep this plan all together and work to really, I think, be as thoughtful as possible about the future of the city, as well for Supervisor Kim's leadership, and also a deep gratitude to community organizations and activists who have come out. This is your probably more than 17th meeting as well. I watched the hearing in front of the Board of Supervisors, or the appeal hearing, and this is kind of a personal comment, but I want to say that I think fear of displacement is significant. I think fear of impacts is significant. I think when you look at the report that we got about kind of the financial future and feasibility of this project, I have real concerns when looking at the projected employment change by industry, and can see how community members who live in Soma now don't see themselves reflected in some of the language in this report and some of the industries here. So I just want to say that we are holding that concern, and I know that the supervisor's office is too, and we hope to continue to kind of work with you in partnership in making sure that this is an inclusive future. I think that, what we've heard again and again and again is that is a reminder to be proactive about mitigating the impacts of this development, to bake in protections, inclusivity, accessible green space, and an environment in which the community has the opportunity to shape the development that happens. I think this plan is better for the community organizations that have really collaborated with all of our departments and their thoughtful thinking. And that said, I also agree that I don't want to hold up this plan. I think it's not perfect, but we have gotten to a good place. And some of the issues that have been brought up by community members have been brought up by the supervisor, with her saying that we are going to continue to work on those things. And that being said, just echoing what a lot of folks have already said, definitely prioritizing housing, particularly affordable housing everywhere we can. I think every time that we have this conversation, it'd be really good to talk about just making sure we're the narrative reflects all of the housing that's in the pipeline all over the city. That's something we heard 2 hearings ago, and I think it really helped change people's perspective on this project, and I think that should be part of the narrative going forward. I hear the call to look at the ecosystem of affordable housing beyond the SUD. A plan to get creative about protecting current tenants and affordable housing. I believe we called for a hearing on things like land banking, SRO protections, and things like that. And I think it's time for us to take a deeper look at SRO protections, at land banking. Actually, Oakland has a land bank that's pretty successful. Maybe we should have them in to tell us what they're doing. San Francisco also has a community land trust, and I know there's other cities as well who have done that successfully. Absolutely support childcare on large sites. I echo the concern around popos and making sure that the community is involved in the process of designing those, and that those popos are actually accessible to folks of all different types of backgrounds. I just share a concern on PDR displacement funds. I do think that will be helpful, and not quite sure where the conversation landed on that, or we figured that out, but I think we should have those. That would be my vote. And then I just also agree that the CAC is going to be crucial, and I think having some sort of governing body sooner than later would be great for this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Just adding to the list, thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for adding that detail. Commissioner Richards started with giving us all of the things, but spelling them out for the record is really important. There is also the provision for use it or lose it with vesting timelines by right entitlements. And then, as Mr. Cohen and Mr. Marti reminded us, there is a possibility, which we did before, supporting the potential capture of a bump up when it comes to inclusionary based on by right AB 73 type of entitlements. That was important to us in May, I think, and I'd like to just mention that it remains important as a consideration as you move into the implementation of the plan in the long run. This is not a static type of a thing, but it adds the dynamics of being watchful as you move forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
So just a clarification, the motion goes up to and including page 19, not page 20. I was talking to the director about that. I think on the CAC, we'd recommend that there be a CAC and that we'd be modeled after like Market Octavia or Eastern neighborhoods where you have different seats for different constituents. It's
Commissioner, if I may, excuse me the interruption. There's actually going to be follow-up legislation about the CAC, so you will have a further discussion about that. So.
And the potential path legalization on live-work loss can include land banking or whatever community stabilization that it needs. And Director Ram, you had a couple of other recommendations from one of the.
Well, I think.
But can we just clarify, because page 19, or at least on the report, says like additional issues for consideration that staff's not recommending.
We're not necessarily recommending. We just want you to kind of look at them, to explore them. You did want to explore the living wall concept, I understand.
Right.
So we just put these out there for your consideration because they have been raised. Right. So we just want to make sure that you're aware of them, that you discuss them. All of these kind of fall into that category. The one that I would mention on this last page on this SROs is that you might be interested to know that we actually are getting some pretty interesting, I think, very supportable ideas for new SROs that you might want to consider. So I wouldn't necessarily kind of ban those outright, but anyway, that's something for you to consider.
You'd like us to add a couple from the last page?
No, I don't think, it's up to you. I don't think you necessarily have to. I just want to make sure that you're aware of them.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood earlier.
Commissioners, the issues for consideration are there for you to discuss and take a position on them if you like. If you don't wish to, you will have discussed them and the board can take a position and act on them without referring it back to the commission. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good. Okay.
So there's a motion and a second, but I just want to clarify what that is and what's on the, we've got staff's recommendation, which incorporates the supervisor's changes. It's in the staff report. It's up to page 18. If you're following in the PowerPoint, but it's also what's in staff's recommendations in the package.
On the motion,
which is
in the motion itself.
The formal motion. Which is what we probably should offer.
That's, yeah.
So, but then can we repeat the added changes so we all?
So I only have the three.
Just to clarify, it's in the, what's in the draft resolution plus the things, there's a document that Lisa handed to you today, which had additional staff recommendations that were covered, also covered in the PowerPoint.
Plus, we added one that wasn't included there, which was the explore live work path to legalization and capture of the fees.
So this document here.
Expire with clause.
Does your motion include this document?
Yes. The one pager from today.
Yes.
But what, again, what are you saying about capture the fees, or what are you saying?
Just recommend they explore the possibility of enforcement around live work loss, and if they go to become dwelling units, that the fees that are generated for affordable housing go to community stabilization, whether that's land trust, sites, whatever. But at least have it examined as a possibility.
Okay, so it's what's on the table from staff as well as what was handed out today. There was a notion to add some
Living
funding
walls.
to the Mint.
The $5 million for the Mint.
Right, that you've said comes out of transportation.
Recommendations transportation.
Right.
The living wall issue,
Explore living walls.
and look broadly at live work.
Live work.
Those were the three additional
Inclusionary bump.
issues.
I dropped that one.
Inclusion,
Inclusionary bump.
Drop that one?
We're going to explore that.
Well, I mean, we could say, have a feasibility study to determine the value recapture and have it be on parity with all the other value recapture parity percentage of the plan. That's pretty easy to, easy.
although the other value recaptures were based on actual building increases. This one's a bit different that we haven't counted. It's on process changes, which I think is a little more difficult to figure out. I get the notion, but.
Director, what do you think?
Well, as you know, I'm very concerned about overall project feasibility. So, we could certainly look at, or perhaps the easiest way to do is see if we could quantify savings in process to see if it actually is a meaningful amount of money that could be applied to affordable housing. I can almost guarantee you that 5% increases would be impossible from the savings from that process. That's way too much. So the question is there an amount that is reasonable? I don't know what that is. I mean, that's the challenge. And I just don't know what that, it's quantifying the savings from process savings is really, really hard to.
I think they were referring to time savings.
Yeah, that's what I mean, time
But
savings.
you got to come up with a baseline. Like, what's the baseline? Is the baseline what it takes? Is it what it takes when we've, continue things 3 times at the commission? What is it? I think it's just a difficult.
It doesn't.
It's a good, but we should be encouraging ourselves to make process changes.
So, it looks like there's not support for that, so I'm not going to include it. I'm sure staff, if you want to go off and do that, that's great.
I mean, I think frankly, and overall, I think it would help us to quantify savings from time shortenings. I just don't know that we can do it in the context of this particular time, right? I mean, I think it is helpful. Again, it's something I would like the department to do perhaps in the coming couple of years, to actually look at how much do we actually save by saving time? How much developers save by saving time? I think that's a more complicated study than what is being suggested. So I think that's something we can do, but I don't think we can do it in the context of this plan right now, is my point.
Okay.
All right, so that, I seconded
So we're
that
still
motion.
down to 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Living walls, the path to legalization on live work lofts.
So, commissioners, there is a motion that has been.
And there was definitely, because there was a notion about the popos too, which I agree,
Is there 4 or 3?
Just to look at design guidelines for popos, to make them
considerations for
more
public,
accessible
open
and more
spaces.
open to, I think there's a good.
We talked about the Prop K considerations for protection of sunlight on new public open spaces. I think that's a very important idea for a green district.
So how about we
new
capture
rec
that as
park, new rec park open spaces would be subject to Prop K, wouldn't they?
The popos
Any
aren't,
rec park,
though.
any rec park,
That includes
popos
that
are not,
includes more or less purpose as well.
yeah. Again, I'd be
I'm looking
nervous
around
about
just to
extending.
see
So
frowns
I
and
think what
smiles.
I hear is support for looking at design guidelines for popos, making them more accessible,
Yes.
neighborhood-friendly, family-friendly.
Yeah, more
and perha-
welcoming and
Yeah.
public
Protecting
feeling.
sunlight if we can.
If it's possible to look at sunlight issues as well.
Yes, good.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'll add that to the
Very good.
motion.
Is the seconder amenable? Very good. Anything else, commissioners?
So can you repeat that just so we know we've
I
got
think
all
we got
4?
I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it, we got it.
Okay,
back to the
so
table.
commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to adopt recommendations for approval of planning code, business and tax regulations code, and zoning map amendments to the Central Soma Plan and Sustainability District, with all of staff's recommendations and supervisors' recommendations, including the ones submitted today, as amended to include exploring green living walls, design guidelines for popos, funding for the Mint to be increased $5 million and to be taken from the transportation fund, and then explore conversion of live-work lofts to dwelling units and capturing that funding and allocating it to the Community Stabilization Fund.
Right, and then the living walls.
That's the first one I said.
Hold on, Ms. Chen.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. So on this handout that we provided with you today, it actually has two lists in one. So the first part of the list are the staff recommendations, and the second list is additional issues for consideration, some of which overlap with the supervisors' talking points, some of which are other things that actually haven't been discussed fully, or they've been part of the presentation, but they haven't been part of what your deliberation right now. So I just wanted to clarify that for you.
Right. So I think we're taking the staff recommendations.
Just the first
and then
page.
Whatever, I mean, some of the ones key off those
Okay.
items for discussion.
Great.
On that
you for
motion,
that.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 7-0.
All right, we've been here since 1, so we're going to take a 15-minute break and then come back and take on our discretionary review calendar. Thank you for your patience.
We did this for. I am out of here.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
27, 2018. Commissioners, we left off under your discretionary review calendar on item 21. But before I do that, we actually just received a notice for item 24, case number 2017-003846 DRP at 765 Vermont Street, discretionary review. That matter has been withdrawn. So if anyone here from the public is here for that matter, you no longer need to stay.
All right, you're just going to withdraw. We don't need to take any action. All right, go in peace.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item 21, case number 2017-008396 DRP-02 at 2515 Broadway Street, discretionary review.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Elizabeth Jonkier of Planning Staff. This is an abbreviated DR for a project at 2015 Broadway. The property is located on the south side of Broadway between Pierce and Scott and Pacific Heights. The project site is developed with a 3-story over garage, single-family dwelling, constructed circa 1910. The parcel is zoned RH1 and is located within the California Register eligible Pacific Heights Historic District. As initially submitted in June of 2017, the project proposed a 2-story horizontal rear addition with a floor area increase from approximately 3,400 square feet to 5,100 square feet. The project also proposed a new elevator, alterations to the front facade, expansion of the basement level and below-grade first floor, and a below-grade first floor for a new family room, laundry room, and additional storage space, and the terracing of the rear yard. Since the February 2018 311 notification and DR submissions, the project sponsor has reduced the depth of the horizontal rear additions by 3 feet and eliminated 3 windows on the east side of the building. In addition, total floor area was reduced to, the proposed floor area was reduced to 47,000 square feet approximately. The revised project is not seeking any variances or modifications to the requirements of the Planning Code and does not trigger the Section 317 tantamount to demolition thresholds. Also in February of 2018, the environmental planning staff issued a categorical exemption for the project, which included review by preservation staff. The DR requesters are the owners of the adjacent properties at 2513 Broadway and 2517 Broadway. The Residential Design Advisory Team considered the DR applications in August of 2018 and found that the project appropriately respects the neighborhood's topography and the architectural context, preserving the stepping down the hill on Broadway. The proposed rear addition, as revised, maintains both adjacent neighbors' privacy as well as access to light, air, and mid-block open space. The volume of massing of the addition is consistent with all design guidelines. Staff has determined that the revised project does not contain or create exceptional or extraordinary circumstances, and staff's recommendation is to not take DR and approve the project as revised. This concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. So we have 2 DR requesters here. We'll hear from them first. You have 5 minutes each.
You may.
My name is Jerry Suich, and my wife and I have lived at 2513 Broadway since 1985. Members of the Commission, thank you for having me. And I apologize for the low-tech nature of the... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Is the project sponsor supposed to come first?
No, DR requester.
Yeah, I'm the DR person. Yeah, right. I apologize for the low-tech nature of the handout material, but eighth grade production values were probably my highest achievement. I would like to say that 5 minutes will go fast, and so I would like to make three points. One is that this is a demolition permit masquerading as an alteration, or as a rear addition alteration. There is what I will call a cutout in the house, and I'll talk to you in the sponsor's house, that really has simply disappeared under this plan, and it really has an impact on our house. And the third is location of windows looking into our house are unwarranted and really obtrusive. So if I could turn to page 1, I just wanted to familiarize you with the properties. Ours is the one at 2513 on the right as you look. That's the one that sticks out further. Our backyard is 30 feet.
Do you want to put that on the overhead, just so we can see? You could put it on that overhead next to you and point to it.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Yes. And swing the mic over.
See what I mean by my low-tech abilities?
We're about to upgrade you to high-tech here, the overhead.
All right, there we go. We are in this house on the right that sticks out.
Just point to that on the overhead.
Okay, what am I supposed to point at?
Right there, right there. Yeah, just on the picture itself, we can see your finger. Yeah, that's your house. Just excuse me, Mr. Stewart, you have to do speak into the mic, though, also. I apologize.
2515, 2517. This is the area that I wanted to talk to you about today in terms of the cutout. According to the water service records, our house was connected in 1889. The house on the other side at 2517 was connected in 1889, and the sponsor's house was connected in 1903 as an add-on mother-in-law's unit to the 2517 house. Number one, it is our contention that an incorrect permit has been issued by the building department. What's happening with the house, and Patrick Buskovich is our structural engineer, is basically, as proposed, the roof system's coming off, the back wall's coming off, all the internal bearing walls are coming out, and floors 2 and 3 will probably have to be reframed. We have the only internal staircase coming out, getting a new staircase, the only internal chimney coming out, another chimney being put in another place, and then a 4-story elevator being put in. That almost certainly will lead the building department to require a full upgrade for all the codes in terms of Title 24 and so forth. We requested demolition calculations. So we received the ones that you do with 317 tantamount to demolition. However, there are 3 sections of that code, any one of which, if it's exceeded, means demolition. So we hired an architect by the name of Mike Gravalia, and if you look at page 2, he has done a quick review and has found that at least 2/3 of the interior walls are being removed, and that would trigger under 317B2A a demolition. So I would go back to section 1C of our DR application, in which we asked for a standalone demolition plan required to be signed by both the architect and a structural engineer. That would allow us to know what's really happening in the planning stage. In number 2, in terms of the cutout at the back of the house, if you would turn to
Means you have 30 seconds. Left. You'll hear another one.
All right. Existing site plan on the right, proposed site plan on the left. And so what's happening, it wasn't advertised in the wasn't advertised in the 311 notice, is that this area goes away. We rely on that area for 2 windows, only 2 windows that go into our bedroom here. And that gives us privacy light. It gives us light and air. So what they're doing, contrary to what's happening up and down the block.
Sir, unfortunately, your time is up, but you do have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Has it been 5 minutes?
It has.
Okay.
But you will have a 2-minute rebuttal, and we may have questions also.
So am I able to get to some of these other points?
You can in the 2-minute rebuttal, I think would be your best time to do it. Again, we may have questions too. Is there public comment in support of the, oh, no, there's another DR requester.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Just speaking to that mic right there, or you could pull it towards you. Yeah, perfect.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Frances Hochschild, and I live at
I live with my 88-year-old mother and daughter at 2517 Broadway, next door to 2515 Broadway. I've never done this before, and I'm a bit nervous, so I hope it's okay if I read my statement.
Absolutely.
To be honest, it's very disappointing to be in front of you today, since the issues I am raising could easily have been addressed in a more collaborative process. We've lived in our home for more than 50 years and have always had great relationships with our neighbors. We are only the second family to live in our house, which was built in 1883. The project sponsor has been extremely vague and closed about their renovation plan since the very beginning. Throughout the process, it has been very difficult and challenging to get accurate and timely information or the latest plans. Instead of coming by to introduce themselves, see our home, and understand potential issues, the first time I met them was at the neighborhood meeting. I was surprised they filed their plans unchanged a few days later without incorporating any neighbor input. It was only after I hired attorneys and found my DR that they made gestures to address my concerns with a stated intent to have me withdraw my DR. The original owners of my home built 2515 in Broadway in 1903 as a carriage house for one of their daughters. In the last renovation, my parents were kind enough to trust the process and previous owner. However, unfortunately, our home was severely impacted. As you've seen in your packet, our kitchen ventilation was entirely covered, the kitchen side window was eliminated, our drainage rerouted, and they built on top of our porch over our property line. I hope you understand why I'm so concerned about this project. I couldn't afford to purchase the home today, and I can't afford to correct any damage or impact. There's an unfortunate recent example of what can happen in this type of construction, the project at 655 Alvarado and its impact on the neighboring property. Similar to this project, their submittal was initially an addition to the rear basement levels of a single-family home that stated that many walls and structural beams would remain and not be replaced. What was approved on the planning permit wasn't followed. There was an unlawful demolition, and I understand it severely undermined the neighbor's foundation. I am fully supportive of the sponsors building a home to meet their needs. Even after the DR, we continued in good faith to try to work with them to resolve our issues, and I'm still hopeful we can work together. Unfortunately, they continue to assert that the structural issues are not within planning's purview and that they do not have any structural information because they do not have to hire a structural engineer at this point. They respond by giving me vague promise that they will take care of everything later. I believe my questions do fall with what I understand to be your jurisdiction. The need for a more detailed environmental report given the amount of excavation on this extremely steep slope. When I went down to planning, the guy showed me a sheet of paper and thought that that would be the case. And demo calculations, since no internal walls remain, the roof is being removed, the side walls and back walls, staircase, and only the facade is remaining. They repeatedly refuse to specifically address my concerns and instead expect me to pay for my attorneys to draft the necessary reassurances that everything will be addressed and the appropriate mitigation taken. They also have yet to provide plans to reinstate a vent for our kitchen, and the existing one can't be used without creating a fire hazard. Because of their lack of transparency, I have had to hire an engineer, an architect, and land use attorneys. The experts were all surprised how, without consulting a structural engineer, the project sponsor could represent that a two-story addition with 2 additional stories below grade on a steep slope with sand beneath the surface soil, basically underneath our kitchen, could be supported with minimal excavation in a carriage house with unknown foundation conditions. And remember, this was a sister house to our house. I believe there will be much more excavation than what was stated on the application. It is not a simple addition. Based on the building code numbers, so unfortunately not the same ones, but if you do the math, it's over 122% increase. They are adding, and these are their numbers, to 2,630 square feet to their existing 2,151. Whether they plan to sell or keep this property is unclear. Their DR response indicates no increase in value after this renovation. Regardless, they should take responsibility for all the impacts of their renovation. I don't want to be here next year because it's become an unlawful demolition and our foundation impacted. I continue to hope we can work together with them on an agreeable solution. To summarize, I respectfully request the Commission place the following conditions on the application. I thought I'd run out of time, so I have them written down.
All right, that's great. If
So
you
shall
can,
I come
yeah,
give them
just
to
leave
you?
them right there and
Okay.
Mr. Ionin will grab them.
Thank you. Wait, let me give one to them.
So is there any public comment in support of the DR request or opposed to the project? Seeing none, is the project sponsor here? All right. So you get 10 minutes because there's 2 DR requesters.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Eade. I am the architect for the proposed project at 2515 Broadway, a 2-story rear yard addition and interior remodel. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the DR applicant's comments in front of the Commission members here today and to address any questions you may have. Over the course of about 3 months this past spring, we were involved in discussions with the adjacent neighbors to hear their concerns and see if there was some common ground that we could achieve to help relieve those concerns while still providing my client the opportunity to remodel their home. We met with Ms. Hochschild from 2517 Broadway and her attorneys on 3 separate occasions and corresponded openly during this time. We offered to meet with Mr. Sewich from 2513 Broadway, and he agreed to meet with us once at his attorney's office. Their concerns were made known to us, and we provided suggestions of how we could address those concerns, which are detailed in a letter provided to you on September 13th. Most of Ms. Hochschild's concerns were reasonable, and we agreed that they could be implemented into a revision to the planning department. Where she had concerns about the proposed foundation work, we suggested methods that could be implemented. Well, there would be the opportunity to conduct a peer review of the foundation design, and that we would provide a monitoring survey of her home and my client's home before and during construction. Mr. Sewich had concerns about the proposed addition and the proposed windows on the east side of our building. At one point during our meeting, he suggested to us that instead of adding onto the east side of our home, that we add on to the west side only and as far as into the rear yard as allowable, so that we could achieve our program without adding area adjacent to his home. Of course, we said that we did not think that Ms. Hochschild would appreciate that. This also is counter to Mr. Sewich's concern in his DR application about the effect the proposed project will have on the mid-block space. In addition to these items discussed last spring, the DR applicants in the supporting letter from the Pacific Heights Residents Association mentions their concern on the character of the mid-block space that our project will have, and that we are proposing a remodel of a building with a Category A historical rating. Mr. Sewich also states his concern that the project should be considered a demolition under the criteria set in the Planning Code Section 317. I have submitted documentation to the Planning Department that shows that the scope of the proposed demolition does not nearly approach the threshold outlined in 317 and is not considered a demolition. In regards to the question about the project's effects on the mid-block space, if I could have the overhead, please. This is a photograph from Google Earth of the existing mid-block. You can see 2515 is right here, 2513, 2517. You can see from these images that the existing house at 2515 has one of the smallest building footprints on the block, and the proposed addition would have minimal effect on the mid-block space. You can see here in blue the footprint of the proposed addition. In response to the PHRA letter, we are aware of the curb appeal of the home and the characteristics of the front facade that make it special. This is one of the reasons why the homeowners love this property. The only work we are proposing on the front facade is to remove 2 small windows at the first floor, which coincidentally are not visible from the street below because of the projecting garage level, and replace those with 4 new wood windows which would align with the bay windows above. The remaining proposed scope of work would not be visible from the front. It would not alter the characteristics that contributed to the Category A rating. I would like to conclude my time by bringing to the Commission's attention that the proposed project before you today was revised from its original scope presented in the 311 notification drawings in response to the neighbors' concerns. Compared to the original project, the proposed scope of work reduces the rear yard addition by 186 square feet and pulls it back 3 feet. The rear yard addition will be 12 feet short of the rear yard setback line. It reduces the first floor proposed area 176 square feet, which reduces the amount of new foundation work and excavation at the first floor by 61 cubic yards. The proposed scope of work also removes 3 windows on the upper floor on our east facade in response to Mr. Sewich's concerns. The homeowner and I understand that any project proposed adjacent to a home you have lived in for many years may be at first approached with apprehension and concern. On some occasions, this is warranted, and as members of the San Francisco community, we are grateful for the review process that the city has employed for many years. However, we feel that the work we are proposing to remodel the home from its current layout to a home where my clients can raise their family and in the future provide a place for their parents to live with them has been carefully planned with consideration to the home itself as well as to the character of the neighborhood. We respectfully request that the Planning Commission to not take the discretionary review and to allow our project to move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment in support of the project? You are the project sponsor, though, right? I mean, the owner. You're the owner. I mean, we don't have time for public comment, but you can. He's got 4 minutes and 45 seconds left, so you could speak during this time if you'd like.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you. My family and I thank you for the time and opportunity to present our personal stories rather here. We are residents of San Francisco for many years, and we are my wife and I owner of 2515 Broadway. Both our children, 9 years old and 3 years old, were born in San Francisco. They go to nearby school. And my wife and I are both engineers. We have gone to universities very close to Bay Area. Lived here for close to 30 years now. We admire San Francisco, specifically for his social responsibility to his residents. We love his culture. And more importantly, we love the diversity of people that we meet in it every day. We're working parents, like many, providing for our children, active in community schools. And in late 2016, after a year my son was born, we got into a situation that we needed to pursue a bigger home because a family of 4 and an aging mom that is becoming ill and needs our assistance no longer fits in a condominium. In 2017, we purchased a home, 2515 on Broadway. We fell in love with actually its character, its curved views, and it's actually a beautiful garden. We began the planning with the objective of accommodating a family of 4 and an aging mom. We pursue a thoughtful plan, an experienced architect, Jeff, which we have known as a friend as well as an architect for some time. And the proposed plan really allows for 2 small children to be on the same level as we are, as our bedroom is. And while balancing that with enough garden space, actually large garden space, for them to be in it so they can get the sun and all the playtime that they need in the garden. We understand the issue of privacies, and these things are emotional objections to sometimes constructions. But we actually are on the receiving end of it. As you see on the projector prior to this, on the east side of our property, the backyard, our entire backyard is actually exposed to the structure, to our neighbor. And on the west side, we actually are exposed and opened by a full level above our yard. But these are the realities of San Francisco. This is where we live, and it's okay, and we like living in San Francisco. There are people in the Bay Area who rather live away from their neighbors, and there are places they can go to. That's not for us, and we feel that we enjoy living next to people. We understand all of that. So more importantly about the home, there's been a lot of talks. This home naturally is our home. We have never intended to demolish, destroy, or alter it, its architectural form. We're familiar with the guidelines. We've been very careful about going through this process with full transparency, as opposed to multi-permits and all that. Every entire project is packaged into what you see today. And really, our goal is to make this home functional for us. I want to emphasize the word functional. The prior owner were 2 people, 2 adults. Their children were way gone, long time gone. And so existing layout of the home fits their lifestyle, not my family of 4 and my mom. So in the closing, really, I want to say this, that San Francisco planning staff, and including preservation residential design team, have reviewed multiple times our plan, and they determined that we're within compliance, of course. We have reached out to our neighbors, especially with Francis, as was mentioned. And we had actually good, very friendly conversation. We hope to actually be good neighbors going forward. Unfortunately, we did not come to a resolution, and kind of maybe wasting your time here today. We could not get there. And then lastly, we actually reduced our plan by actually more than 350 square foot, because by minimizing things, figuring out still we can fit the bedrooms on the upstairs and everything we need to do to get this thing done. So and lastly, we appreciate your time and to help us, allow us to build, to make this our home and raise our children in it. I think we as neighbors and homeowners have equal rights, and we have obligations to take care of our family. And nobody, whether they lived here 1 year or 50 years before us, has privilege or they be above those rights. So with that, I end. And again, I thank you for your time for very long.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional public comment or any public comment in support of the project? Seeing none, Mr. Suich, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you very much. We're very happy to have this gentleman and his family as a neighbor. We're simply asking for responsible plans. I would show you this, which is the main window on this side of our house. So we are looking at 2515. It's a window 7 feet tall by 5.5 feet tall. It didn't appear on the first plans, so we had to ask them to revisit it. So it shows on the plans. You come up and it's a second floor access. Everything comes off this. And what we would like to do, if this goes forward, is for them to remove these windows, which look directly into the core of our house, because this is our main living. You come in off the street through a staircase. The other thing that I would like to show you is this is a picture of where we are looking from one of our 2-bedroom windows into that little private area open space. There used to be a tree here, but it's not there anymore, obviously. Our proposal would be that if this goes forward, that they simply flip the area such that instead of this being 15 feet wide this way and 9 feet tall, that it be 7.5 feet wide and then run the full length of this, which is 18 feet. I would ask in public comment that you address the reality of the issue that 317 has been violated. Each one of there are 3 tests for demolition. All 3 have to be met. One of them was not met. And that is an issue. We're not trying to be difficult. We're just trying to say it is such a complex project with excavation under the house that it needs to have an informed discussion at the planning stage between a structural engineer and an architect. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Second DR requester, you've got a 2-minute rebuttal. Ms.
Hi.
So, first of all, I want to correct
Just pull that
something.
mic again, sorry.
I want to correct something. We welcome the change. Having lived there a long time isn't an issue. The size and the privacy really isn't our issue. I'm not here to talk about that. In fact, the 3 feet that they took back is welcome, but that wasn't my issue. We had some good conversations, and as you can tell, I kept trying. However, their promises, on the monitoring was that I do draft something at my expense and with lawyer fees, $500 an hour. I'm a single mom. My mom has dementia. I've got my daughter. I just, going down that path didn't make sense, which is why we're here today. It shouldn't be my responsibility to draft documents to make sure that my foundation is okay. And we still haven't seen anything on the vent, which is a very serious concern, or the drainage. I know you've seen a lot of neighbor letters in the file. Obviously, I've known them a long time. They are concerned on my behalf that my foundation and home and family will be badly impacted by the project. So thank you for your time and consideration. I am not asking that they not be allowed to build a home that works for their family. Before them, it was 2 couples and a family with a kid. I get it. The realtor didn't think it was a family house when it was sold. That's not our objection. The objection is their concern for my home foundation with the sand, other issues. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Project sponsor?
Thank you. We've offered to address the concerns of Ms. Hochschild's foundation by doing the peer review, by offering the monitoring survey, which is an actual licensed site surveyor that puts points on both of the buildings and periodically measures those points throughout the foundation process, establishes those points before construction. So we've offered these things. We've offered concessions, not concessions, but agreements on how to correct some of the 1994 or 96 remodel that kind of worked its way or somehow was built over 0.2 inches or 0.2 feet onto her property, so there's a slight wall that's built. We're going to correct that so that everything is within our property, and that's all been noted on PDFs that we've shared with the neighbors. So we're happy to document that sort of information and our willingness to comply with that, so we don't have an issue with that.
Okay, thank you. No, unfortunately, that was the time to do it. We may have questions though, but I appreciate it. So we'll close the hearing and open it up to commissioner questions and comments. Commissioner Richards or Commissioner Fong.
Yeah, I just want to, I mean, this is it's a great, beautiful block, a classic block of San Francisco, beautiful homes, plural. And it's a fair amount of work, it looks like, in this space. I don't know if I can question the tantamount to demolition or not, but there's a fair amount of work. And just coming off of the Alvarado Street one where there was a lot of excavation in a good way, but the result wasn't very beneficial for the neighbors, and I think they were sort of caught without any kind of agreement. Maybe this is a little bit of a trend-setting thing where if there's this amount of excavation, that there's a agreement between the parties. If something goes south and doesn't go right, there's a resolution in place or something. So it seems like there's two different things, the foundation and the windows. The window alignment does seem like there's some attempt, at least in this drawing, to have them not aligned, but there are a couple that sort of align face to face, and maybe one of the commissioners has a better idea of how to offset the one in particular, the biggest one, that's sort of looking right through each other's houses.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess the question I have for staff is we have a letter from Mr. Caravaggio, the architect, saying that this is a demo under 317 subsection blah blah blah, blah B. Mm-hmm. Do you good folks have calcs on that you could share with us?
Yeah, I do have the demolition calculations and the tables and the graphics provided by the architect. And in both sections, these are and clauses. That's...
Sir.
Anyway, regardless, the percentages are not based on the information that we have. They are not exceeding the threshold for Section 317 in any of the cases.
Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Winslow, could you talk to us a little bit about foundation concerns? We hear them obviously all the time, and there is a reason to voice concern. However, standard construction practices do consider adjoining foundations, including how you treat them in case there is an interference. Could you enlighten us a little bit more on that subject matter?
I wish I could. I'll try my best. From my limited experience of foundations, where there's adjoining foundations, and you're going deeper than your adjacent neighbor, you have an underpinning condition that requires a permit to access your neighbor's foundation in order to shore it up while you're going lower. That is typically done in sections of 2 to 4 feet, such that while you're excavating stuff to go underneath and support a foundation from below, you're not allowing it to collapse. There's probably an expert in this room in the form of Mr. Buskovich who could probably answer the question much more facile than I. But yeah, I mean, if you would be so kind, I have I'm at the limit of my knowledge on that aspect. But it's a civil. Usually you apply for a permit when you're doing that, and you gain the acknowledgement and permission of your neighbor to perform the undershoring.
The reason why I'm asking it is that in itself it is not a DR issue. We hear concerns about construction noise and dust, including foundation and drainage, etc. However, in the planning process and approval process itself, we're looking at criteria while we anticipate that best care is being executed during construction of the building, including all necessary aspects of protecting each other's foundations, etc. This is not what is basically in front of us to consider as a DR issue. while we do obviously support everything that is required by DBR and good construction techniques, we are not here to have that as a DR argument. The question that is really here at hand is the one as to whether or not windows facing each other, not sitting on property line, are appropriate or not. And I believe that is really at the core, at least of the first DR. I believe that the department has looked at them, and from what I can tell, they have been adjusted in position and size, including in terms of detailing and quality, that I believe that they are just as justified as the original, the DR requester who has windows there and hoped there wouldn't be any others. I'm curious what other commissioners feel about this, but the right of having a window, which is, I think, cumulatively 6 feet away from each other on facing walls, is the reality of how many buildings are built or are being expanded to. Then the question is, do you have them just like aligned with each other, that you really forced to look into each other, or are they discreetly set off in distance and in size in order to protect that element of polite privacy by which you don't just stand there and stare into each other's houses? I'm curious what other people have to say about this matter.
Commissioner Richards?
I guess first question, staff, we heard I don't have section 317 in front of me, and you probably do. Is it and, or? Whether A doesn't work, then it goes to B, or if that doesn't work, it's C's definition demolition. I should probably carry it around in my pocket. We've dealt with this so much.
I have it right here.
Okay.
I have it here. Between A, B, and C, it's or. Within the criteria the first criteria is if the building department determines that an application for demolition is required, and that wasn't determined here. And then B, a major alteration is if it removes more than 50% of the sum of the front facade and the rear facade, and also proposes removal of more than 65% of the sum of all exterior walls. So in each of these sections, so that's an and, it has to meet both of those.
Okay, and then in the next section?
Or a major alteration of a residential building that proposes the removal of more than 50% of the vertical envelope elements and more than 50% of the horizontal elements. And based on the information that, and that's measured in square feet of actual surface area.
Okay, and based on the information we're at, if you can just share that with us.
Yeah, so based on the information that we have for the B, the front facade is, there's no percentage of demolition there, but the rear facade is, and I can maybe put this graphic up for the project sponsor.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if these were in the, did the DR requester get these? Do you know?
My understanding is staff did through an email. These were provided either by the project sponsor directly to the DR requesters when staff also received them.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So, let's see if you can see that section. So you have the vertical elements here. So at the front facade, it's 0%, but the rear facade, and this is the rear facade, is at the demolition calculation of 100%. And while that total percentage is close to 50%, it's an and clause with this information here, which totals all the front, rear, east, and side, the sum of all the, 65% of all the exterior walls, and that's only here at 24%, so it doesn't meet that criteria. And you can see that graphically also here and here. So that's B. And then section C, that's 50% of the vertical envelope elements and 50% of the horizontal elements. So here taking a look at the vertical envelope elements, I don't know if you can see that. We are at 24% and each percentage for each facade. And then the horizontal elements, so those are the floors, including the roof. That's at 23. And again, these would have to be at 50 and 50. And based on the information that we have from the project sponsor, they're in the 20s. The percentages are in the 20s. And this is how it is represented graphically.
So it's not even close.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. I guess the other question for the project sponsor is we had from one of the requesters a request to build the exact space instead of laying it, I'd say, perpendicular, lay it more horizontally. What would that do with the project?
Well, what we're trying to do is on the upper floor, we're trying to put 2 bedrooms in the back. And so with the 3-foot setback on that east side, the 3 bedrooms or the 2 bedrooms that would face beyond that rear facade would be about 11 feet wide each. And so by adjusting the floor plan in that context, we'd have maybe an 8-foot bedroom and a 10-foot bedroom, or I mean, it'd just be a odd situation in the floor plan to take a chunk out of the back like that.
Okay, thank you.
How about the other question Mr. Suich had about the window, the addition of the window in the front, I mean, on the front side there, that kind of matches against his.
I think it's something that we could look at and we could consider.
I mean, maybe there's an
Yeah, if that's
opportunity to
something that
reduce
is
the
a
size of
concern.
that window, you know, because your window kind of mimics theirs. It's about, 3 double hung windows
Yeah,
wide.
that's
Theirs is
the
about the
dining
same.
room. That's the dining room of our proposed plan. So, I mean, if that's something that's a concern, we could look at reducing that instead of a 3-bay to a 2-bay.
2-bay, yeah.
So we're not opposed to that whatsoever. We've already taken into consideration some of the windows on that facade, especially up in the upper floor, and removed those completely. So we'd be willing to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree with kind of Commissioner Moore's comments. It's hard for us to get in it's really a building department issue, the foundation issue, but I think if you're recommending that bay be reduced by a third, we take you up on it and minimizes some of the kind of view and privacy issues amongst the 2 buildings.
I just want to say one thing.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so in the first building, the first flat that I owned, we had the same issue with undermining the foundation of my home. And what the project sponsor described in terms of doing the measurements, having a surveyor come out, is exactly what we did. And if I were concerned about my foundation as much as you are yours, I would take them up on their offer because that was a foolproof method of understanding whether there was any impact. So I would. Thank you.
Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the staff recommendation and the revisions from Mr. Winslow. All in all, considering the size of these houses, I think it's still kind of a modest addition. Again, considering the size of the already existing houses, and that this is almost going to even up those 3 houses is kind of lining up a little better. So if any commissioners wanted to add on small things to work on additionally, I'm in favor of moving it forward tonight, though.
Would you take the offer from the project sponsor to remove one of those windows? And I'd say it's the one farthest from the street. So is there a motion to take DR and reduce the size of that?
I will make a motion to take DR and approve with the reduction of the windows.
It's the window.
From 3 to 2.
You know it, right? It's the new window that's being put in on the main living area, and it's the third. You'd remove the third window from the street.
Furthest from the street.
It says 7 feet.
Overhead, please. For that one with the 3 windows, you'd remove that.
The big one.
No.
The farthest from the street.
I believe.
Yeah. So you're going to remove the third farthest from the street, right?
Yeah.
Well, the street is over here.
Yeah.
Right, so just remove this one is what
Correct.
you're proposing.
Yeah, because that
That's
one
fine.
lines up more with
That's
the
fine.
neighbor. Okay. There's a motion and a second. Commissioner Moore, did you have a
No,
comment?
it's
Are you
fine.
good? All right.
You just spelled it out. Take it.
Who seconded that?
Did anyone?
Thank you. On that motion, then, commissioners to take DR and eliminate the third window furthest from the street along the ground floor. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 22 for case number 2017-006815 DRP at 48 Clifford Terrace, discretionary review.
Good evening, President Hillis and Commissioners. David Winslow, Staff Architect. The item before you is a public initiated request for discretionary review for a building permit application 2017-0523.7451 to construct a roof deck in the buildable area of an existing 3-story single-family dwelling. A 6-foot-tall wood slat windscreen set back 5 feet from the west side property line is also proposed as part of this construction. The proposed roof deck will be set back 25 foot 3 inches from the front property line, 4 feet 2 inches from the east side property line. No setback is proposed at the west side property line, as access to the proposed deck will be provided via a roof access hatch and an access landing, which are proposed to be built to the west side property line. Minimal guardrails and parapets ranging from 30 inches to 42 inches as required by building code are proposed around the deck. The reason for the DR is the DR requester's concerns include 2 primary issues: a light to the interior of their house and privacy. Specifically, the roof deck will allow visibility into the DR requester's home. To date, the department has received 0 letters in opposition and 2 letters of in support of the project sponsor. The department has reviewed the project and finds the project meets the standards of the residential design guidelines with respect to privacy and massing issues. And despite the existence of abundant and large skylights of the roof of the adjacent neighbor's property, the DR requester, the 3-foot side setback that separates the properties from one another, in conjunction with the location of the roof deck set back 5 feet from the building edge, accessed by a hatch and open railings, are a sensitive response that ensures reasonable reciprocal privacy in line with the preliminary recommendations of the department's roof deck policy and presents no exceptional or extraordinary conditions. Staff recommends that the Commission do not take the DR and approve the project as proposed, as the project has been designed to minimize any privacy concerns to the property at 50 Clifford Terrace and does not represent, again, any exceptional or extraordinary conditions that would justify further modifications to a code-compliant project. This concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. DR requester. Mr. Buskovich.
Good evening, Commissioners. Pat Buskovich. About extraordinary.
Speak into the mic there.
Extraordinary circumstances. And there is a new policy, it's still being formulated on roof decks, which I think is a good idea. So I'm making this DR as part of that policy being vetted out. I also strongly support what is obviously some streamlining of the DR process. I think it's a great idea. It's obvious to me. I think it's a great idea. So let's talk about what may be extraordinary. The current neighbor has an existing deck off the second floor, which is about 112 square feet. They also have a ground floor yard of about 340 plus 2 adjoining lots, small lots, about 592 feet. That's about 1,000 square feet of existing open space. On top of that, there is this very large, huge open space of 4,700 square feet that's available to them. So in that policy is part of a discussion, how much open space does one person need? And they're proposing another 491 square feet of open space when they have access to almost 6,000 square feet they're partially owners of or owners of. That's the policy of how much more do you need? And then you compare it to what's the purpose of this deck? Is it for short-term rentals? I don't know, but your new policy talks about, and I think it's a good idea, about setbacks. And I think it also talks about, but that's the DR process, what is excessive? And do you need more when you have 6,000, almost 6,000? You can walk to a couple nice parks. I think that's part of the DR process. But also part of this is, particularly on the short-term issue, is the 5-foot setback, which they apparently have done, but they haven't respected, and this is also part of the DR question. They've installed stairs up the side of the property right here, and the landing, which is really part of the deck, is adjoining their skylights. So you can literally look through their roof and see people coming up to the top. So one of the questions is, if they're going to have a deck up there, if you say it's okay, another 500 square feet, then at least make sure the landing is set back. It's an easy thing to do. You can take this stairs and slide it to the front of the street so that when you get out, you're not looking right through those windows, those skylights, right into their space. It's not that hard to slide it down. So if the commission does feel, because this is part of the DR process, I don't know what you want, at least not have the landing directly above these skylights. Slide the stairs down so when they come out of the stairs, they're coming down here. And it's an easy design feature to change. That's my request. Maybe they have too much deck. Maybe they don't need it for short-term rental. Anyway, project sponsor or project appellant, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Gordon, along with my husband, Thomas Medill. We own 50 Clifford Terrace, right next to the west of the subject property. We really struggled with whether we go forward with this DR or dismiss it, because we did appreciate the efforts planning made in trying to get this a lot more reasonable. When it was originally proposed, it was just a huge looming doghouse where we really felt like we're trying to be almost run out of the neighborhood, was the sense. And planning really worked and got it into a much more reasonable place. And there was one important change that we wanted made, and that was to have people, when they do come up the stairs, actually exit onto the deck itself instead of the landing still close to the property line. Bottom line is, we asked for that change before the DR, and it was denied. We only got it because we filed the DR. But now the issue remains that Mr. Buskovich has mentioned of still the landing and those stairs being a problem, because they really are within that 5-foot setback. A further issue is we're concerned about where this is going, as Mr. Buskovich said, in terms of purpose of creating such a large living, giving rise to large profits, adding to unaffordability of housing.
That's
Your time is up.
You'll have a 2-minute rebuttal, though. Is there public comment in support of the project?
Support of the
Opposed
DR.
to support of the DR, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So let's hear from the project sponsor, and then you'll have a 2-minute rebuttal also.
Somebody wants to.
Are you support of the DR?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
1 minute, is that right?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
3 minutes.
My name is Dorian Stone. I and my wife own 60 Clifford Terrace, which is 2 doors up from Mike and Gabby, and the adjacent lot to Tom and Liz. You just heard from Liz. You'll see me here on the October 11th. Liz has also filed a discretionary review against work that we're proposing. So you'll see me again in a couple
Wait, so
weeks.
you're for the project?
So I am for this project. I'm just giving you context as to who I am and why
You're
you're
in
going to see me in
support
2
of
weeks.
this-
I'm for this project.
Okay,
Okay,
so
well,
you're,
we haven't called you yet.
Hold
Oh,
up
I'm
one
sorry, I thought
second.
you
We got to
said
hear
for
from
the
the project
project.
sponsor
Okay.
first. You are the project sponsor?
Yeah, I'm the architect for the
Okay.
project.
Go
So-
for it. You've got 5 minutes.
Great. So my name is David Yama. I'm the architect for the project. The client is Gabriela Tinoco. And we have a very small project here. It's simply a roof deck and a stair access to the roof deck. And the project started over 2 years ago. We had a neighborhood outreach meeting, and that was in August of 2016. The only person to show up at the meeting were the DR requesters. And they asked that we immediately meet with them, do a shadow study, and talk about how we could address some of their concerns, which we did. Our initial submittal to the planning department was a larger volume. It was a stair penthouse. In a concession to the DR requester after the neighborhood outreach meeting, we lowered the height of the penthouse and we reduced the height of the landing, or the length of the landing. But during the planning review of the project, there was a suggestion that we reduce the overall mass and go to a roof hatch access, which is what we did. So we now have a project where, and I also want to talk a little bit about the request to have the stair slide toward the street. The roof hatch is directly above the existing stair in the home. There really is no way to move the stairway, which is a communicating stair within the house that goes up all 3 floors. There's really no way to have the roof be accessed independently of that stair. So the proposed design we have now that's been reduced in mass is as minimal as it can get. And we have a roof hatch, we have a 30-inch high parapet wall, and then we're exiting out of the roof hatch to the east, away from the DR requester's property. So there's a 5-foot setback between where our roof deck begins and where the property line is. And the other thing I wanted to mention was we had the option of doing this as an over-the-counter permit with the city. The only reason that we are going down the intake path is because there's a privacy fence that would not be allowed under the over-the-counter process. But we wanted to be transparent about what we're doing, and yet this is taking such a long time. We feel like there's nothing else we can do with the design to make it more to make it have less impact on the neighbor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now it's time for public comment in support of the project.
Time? How many minutes?
You got it, 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. All right, so again, my name's Dorian Stone. My wife and I own 60 Clifford Terrace. We're the adjacent home on the other side of Tom and Liz at 50 Clifford Terrace. The people who submitted the DR, you'll see me in 2 weeks because we have another DR that they've submitted against work we're proposing as context, and so you'll see me again. I think just a couple of things. One, I don't think there's anything extraordinary about this. I think we got lots of roof decks in the neighborhood. It's a wonderful, place to actually have a roof deck and enjoy the views and everything else. And I don't see why any property should be denied it. Second, I think in the course of the past couple of years, we've seen ideas and proposals from Tom and Liz to expand their home in terms of decking and so on, in addition to decking they've put in recently, and have heard complaints from them whenever concerns about privacy or what have you are raised by 48 Clifford Terrace about those projects. And so it just seems a bit counterintuitive as to why there'd be such sensitivities today. And third, we think that, frankly, Gabby and Mike actually bring a great sort of character to the neighborhood. They're doing things to protect the way their house looks, the way it fits in, as well as they're just a wonderful family to have in the neighborhood with kids that they're raising, and it just adds to the entire environment. We don't see any kind of concerns of negative use of the property. That's it.
All right, thank you. DR requester, you've got a 2-minute rebuttal.
Commissioners, Dorian brought up the DR, and I just wanted to say that we don't take these processes lightly at all. We're in a situation where they've both proposed improvements that we think very much warrant this action, and it's with great regret that we've had to bring it, and we'll address them as they come up. Wanted to also say that they're going on about the 2 years, but in fact, Gabby and Mike, the neighbors next door, moved to Europe for 9 months, and right on the eve of when they moved is when we got word of their addition. So they were traveling for 9 months and couldn't respond to our input. And then there was another 7-month increment where they just dropped the ball, and then all of a sudden we heard that they were going to be moving forward. So that's like 18 months of the last 2 years that they're talking about. It had to do with their travel and not moving it forward. Also want to say it's very clear, or it feels to us, that they really don't need more open space because they have just a wealth of riches when it comes to open space, unlike a lot of us, the others. This is clearly about a right to a view, but as we understand it, there really isn't a right to a view, or so Gabby and Mike have been telling us for years as they've grown these trees horrifically tall to block our view, and we've complained about that. We're concerned about purpose, and that is, there is an advertisement that Gabby put in the Zumper, and they were also on VRBO about renting their house out when they were in Europe. So we dealt with all the revolving door of neighbors, people parking in our driveway, our newspapers disappearing, and we're concerned that if this roof deck is allowed as it is, that this is what we're going to be dealing with, that it really is about large profits, large housing, and will have the effect of increasing housing costs.
All right, thank you. Project sponsor, you've got a 2-minute rebuttal.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Tinoco, and I currently live at 48 Clifford Terrace with my husband and 2 kids. Our daughter Sophia and I love to garden, but unfortunately we have raccoons that have snatched every potato we have ever grown. A roof garden would allow us to grow more vegetables, as it would have plenty of sun without fear of losing harvest to our raccoons. Roof decks in our neighborhood are common, and there are many homes with 4 stories, and many of those near the 40-foot height limit. I have a map here to show all the relevant heights in our neighborhood. Our house is only 3 stories and only 32 feet high to the top of the parapet. We have been addressing the DR applicant's concerns to our proposed roof deck for over 2 years, and have already made 3 major revisions, along with many considerable alterations. We have now compromised on a roof hatch, minimal guardrails, and a mandatory 30-inch fire-rated wall at the property line. We believe a 6-foot wall, 6-foot tall wood-shot windscreen set back 5 feet from the property line addresses her privacy concerns much more than her proposed clear glass one. It saddens me that after so many years of negotiations, a neighborhood outreach meeting, individual meetings with her and her architect, 3 major revisions, a shadow study, and endless emails, we have been unable to come to a reasonable solution on a simple roof deck. What saddens me even more is what Liz wrote on the DR form. It is a complete mischaracterization of what's happened. My husband and I have made some mistakes, but those events have no bearing on what is at issue right now. And I will not respond to a slanderous attack with another personnel attack. What is important to note is that we voluntarily demolished 8 feet of our house at the 2nd and 3rd floors of our house back in 2008 at her request, created more than 200 square feet of open space in our rear yard. Our rear yard, which is composed of 2 small lots behind our house. Oops, sorry. These 2 lots, along with vacant lot 32. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you
Anyways,
very much.
thank you so much for your consideration. I
All right.
appreciate it.
That closes this portion of the hearing. We'll turn it over to commissioners. Commissioner Koppel.
Again, I'm going to go with staff recommendation here. It's code compliant. I don't think the work is extraordinary.
Is that a motion? Or Commissioner Melgar?
Was that a motion?
I'll make a motion to not take our DR and approve as proposed.
Second.
On that motion, Commissioners, to not take DR and approve the project as proposed, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, item 23, case number 2016-003314 DRP, 180 Vienna Street, discretionary review.
Good evening, President Hillis and Commissioners. David Winslow, Staff Architect. The item before you is a public-initiated request for discretionary review of a building permit application 2016.0114.7155 to construct a 2-story horizontal addition at the rear of an existing 1-story single-family home on a 25 by 100-foot downsloping lot. This block of Vienna Street consists of 1- and 2-story stucco and wood-clad houses and a consistent mid-block open space pattern. The rear addition, as proposed, would extend 17 feet from the existing rear wall at the 1st and 2nd stories and be set back 5 feet from the DR requester's property line. The basement story would extend 23 feet from the existing rear wall and be set back 5 feet from both property lines in a staggered fashion. The reason for the DR is the DR requester, a resident of 170 Vienna Street, the adjacent neighbor to the north, concerns 3 primary issues. Building scale at the rear is out of scale with the neighborhood context. The depth of the addition impacts the light to the DR requester's home and yard. And lastly, there are further impacts to parking difficulties in the neighborhood. Public comment to date, the department has received no letters in opposition nor letters in support. The staff recommendation in light of the DR requester's concerns after reviewing it with respect to scale and massing at the rear recommended limiting the 2-story addition to what the aforementioned 17 feet from the existing main rear wall, such that it extends 5 feet beyond the near adjacent neighbor to the north with a 5-foot side setback, and aligns with that adjacent neighbor's deck to the south with no side setbacks. Basically, what we did is it had gotten sent out for 311 notification. We missed it, and we, as soon as the DR was filed, called in the project sponsor and made those recommendations, which they accommodated. With these changes and based on the residential design guidelines, staff finds that the project meets the department's standards and guidelines. Therefore, the planning department recommends the commission not take the DR and approve the project as proposed, as the project has been modified to further minimize any privacy concerns, scale issues, and does not represent any extraordinary or exceptional conditions that would justify further modifications to a code-complying project. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Winslow. DR requester. There's 2 DRs filed?
Well, I paid for half of it, so you want to go first?
Are there 2 or not? I mean,
It's 1 DR.
There's 1 DR.
Okay.
They can
Mr.
split
Toole.
their time.
Mr. Toole, are you Mr. Toole?
Yes, sir. I am Mr. Toole. Thank you.
All right, you're Mr. Toole, so you're the DR requester, right?
Yes, sir. And thank you, Mr. Winslow, for that excellent summary. My name is Frank, and I'm the property owner at 170 Vienna, the adjoining property to the north, as Mr. Winslow said. I do have several concerns about the project. I've heard the commission express your own concerns about protecting sunlight, for example, in the Central Summit Plan for the Popos. So I know you're very conscious that sunlight is precious in the city, especially during the winter months as we're coming up. I have a 1-bedroom house, and that 1 bedroom has 1 large window, which provides most of the light into my home. The 2nd-story addition to the project would block light into this window and greatly impacting the livability of my home. Of note, I did request the architect of the proposal to do a shadow study, to which I received no response, although I do appreciate the modifications done after Mr. Winslow spoke to him. My second related concern is the bulk and scale of the project. And yes, of course, the existing size of 180 Vienna is small, as are all the houses on the block. Looking to the left and the right, from the rear of my house, all the houses have similar depth and similar yard space until the end of the block. The increased depth of the proposed project is absolutely not compatible with the other houses on the block. Third, this last concern is shared by several other neighbors as well. I don't personally have a garage at all. It takes me a long time to find a parking space every single night when I come home from work. And several neighbors are concerned that the neighbor at 180, who I've never met in the 2 years I've been living at 170. I do interact with his architect, who's a very professional gentleman, but we're concerned that them putting in a 3-bathroom house is going to affect the parking situation in our neighborhood. Since he doesn't even live there, we're wondering if that's going to be really a single-family home. But again, I do acknowledge that the changes made to the original plan were much improved. I do feel that the 17 feet of 2nd story is still going to significantly impact light into my home. It's 2nd story. It's quite high on a slope. I would respectfully request the commission to recommend that 2nd story expansion be limited to the current footprint of the house and their porch, which is also 2nd story, and we're not talking about that. They also have a porch, which is 2nd story. I'm not concerned about that, but limiting it to the full footprint of the house and their porch, and not 17 feet more out the back of 2nd story. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Public comment in support of the DR requester?
Actually, I paid for half of this DR too. I live behind the house. You talked about shadow effect. Well, Frank is going to have a wall effect. And you talked about transit first. Well, you know, everybody in our neighborhood has cars, unless they're real old and can't drive anymore. This will not be a single-family residence as far as I'm concerned. It started off as 4,400 square feet, okay? Then after we squawked a little bit, they reduced it to 2,900 square feet, and then I think after Mr. Winslow got involved, they reduced it to 2,200 square feet. But there's going to be 3 bedrooms. This is essentially going to be a 3-story house, okay, because you enter on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is down below. It's on a steep hill. The 1st floor is down below the 2nd floor, and then they're going to extend a garage. They say they're going to extend a garage, or no, the basement. The basement is going to extend 23 feet. That'll be the 1st floor. Then you have the 2nd floor, which is now the 1st floor, and then you have a 3rd floor on top, which is now the 2nd floor. You enter on the 2nd floor. Okay. I'll be happy to have something done with this house because it's been vacant for 2 years. The weeds are up 10 feet tall, and you know you can't even walk in the backyard anymore. There was supposed to be a 29-foot setback from the back of the lot. Now they say it's going to be 48 square feet. The math did not work for me. There's going to be no facade change to the front. The garage is so narrow, I doubt if you could get a full size. You probably couldn't get a car in there anyway, which is typical with a lot of the old houses. So you're going to end up with a 3-story house, 2,200 square feet. Mr. Winslow said the average square footage in our neighborhood is 1,800 square feet. I had my property manager print out something for 94112, and today, right on here, I mean, we've been here since 1 o'clock, and I know you've been here a long time. They said that the average square footage in San Francisco is 1,600 square feet. I think the average in the 94112 area code is about 1,100 square feet. This is going to be twice as big as any other house, as the average house in the area. And I just think that there are some modifications. That 2nd floor should not come out. You know, the 1st floor can come out. They want to put the basement in there. If it's going to be 10 feet tall, that's fine as far as I'm concerned, and I think it would help Mr. Toole. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any additional public comment in support of the DR? Seeing none, project sponsor.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Derek. I'm the architect for the project 180 Vienna. Thanks for having me tonight, and I have some demonstration I'd like to for Mr. Toole's comments regarding his window in the back. You can see this is Mr. Toole's window, and this is the 180 subject property. The front orientation of the homes are east. The sun rises in front of the homes and make it way toward the top and to the back. This first rendering is where the sun's rising, and you can see the sunlight directly in the back of the property, so there's no suns. We're not blocking any type of sunlight during the morning, so it's the afternoon. This is to demonstrate where the most impact of our additions. When the sun's, it's at the highest point. You can see it's actually in this location here, where it's setting towards the afternoon, and the impact on Mr. Toole's window, it's very slight, where the shadow is reflected slightly on his window. I have photos that we took. San Francisco doesn't have a lot of sunny days, but we're we waited for this day, and took this photo. This particular photo was taken during the most impact hours, around 1:30 in the afternoon, where the sun directly hits behind this deck of property, and you can see the impact is very minimal to pretty much zero in his window. This last rendering shows the sun is setting towards probably around 5 or 6 in the afternoons, and the impact is lessened. Therefore, the shadow is lessened to his window. I have a different angle to show you the impact of the sun to Mr. Tu's window. And lastly, we work extremely close with the property owners and their families. I work with the families to design a floor plans that will occupy young children and elderly. And excuse my notes here, but I would like to. As you can see, entering the home, this is a garage level, and we're proposing for an open railing from the garage level to the basement, and the basement consists of 1 bedroom and a bathroom. Now, this is for the owner's children, who is currently in his teenage year, and they would like him to have his own space. And you can see the garage level is for the elderly parents. They wouldn't like to take the stairs, so we created a bedroom for them and also a bathroom. And again, it's open railing. The main floor, which is the second floor of the property, two-story above the basement, open kitchen floor plans, along with the open railings and the master bedroom for the property owner. We're designing this in mind to keep this as a single family. The other parent doesn't really have a vehicle to drive. Only the property owner has a car, and we do have a one-car garage that occupies the owner's vehicle. And like Mr. Tu said, the neighborhood doesn't really have a lot of garage design, and then we are keeping this garage to accommodate the owner's cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment in support of the project? Seeing none, DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal. Either one of you, or since you split it, you could take a minute each, whatever you want to do. You have 2 minutes.
I just want to have you take a look at the back of that house. This is a 3-story house, okay, and 3 bathrooms. If we could reduce it to 2 bathrooms, that would satisfy me.
Those were great pictures. Thank you. Those were pretty. I just did that like mathematically, whatever, or did you just sort of eyeball that? I'm just wondering because I'm.
All right, it's best to address us, and then.
Okay, I'm just asking if that's like what it is, or if it's just a computer generation of what it might be. And I would also ask, I haven't done a shadow study. I don't know what the impact would be. I was trying to eyeball it myself, and also the if that was in the summertime, once again, that's the south side of my house, so the sun drops significantly down to the south for 6 months of the year. Thank you.
All right. Project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal if you need.
We're using these rendering programs that allow us to input the degrees where the sun rises in the east and the sun set in the west, and we use the degrees between sunrises and sunset to demonstrate the shadow casting over Mr. Tu's window, and that's how all these data are available online, and it could be I could send those over to Mr. Tu's if he wants some data.
Okay, thank you. That closes this portion of the hearing. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Winslow, could you explain to us as to whether or not this particular project is a demolition?
No, I don't believe it is. No.
Okay, thank you. Using rear yard averaging, what it really does is enlarge a very small home to something which becomes a 3-bedroom family home. I personally do not see anything exceptional, extraordinary about it, particularly when you look at the adjoining properties and how it obeys that rear yard averaging rule. It really sits where it is. In a sense, it's a code compliant project. And I cannot see anything and make a motion to not take DR and approve as proposed.
Second.
Commissioner Richards?
So question, Mr. Winslow, I actually start now, instead of carrying section 317, carrying the residential design guidelines with me to these hearings, so I can actually try to understand this better. On page 27, it has a 3-story addition, and it says, although the planning code allows a 3-story addition extending into the rear yard, the addition is substantially out of scale with the surrounding buildings and impacts the rear yard open space. So I look at this, it reads exactly like what this diagram is here. I mean, is this a 3-story building?
By building code definition, it's a 3-story building because of the downslope lot. They'll measure it from the lowest floor. From the street, it's a 2-story building. It's existing, it's a 1-story building. If you look at the photographs, you can see it's kind of these are modest homes. There's small,
But I think one distinction is the home on the other side, not Mr.
In the-
It extends out to where, you know.
And then in response to the residential design guideline illustration, that's one of an illustration indicating an intent. The way we applied it in kind of catching our mistake after we sent it out was, what would be the proper relief to the adjacent neighbor, in this case, Mr. Toole, with respect to shadow, light, an enjoyment of the mid-block open space, visual access, in other words, from your window, and that 5-foot setback, as well as pulling the rear wall of the originally proposed building further inboard, was, in my opinion, kind of the trick that...
Would a pitched roof have made it look better? I mean, I'm looking at the next...
Depends on how high the gable springs from.
Okay, I mean, I'm just looking at this, and yeah, it is code complying, but it looks like there could have been some softening of it besides the setback.
In you all can, I mean, I'm supportive of Commissioner Moore's motion. Certainly, there's going to be an impact user, but it's within what we see all the time. It's sensitive with the 5-foot setback. You can continue to talk and make adjustments, a pitched roof or things like that, but I don't think, at least I feel it rises to kind of exceptional and extraordinary here.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
No.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Richards voting against.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.